Present this morning, Your Honor.
I would like a legal finding of fact.
Tonight.
Your Honor, consistent with the court's instruction yesterday afternoon, we have present Douglas Kohler, Detective Steve Guth, and Erica Patterson are here now and available.
Big shock. Erica Patterson, right?
All right. I expect you to call those first three before we get to any other person, not whatever order you want among the three, but those will be the three people called, and then we'll get to the next people according to the scheduling that I put in place yesterday.
I want to state for the record that I intend to appeal that judicial decision made about the motion to dismiss.
Noted for the record. All right, let's bring the jury out then.
Actually, we didn't address subject matter jurisdiction. It still has yet to be proven for the record. And I wanted to address the fact that with this, is it Kohler? Is that how you pronounce the name? Kohler?
We're going to continue with the witnesses. I've addressed subject matter jurisdiction repeatedly. There's a written decision. I stand behind it. You have three witnesses that you subpoenaed. The state made arrangements for them to be here. Whatever order you want to call them in this morning is fine, but those three are here.
That's what I was trying to address right now. I was asking
Okay, go
about
ahead.
the
What do you
name,
want to address?
the Kohler. How do you pronounce the name? Kohler? I'm
I
still
don't know.
having
You'll
trouble.
have to ask the witness.
I'm still having trouble finding the file for that particular witness.
Yeah, call the jury in.
So I don't know how I'm supposed to.
Mr. Brooks, you were well advised. These are your witnesses that the state made arrangements. You knew who was going to be called. I put that on the record yesterday. So of those three, whatever order you want, but I'm not moving past those three
I didn't
to
say
jump to
I didn't
others.
say anything about moving past the three.
I know that. I'm just
simply-
setting the tone for today that we're going to keep moving.
Okay, I simply stated I'm not ready to ask that witness questions if I can't even find the
I
your
understand,
paperwork.
but that's you not having your paperwork's on you, not anybody else.
So what am I supposed to ask him?
I can't answer that, sir.
That's
You
your
know.
business.
That's a rush to judgment. You can't rush me to judgment when I'm notifying the court that I cannot find the record.
Well, you
I
did
can't
very well
find
yesterday
the
without
file
your
for
file.
that.
So
I'm saying
I don't
that
think that's the
particular
issue.
witness.
I'll make a record. Yesterday, you asked the question, hold on a second. Can you have them step back out? Just thinking. Yesterday, you said you did not have a file for one of the witnesses, and you did a
That
fine
was-
job from my perspective. So
I did what?
you did a fine job. I just
Yeah,
want to
but
say my
they
assessment,
also
you did a good
provided me
job.
with one sheet for that particular witness at that
Okay.
time. So I
I'm
just went
bringing
off
the
of that
jury
3
in.
paragraphs.
How you're prepared or not is solely on you, sir. You've had all of this information. Now we're at the end of the third week of trial. These are your witnesses. I presume that you are prepared in whatever way that is.
How
You're not
can I
going
be
to hold it
prepared
up.
for? I'm not. So the witness is just supposed to get up there and just. I'm just like,
I'm
yeah.
not going to have this commentary. Okay, I'm done. The jury's coming out. Be prepared to call
So
one
that's
of the
a
three.
rush to judgment.
That is not a rush to judgment.
It is a rush
Again,
to
I'm done.
judgment.
The jury's
It's
coming
clearly
in.
a rush to judgment if I'm telling you that I don't have the
No,
file.
in
How
my
am I
opinion,
supposed-
you're attempting to delay. So
No,
let's
I'm not.
keep
I'm not
going.
attempting to delay nothing. You want to come check the boxes yourself? You always trying to pull some fast maneuvers.
Mr. Brooks,
And Miss Judge, Your Honor,
Mr. Brooks, the jury's coming in.
yeah,
Show
and
respect
they
to the
deserve
jury.
to know this too. It's still issues that need to get addressed. We didn't even address
Mr.
everything.
Brooks, I addressed all of the issues.
No, I
You
still
know
had another one that didn't have nothing to do with nothing we just talked about.
All
There
right.
was a whole nother issue that needed to be addressed that I needed to
And we'll
bring on
address
the
it
record to
later.
your attention.
We'll address it later.
It needs to get addressed now before we go any further because it's an important matter. Just like the subject matter jurisdiction is important. That hasn't been proven on the record.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury,
Just
this is
like the
not
rush to
the
judgment.
time for evidence to be presented or arguments to be made by the
I
parties.
can't
The
even
jury
present
will
any evidence. You won't let me even put
disregard
any evidence in the record.
all of these
Which
statements
is a
made
rush to
by
judgment.
Mr. Brooks
That's
at this
unfair.
time. All right.
That's unfair what
The
you're
court
doing.
will address legal matters outside the
Then we
presence.
need to
Everyone
address
can
the
be
legal
seated.
matter that I was trying to get to before
And you
rush
may call your
everything
next
out.
witness, sir.
I'm not calling any witness until I get an answer, Your Honor. You're a public servant. You're
Mr. Brooks,
supposed to be able to answer simple questions.
Mr. Brooks,
If I'm saying I have to bring
call
it to
your
your
next witness,
attention,
please. That's the stage
I
that
have
we
to
are
bring
at.
it to your attention, Your Honor.
Mr.
I'm
Brooks,
merely seeking
please
to bring
stop.
an issue to your
I'm
attention.
telling you to please, I'm asking you to please
And I'm
stop
asking you,
because
can
we have
address,
the jury present
I'm asking
and
you,
we need to continue with the evidentiary phase of this trial. Call your next
I'm
witness.
asking you to address a legal matter, as you said, that those have to be taken up outside of the jury.
I will
There
do
was
that
a
at the
legal
next
matter.
break.
There was a legal matter that needed to be addressed beforehand,
I
so
will
we
do
don't
it.
have to take up time,
I will do
valuable
it at the
time
next break.
afterwards to address something that needs to be addressed now. That way,
Mr.
the
Brooks,
court and you
For the
yourself
third
are on
time,
notice.
I will address it at the next break. Call your next witness, please.
Are you asking me?
I'm directing you to call your next witness.
Your Honor, we're not going to move past this, seeing as how you took an oath to protect the Constitution. I have your oath. I have a copy of your oath right here. The oath that you took, Your Honor.
Mr. Brooks, I'd like to continue with testimony.
Sir.
We have witnesses waiting for you. Please call your next witness.
The oath that you swore to protect the Constitution, which you are now not doing.
Mr. Brooks,
So you're
call
going
your
against
next
your
witness,
sworn
please.
oath. You're going against your sworn oath.
Mr. Brooks, call your next
As you
witness.
as you notify the jury every time when there's legal matters, we take them outside of their presence.
And we're going
I
to take
didn't-
testimony right now. Call your next
I merely
witness.
seek to put you on notice on the record for something that needs to be brought to your attention
And
and
I
to the
will-
court's attention.
And I will address it at
That's
the
what
next
I'm
break.
merely seeking to do. It's something that shouldn't have to wait because it'll take up valuable time later.
This is
At least
beautiful.
if I
This whole
notify
thing is
you right
beautiful.
from the onset, you'll already know what we're looking at. And
Oh,
we can
this
nip it in
guy.
the
What
bud
a
before everything starts to roll. And
Mr.
then
Brooks,
it gets
I will
overlooked.
address it at the next break. If you want to write something down, that's fine, and give it to my clerk. I have nothing in writing. I know there's witnesses available and ready to go. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, Your Honor, you have to answer this question. That's you're
Mr.
making a
Brooks.
judicial determination.
Call
to
your
rush
next
me to
witness,
judgment.
please.
You're rushing me to judgment, Your Honor.
There's no rush to judgment
There
here,
is a
sir.
rush to judgment. If you won't address a legal issue that I informed you that I had some legal issues that needed to be addressed before you just run right past that, Your Honor. You're a public
Mr.
servant.
Brooks,
Are you not a
it is
public servant?
9:37. Call
It is
your,
8:37.
sorry, 8:37. You're right. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, you're rushing me to judgment.
There's no rush to judgment. Call your next
We
witness,
had a
please.
legal matter that needed to be addressed, and I'm merely trying to
And I'm
notify the court.
Telling
at
you
the
I'm denying your
onset-
request to address it at this moment. Call your next witness.
You said what?
I'm denying your request to address it at this moment. Please
How
call.
can you deny
please-
something that we're supposed to do before
Mr.
the jury
Brooks.
even comes out?
Call your
I'm
witness.
not seeking to be disruptive. I'm just seeking to understand why we do this
Everyone
every day.
is in the courtroom waiting for you. Please call your
Your
next
Honor,
witness.
we do this every single day. We've done it every single day. So I'm simply trying to make sure that the court is notified of
Put it
things
in
that need to
writing,
be
hand it to the
discussed.
bailiff, and if I deem it important enough to interrupt the witness, I will, but call your next witness.
How can I call a witness and write something down and do
You can
both?
take a minute
This
to
is the-
write down what it
That's
is.
your
I'm
job.
asking you
Why
to-
You're
it needs
your
to
own
be
attorney.
addressed beforehand.
Mr. Brooks,
That
the
way it
jury
won't
is
become an
remaining in
issue.
this courtroom.
Nobody
Call your
owes you
next
anything.
witness,
This is
please.
your
Your Honor,
job.
you're rushing me
You
to
signed up
judgment.
for
There's
this.
no rush to judgment, sir.
Are you not a public servant, Your Honor?
Mr. Brooks,
Do I not have your oath of office?
under 90611, this court has the authority, as you
Do I
know.
not have,
Call-
is this not a copy, or I asked for certified copies that you said on record that you would not provide for no good reason, that these are three
Sir,
of your
you are
oaths.
doing this,
right
and I've
here.
repeatedly told you, you can see the jury's here.
You're
You're doing this.
Listen,
We
Your Honor,
need to go
I'm
forward.
not attempting to delay the proceedings. I'm not attempting to be disruptive. I'm merely trying to notify Your Honor.
You
and
are
the court
absolutely trying to
for
be
the
disruptive.
record beforehand. That way, everyone's at least on notice of the issues that need to be taken up, instead of waiting until a break or a lunch and things of that nature, which
In
kills
my
valuable
discretion,
time.
it's my authority. It's the courtroom that I'm
Your Honor.
presiding over. I'm not going to address
Is
that
this-
at this
Is
moment.
this not your
And
oath?
I'm not going to answer
Did you not
questions.
swear as a public servant that you will protect the
Mr.
United
Brooks,
States Constitution?
Call
Did you not do that?
your
3
witness.
times. I have all of them here. Your oath, Your Honor, as a public servant And
Mr.
now you're
Brooks,
rushing me to judgment
there's no
when
rush
I'm
to
doing
judgment.
things lawfully by trying to notify you and notify the court of issues that need to be addressed
Mr. Brooks,
beforehand.
we are in
These
the
were issues-
evidentiary phase of this trial.
Your Honor, you're
Call
rushing
your
me to
next
judgment.
witness.
You're rushing me to judge me, Your Honor. And I object
I'm
to
aware
that.
of 3 witnesses
I
who are
object-
here.
I object
Call
to
one
that.
of them, please.
Your Honor, I object to that.
Your objection's noted.
And
for the
I
record.
want a legal reconsideration of your ruling. If not, I reject that ruling and take exception to that ruling.
I understand.
I request a legal or factual basis for your ruling, a written judicial finding of fact and conclusion of law for your ruling. And if not that, an interlocutory, declaratory appeal for this matter. And if not, these need to be stayed until this matter is before a adjudicated court of competent jurisdiction. Because we have not proven jurisdiction in this court as of yet. Subject matter jurisdiction has not even been proven on the record, Your Honor. I don't even know the true nature and cause of the
Mr.
charges
Brooks,
against me. I don't even understand that part
I
of it.
understand
haven't
your
been
request.
provided a complaint. I haven't, Your Honor, there's so many issues.
Mr.
and
Brooks, we will take,
I'm not attempting to
Mr.
be
Brooks,
disrespectful in any way.
we
I'm
need
not
to
attempting
continue.
to delay the proceedings
Your
in any
requests
way.
are denied.
Your Honor, I
And I'm going to
respectfully
instruct the
object
jury
that.
at this point to
I
disregard
respectfully
and not
object to
consider
that, Your
any
Honor.
of what has just happened since you walked in. It should not be held against Mr. Brooks in any way. These are legal issues that this court may or may not need to address, but they do not bear in any way on ultimately the issues that you as jurors will have to decide. And I'm instructing you to disregard what you have just heard and seen.
Your Honor, with everything that I just said, be made part of the record.
It's on the record. I'm telling the jury that it shouldn't affect anything that they're doing in any way.
Your Honor, it's a rush to judgment
Mr. Brooks,
because, Your Honor, I just showed your oath that you swore to took. You swore you
Mr.
did
Brooks,
this, Your Honor.
please call your next witness.
You took these oath of offices. You did, Your Honor, 3 of them.
I understand my oath,
which is
sir,
very,
very
very
well.
commendable that that you decided to be a public servant in these type of matters, Your Honor. I respect it to the fullest, but also you have to uphold these oaths.
All right, I'm going to have
took,
to
Your Honor.
excuse the jury since Mr. Brooks
You
is
have
not
to-
calling his witness.
you
We'll
have to-
hopefully
you have
bring
to-
you back out shortly.
You have to
All
honor
right.
these oath of offices. You have to, as a public servant, Your Honor. I respect you being a public servant. And this is not to take a shot at you in any way, but these
Mr.
issues
Brooks,
that I have,
stop. Please
they
stop.
need to be addressed. They need
I'm
to be.
excusing the jury. Can you please stop?
Your Honor, this is a rush to judgment. This is a clear bias.
Mr. Brooks, you are to stop talking.
Are you asking me?
I'm advising you, or you will forfeit your right to be present at this
So you're holding
courtroom
me
for
in
the
contempt?
questioning of your first witness.
Because you're holding me in contempt.
I'm not holding you in contempt.
Then how can you remove me from the courtroom when I haven't given consent?
Mr. Brooks, I'm
can you
advising
do
you
that?
at this moment to call your next witness, or you will forfeit the right to call these witnesses.
You can't take my
Under
Sixth Amendment
906.11,
right.
you are
cannot-
refusing to
you
call a
I
witness.
didn't refuse anything, Your Honor. And you can't deny me my Sixth Amendment right, which is
Mr.
to
Brooks,
call
do you want
witnesses,
to be present in
which
this
is to subpoena
courtroom
witnesses.
while you question your first witness? Because it is now 8:44 and you've consistently talked in front of the jury who's no longer in this courtroom on issues that you have been advised and are fully aware are not relevant to their determination, despite what you
This-
believe the
This
law
didn't have anything
is.
to do with the jury,
Subject
Your Honor.
matter that is what you referenced in front of the
I
jury, and then you
that
referenced
after I
my
had
oath.
raised the issues that I was trying
Subject
to
matter
raise.
jurisdiction, as you know, is not
As I
something
don't
the
know.
state has to be, the
It
state
has
must
to be
prove.
proven. It has to be. And
You are
if it doesn't,
frankly
show me
confusing
lawful law.
civil
Show me lawful
jurisdiction
law,
in
Your Honor.
federal cases with criminal court jurisdiction in the state of
You don't
Wisconsin.
have criminal.
That
you
has
don't
been
even
made
have.
abundantly
You don't
clear.
have subject matter jurisdiction or personal jurisdiction.
Mr. Brooks,
Or personnel jurisdiction. You don't. You haven't proven.
you have not,
You
I
haven't proven
excuse
for
the
the record.
jury.
Show me
I'll
lawful
give
law.
you the opportunity
Come on,
to
man.
raise whatever issue it was, but you need to do it now or we're moving forward.
That's what I want to do. That's what I was attempting to do.
And if you interrupt me one more time, you're gonna go do it from the other courtroom.
Throw
Because
him
you're
out.
being all
Throw
right.
his ass out.
He can go to the other courtroom and we will address these issues
Are you
because
holding
you
me in
are
contempt?
not being respectful. You are disruptive. You are interrupting. I will give you one more opportunity. Don't interrupt me again. Don't roll your eyes at me. Don't sigh at me. You have delayed these proceedings now by 15 minutes because of your nonstop commentary. I'm going to sit down and I'm going to listen to you. What issue do you want to raise, sir?
So are you letting me make an offer of proof for my appeal?
No, because that's not what's relevant at this time, sir. If you don't need to make an offer of proof. Tell me what the issue is. You said
Okay.
you have a legal issue you want to raise before we get going. What is that issue?
Okay. The legal issue is this. Detective Casey yesterday testified for the second time under oath in reference to exhibits 13 and 14 that showed the backyard of my mother's home, which he stated that he had been to the home, had seen the backyard, all this stuff, when he did not, in fact, even speak with my mother. It was brought to my attention that my mother, in fact, never spoke to any law enforcement from Waukesha.
Would you like to add her to your witness list to call her?
Yes, I would.
All right, that's
Because
fine.
she's
That's
willing,
how we'll
she's
address
willing
that.
to come.
But that's not something we needed to address this
It needs
right
to
away,
be addressed
sir.
because of the issue of the subpoena. That's the reason why it needed to be addressed. That's the reason why I was trying to attempt to
It
bring
could
it
have
to
been
your
done on a
attention.
break. All right, so
Will I be?
you're
because
putting you're asking me to add Dawn Woods to the witness list for you.
Yes, but I also have a question about the subpoena
The subpoena for whom?
for my mother. But I would also like to subpoena the phone records so it can be made part of the record of the conversation, since the prosecution listens to all the phone calls. They should be able to have heard that phone call as well. So they should be on notice of what was said.
I don't know what phone call you're referring to. If
I'm
you're
referring
referring
to
to
a
a
phone
jail
call
phone
from-
call,
I'm referring
then
to a jail phone call that was made last night, October 20th, between 7:54 p.m. and 8:10 p.m., which I'm sure the prosecution has heard by now. And that also brings up the issue of perjury testimony.
sir, the way that you will address the issues that you're talking about are to call witnesses to challenge that or to present the evidence in support of your position. If you're telling me you need to add Dawn Woods to the witness list, I approve of that. You can fill out a subpoena and I'll direct the state to serve that upon her, and at the appropriate time, we'll have her brought. We'll indicate when in the order of folks she can be brought in. So I'll grant that request.
Will I be
In
able
terms
to,
of the jail records, you'll have to subpoena the appropriate custodian or a witness who can testify to that.
that's what I was trying to gain knowledge of. Because
I can't give you advice on that,
I'm
sir.
not trying to ask for advice. I was, is that
That's
legal for
asking
me to
me
subpoena?
for, I can't direct how you do that. I can't tell you how to do that. You are acting as your own attorney and you will need to figure that out. So you have the subpoena forms. You can research the issues. You have access to legal research materials and other things. And that's how you'll have to address
I
that.
accept for value in return for value this document.
Was that a subpoena form? Thank you. Is there any other witnesses you're asking to add to your, and you can also call Detective Casey if you want, just so you know.
So that make 3 times he's able to testify?
If you believe he has information that he hasn't testified to, I will give you permission to call him as well.
No, I don't think it'd be necessary. He know what he did.
Well, in any event,
He know what he didn't do.
we're going to bring the jury back out. And then I expect you to call a witness.
And just so I'm clear, because I was trying to get to that issue, what witnesses are here? Because I don't have any any paperwork for Kohler. I don't know. how to
Douglas
pronounce
Kohler, Stephen Guth, and Erica Patterson. Of those three, I expect you to call one of those witnesses.
it. I accept the value in return for value this document.
For the record, Judge, Attorney Witchout just handed to the defendant for his benefit the police report as it relates to the statement of Douglas Kohler, since he's claiming he does not have it.
Since I know that I don't have it. So let's make that record correct.
You don't have it with you in the courtroom is what you're saying.
I can't find it anywhere.
You've had it previously.
Yes, I had it at one point.
All right. Are you ready to proceed forward, Mr. Brooks?
Yes.
All right, let's bring the jury out.
Jen. Zach, can you help Jen?
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Mr. Brooks, just to make sure, don't block any of the microphones with anything. Both of those microphones should be on. You want to make sure that. Thank you. All right, go ahead, call your next witness.
Yeah, the defense calls Douglas J. Kohler.
All right. Good morning, sir. If you would please make your way to the witness stand, which is up toward me, up one riser, and to my right. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand. My clerk, Teresa, who's on my left, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thank you, sir. Have a seat. First thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and then spell each.
Douglas Kohler, Douglas Kolar.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Good morning, Mr. Is it Kohler?
Kolar.
Kohler. Good morning, Mr. Kohler. I want to direct your attention to November 21st of 2021. Do you recall that evening pretty well?
Fairly well, yes.
Well, let me back up for a minute. First of all, what do you do for a living?
I'm an IT director for a law firm.
Been doing that for a long time?
I've been in IT for over 20 years.
Oh, yeah, that is a long time. Directing your attention back to the night of November, evening of November 21st, 2021. What did you do that day?
Well, that day, I was preparing my daughter to march in the parade with her dance troupe. Watched football earlier in the day and got her dressed, and we had to change our plans last minute because my son was not feeling well. So it was just my daughter and I that went to the parade.
And do you recall what time you arrived at the parade?
It was at least an hour before the start time of the parade.
And do you recall where you were positioned at in the parade?
I moved with the dance troupe. So I,
Kind of going with the flow.
correct.
And at some point you observed something happening. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Do you recall what that was?
Well, after my daughter had finished and I was walking back to our vehicle to go home, I noticed as we were approaching White Rock, which is what we were parked off of, I noticed a vehicle coming through where the parade participants were going. It was a red vehicle. It was honking its horn. It passed a few parade entries on the right-hand side, and then it passed between two of the groups. It veered to the left and went around the next group on the left-hand side, at which point a police officer attempted to approach the vehicle. That police officer had reached for the door handle, and at the time of that approach, the vehicle started to speed off.
I just want to back up just a little bit. You stated that you heard the vehicle honking its horn.
While it was on White Rock Avenue, it was honking its horn.
In your opinion, did the vehicle appear to try to avoid hitting people?
At that point, yes.
And you made reference to it the vehicle coming in contact with an officer. Did you see where the vehicle went after that interaction with the officer?
There was no contact between the officer and the vehicle. The vehicle attempted to make contact. The officer attempted to make contact. But after that attempt, the vehicle sped southward. You know, I know those streets don't run straight north-south on Main Street.
Did you notice the vehicle strike anyone at that time?
I did not.
And what did you do after you saw the vehicle? Once it was out of your view.
Once it was out of my view, I grabbed my daughter and walked as fast as I could to my car.
And to the best of your recollection, how would you describe the vehicle as far as make and model? To the best of your recollection.
To the best of my recollection today, I only remember a red SUV.
At some point, did you report to law enforcement officers what you had observed that evening?
On the Tuesday morning following the sent an initial statement to the police.
Would that have been the Waukesha Police Department?
Yes, it was to the Waukesha Police Department.
Did you said you sent a statement. Did you initially speak with anyone verbally?
Initially, no, I did not.
At some point, did you speak with someone verbally?
Yes,
And was that sometime after the Tuesday statement that you initially gave?
yes. Approximately 2 weeks after I made my statement, I was contacted by someone with the Waukesha Police.
Do you recall if the vehicle had any tinted windows?
I believe the rear windows were tinted like most SUVs are.
And after you had verbally speaking with law enforcement, did you do any follow-up on the reports after that?
Yes. The officer that I spoke to had advised me to add to my statement the items that we had talked about.
Actually, the law enforcement officer asked you to add certain things to your report?
He had asked me some questions, and the questions that we talked about on the phone, he asked me to add to what I had initially submitted.
And after that conversation, did you have any further conversations after that point?
I had no further conversation after that point.
Had you yourself been contacted by any further law enforcement after that point?
No.
So it'd be fair to say that you were subpoenaed to testify at some point. That'd be fair to say.
Yes,
Do you recall when you received that subpoena?
I received my subpoena last Tuesday.
The 18th?
Whatever day last Tuesday is.
Do you recall whom you received that subpoena from?
The Waukesha County Sheriff. Or
Do you
one
recall-
of the sheriffs.
I'm sorry.
Or one of the sheriffs.
And did you do any follow-up information once you received the subpoena? Like, for example, sorry, for example, calling the district attorney's office?
Is the plaintiff in the room?
I did not call the district attorney's office. I did reach out to the clerk's office to see if there was any further information.
Were you or your daughter injured in any way during this incident?
No, we were not.
No further questions at this time.
Thank you. Any cross?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Kohler.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here. To be clear, sir, the subpoena you received was issued on behalf of the defendant, Darrell Brooks, correct?
I don't know. That information was not filled out on the subpoena.
Okay. You did provide a typed statement to the Waukesha Police Department, correct?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. Oh, if there's an objection, let me rule on it first before you answer. Overruled. Go ahead. And his answer, I believe he answered it, but if not, did you answer it?
I'll ask again.
Thank you.
You did provide a written statement to the police department, correct, sir?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. It's cross. 90611 sub 2.
Yes, I provided a written statement.
And in that statement, you described the SUV as driving erratically down White Rock Avenue, correct?
Objection. Didn't testify to that. That was asked and answered.
Overruled. The witness may answer, and it's sub 3, not sub 2, by the way. Go ahead.
Yes, just the event of driving past some participants on the right and then veering to pass the next group on the left.
Okay. You said at that point, when the vehicle was on White Rock, it was honking its horn, correct?
Correct.
There was no objection. You can answer.
And you saw an officer run up and try and open the door to the vehicle, correct?
I don't know that he was trying to open the door, just trying to, I don't know what he was trying to do. He ran and his arm had gone towards the door handle.
Okay. And that was at the intersection of White Rock and Main Street, correct, sir?
Yes,
And you got a look at the driver of the car, correct, sir?
Objection, speculative.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
yes, I did.
And you described the driver in your written statement as a black male with dark dreadlocks and visible tattoos. Is that correct, sir?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes,
Is that consistent with your memory, sir?
Objection, speculative.
Overruled.
that is consistent with my memory today.
Once the vehicle went past the officer, you indicated that you saw it accelerate or speed off. Is that correct, sir?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. 90611 sub 3.
Yes, at that point, it sped away.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any other questions.
Any redirect?
Briefly,
Go ahead.
referring to the written statement that was just testified to the best of your recollection, do you recall stating that the SUV was a older model red Chevy Blazer?
I do recall putting that down at the time, but that was at that addition that I added 2 weeks later.
So at that time, during the evening of the incident, to the best of your knowledge, that would have been your opinion of the vehicle that you saw?
At the time of that, the day of the parade, I just remembered the red SUV.
To the best of your recollection, what assumption would lead you to describe the vehicle as a Chevy Blazer?
I believe in my assumption, it was just to say it was a older boxy style SUV, and in my mind, that relates closely to a Chevy Blazer.
No further questions.
All right, thank you. You may step down. And you also are excused. Thank you for being here. You may call your next witness.
One second. If I may have just a quick second.
Okay.
Man, so far, interesting stuff. So what he's done effectively is, and the argument he had was tell the judge that he isn't prepared for the case. He doesn't have the questions he wants to ask these witnesses. He doesn't have it all figured out and lined up. And so the judge, the way that the judge could have been saying this from the jump, said exactly what we're all thinking. Well, that's on you. You know, you wanted to be lawyer, you wanted to play lawyer. So
Defense will call.
there you go.
Stephen Guth.
That's on you. Figure it out.
I believe one of my assistants went to retrieve Detective Guth, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Whew. Oh, yeah, is what I'm wearing these bags, man. This last 2 weeks has been long. And yeah, thank you guys for sharing the freedom for being in here with us today. We appreciate it. It's an interesting day. It's going to be, well, we got this guy at the helm right now, so you already know how that's going to go. So yeah, Stephen, I believe this gentleman's name is Stephen Guth. And this is a gentleman who previously testified as well. So will be his second time on the stand at this point. And I believe this is an officer, Detective Stephen Guth.
Right, good morning, Detective Guth, if you would, as you
Yeah,
are,
Detective Guth.
come to the witness stand, remain standing, raise your right hand, and my clerk Teresa will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. Please state your first and last name for the record, or names, I should say.
Stephen Guth, STEVENGUTH.
What's great is none of these witnesses have helped Darrell at all. None of them have said anything that's going to help. Maybe he thinks by misidentifying a vehicle that's speeding
How
past
long
him,
have you been in law enforcement?
but no.
Over 20 years.
And how long have you been a detective?
Just over 7 years.
Directing your attention to the evening of November 21st of 2021. Do you recall that evening?
I do.
And were you on duty that evening?
Not initially.
For more clarification, what do you mean by not initially?
It was a regular off day for me, but I received notification to respond to the police department for the mass casualty incident in the downtown area of Waukesha.
So at that point, I'm assuming you were dispatched to that location?
I was not dispatched. I received a signal message. We use Signal. It's an app that's used that we can share information for investigations. And I received a signal message that this tragedy just happened.
And so what did you do from that point?
I immediately dropped my wife and kids off and responded to the parade.
And when you got to the parade, what did you do at that point?
I went to the downtown area to assess and see what I could help with.
At some point during your investigation, did you make contact with the woman by the name of Erica Patterson?
Yes.
And what was the nature of that part of your investigation?
I wanted to speak with Erica Patterson because by that point, when I made contact with our command center, they had learned the name of Darrell Brooks and had learned that Erica Patterson was the estranged girlfriend of the suspect of this investigation.
You made reference to a estranged girlfriend. What do you mean?
I don't know if I should answer that.
Touche, bro. You don't have to answer it. It's interpretive.
I think the question was pertaining to the word estranged, but we'll move on.
The jury will disregard that last question, that it's been withdrawn. And the statement made by.
Dude, that guy in the
Guth-
bottom right corner is
I'm assuming at
creeping
some
me
point
out,
you
man.
took a
He's about to turn
statement
into a
from Ms.
werewolf and
Patterson.
attack,
I did.
and I hope he does.
Do you recall if it was recorded, written, you writing it? What was the nature of how the report was taken?
Well, her words were spoken and they were recorded, and then I prepared a report.
Did you prepare the report that same evening?
No.
When did you prepare the report?
Sometime after the 22nd of November,
Why not the same evening?
because after I spoke with her, I wanted to go back and speak with her again.
Did you obtain any statements from any other people that may have been involved with Ms. Patterson?
I did not.
Do you know, to your recollection, if any other officers have taken statements from parties that may have been involved with Ms. Patterson?
Well, the night of November 21st, 2021, I did have a partner with me, another detective.
Do you recall him talking to any other parties that may have been involved with Ms. Patterson?
Well, the detective that was with me was a female, Detective Barron.
The question was, do you know if your partner had any interactions with parties that may have been involved with Ms. Patterson?
I don't believe so.
Hold on,
but
are
I
you
can't-
specifically referring to a date certain or just in general?
I think it was clear.
I
The
need
date
it
would
clear
be-
for the record,
The
though.
date would be
On the
November
21st?
21st
Okay,
of 2021.
thank you with that clarification.
No, I don't believe so.
Did you learn at any point that there may have been other parties involved with Ms. Patterson?
In which incident?
I'm referring again to November 21st of 2021.
Yes.
Do you recall who those parties were?
Corey Runkle and Nicholas Kirby.
Did you yourself speak with either of those parties, Nicholas Kirby or Corey Runkle?
No, I did not.
Do you recall if your partner spoke with any of those parties?
Which partner?
I'm guessing the female partner that you made reference to.
No, she did not.
And in that recorded interview with Ms. Patterson, what did you learn about the evening of November 21st, 2021?
Which recording?
Are there multiple recordings?
Yes.
He's like, damn,
What did
do
you
it to me.
learn about the evening of November 21st, 2021 from both recordings with Ms. Patterson?
Your Honor, I'm going to object at this point, as this testimony covers ground that was very clearly covered during the state's case in chief.
I'll give Mr. Brooks some leeway. You are asking for hearsay, though. You understand that.
I asked him, what did he learn?
Fair enough. Go ahead. You may answer.
I learned several things. Initially, I think is what you were getting at. Ms. Brooks wanted to report that she was injured by Darrell Brooks on November 20th, which would have been Saturday. She stated that she met with Mr. Brooks at Frame Park, and they were arguing over the fact that she did not give him money, and he injured her by slapping her in the mouth and punching her in the eye. The next day, I went back and talked to her again, and she clarified that that actually did not happen on the 20th. It happened on the 21st, and that she got in a motor vehicle with him over the same argument. He was mad that she did not provide him with money. He proceeded to try to take her phone because he thought she was talking to other guys. Slapped her in the mouth, punched her in the eye. She jumped out of the motor vehicle because she feared for her safety and made her way back towards Frame Park. While walking back towards Frame Park, she was calling her friends, Corey Runkle and Nicholas Kirby, to come help her. When she arrived back near Frame Park in front of White Rock School, there was a confrontation in front of White Rock School with Mr. Brooks, Erica Patterson, Corey Runkle, and Nicholas Kirby, where there was some kind of shoving match. And that's when Mr. Brooks got back into the motor vehicle and took off down White Rock towards Main Street. Erica Patterson then made her way back towards the Women's Center.
You made reference to being told about an incident from Saturday, November 20th. And then stating that in the second interview, Ms. Patterson stated that didn't happen. Is that correct?
She didn't state that it didn't happen. She just stated that she didn't drive around with him on Saturday, November 20th. But she also met with him and was slapped in the mouth that day too.
If it pleases the court, I have a document here I would like to show the witness.
All right, if the bailiff could have it to the state first to look at it. We may use the document camera if that's hooked up. Otherwise, the bailiff can take it to the witness.
Before we go through that process, I'm going to object. It's, well, maybe
Let
we
me
should
see the
talk about
document.
this. Yeah.
And give that back to Mr. Brooks, given the content of that document. I'll sustain the objection, or what that document is, I should say.
Sustained on what grounds?
It's not relevant. Yep, to this witness's testimony.
How is it not relevant?
It's not relevant.
He made reference to November 20th. That's what this document is talking about.
It's not relevant to the charges at issue. We can take it up later, and if need be, I'll let you recall the witness, but I'm directing you to move on to a new topic.
Your Honor, I'm gonna respectfully object to that and ask for a finding of fact.
The objection's noted, it's sustained. Well, their objection's sustained, yours is overruled. Please continue.
Is that noted for the record? I would like a written finding of fact.
The request is denied. Keep going, please.
Denied on what grounds, on what lawful law?
Keep going, sir. It's not relevant.
Are you making a judicial determination that you don't have to answer that question as a public servant?
Sir, I've ruled on the objection. It's on the record. Please keep going.
Once again, information that needs to be known is being hidden.
It's not relevant, sir. Please
It's
continue.
very relevant. He just opened the door on that by saying November 20th.
Objection, move to strike all of the
You-
comments made by Mr. Brooks. in the last
Absolutely. And you said
20
November
seconds or
20th.
So, especially with regard to any implication that he hasn't had all of the discovery material.
Objection, I never made any
Prior to
mention
trial.
of not having any discovery material. That never
The
was
jury will
stated.
just disregard, as I've told the jury repeatedly,
Just disregard everything he said
Comments
at all
made.
times.
or statements made by the parties, whether they be lawyers or the parties themselves, are not evidence, and you're to disregard them and not consider them in any way. And if the statement suggested
Man.
facts that are
Where's
not in evidence, you
the
should
heck
not
of an
think
app?
that, should not consider that in any way either. All right, go ahead. Your next question, please.
So is it fair to say that in your report, you referenced 2 incident reports?
Objection, this
Grounds.
witness wrote,
I'm going to overrule
Fine.
the objection and let the witness answer it. I think it might just be semantics at this point, but go ahead and ask your
You
question.
need semantics.
I think you were
Could you
referring
please,
to that he had two.
Explain. Tell me the definition of semantics.
That's what his report says. He makes reference to two reports, 2 incidents.
Two incidents,
Yes.
not two incident reports. Reports would be separate documents. That's what I'm talking about. With that understanding.
You're about to get
you're
attacked by the
referring to-
werewolf.
I think you're referring to incidents with Ms. Patterson, correct?
He's about to
Yes.
pull out that toupee and go at it.
Ask your question. I want to clarify so that the witness can answer.
In your, let me back up. You wrote your own report. Would that be fair to say?
Yes,
And in your report, you referred to 2 incidents. That'd be fair to say?
just to clarify, which report are you speaking about? I wrote several reports.
The one written November 22nd of 2021.
I do reference 2 reports and 1 CAD call.
What was the last part? Cat call?
A CAD call, yes.
What do you mean cab call?
A CAD.
Cat.
CAD.
Cat.
CAD call.
What do you mean cat call? What?
That's a call for service that does not generate a police report.
And what was that cat call?
That was a call for service near Frame Park for a fight involving potentially a domestic related incident.
Do you recall any other details about that CAD call?
There wasn't much in it because the officer had to leave to go to the parade.
Do you recall mention of a knife during that CAD call?
Yes,
To the best of your recollection, do you recall anyone recovering a knife or you yourself recovering a knife?
there was no knife involved in that incident through my investigation of the report that you have.
But it is fair to say that that's how the CAD call went out, that there was potentially a knife fight.
That's how it was initially, I believe, reported or communicated through dispatch to the officers that responded.
You made reference,
I just want to see where everyone's tuning in from today.
and
Where's
I'm
the,
referring to
where you watching from,
second
y'all?
interview with
Or listening?
Ms. Patterson. You made reference in your report that in the previous interview that Ms. Patterson was not completely forthright. What exactly do you mean by not completely forthright?
She did not give me all the details of the incidents to me initially.
Do you recall why?
I don't know why she didn't.
So it'd be fair to say that Ms. Patterson had been untruthful with you in the first interview.
No, she told me she was extremely afraid of you. And that's why she didn't want to tell me everything.
Well, you just stated that you didn't know why she was not forthright.
I can't read her mind, but that's what she told me.
And I apologize if it gets a little hot in the mic here. If anyone else is having issues when I talk, I think I have a tendency to lean into the mic. But if it gets a little loud, I apologize. I got it as low as it'll go. So hopefully this isn't too much. I saw the comment that came in. Big shout out to everyone that's watching from all around the country, all around the world. Share the stream out, guys, for your area, wherever you might happen to be. Definitely an important case here.
At any time during your investigation in regards to the incidents with Ms. Patterson, did you at any time see interviews that were conducted with Nicholas Kirby and Corey Runkle?
What do you mean by see them?
Had you seen any statements made by those two parties?
No.
Thank you for the shares. This man's right here in Salem. I'm in Bristol right now, actually. Dave says, I wonder if air quotes get recorded in
Would
the
it be fair to
court
say,
transcript.
assuming that those
If
two
anybody
parties
knows, let
were
me know.
present for the incident on the evening of November 21st of 2021, would it be fair to say that at some point they were interviewed by law enforcement officers, to your recollection?
Yes.
And you've never seen any of those interviews?
Thank you, Debbie.
They weren't video recorded.
Had you seen any written statements from them or report from law enforcement?
I received a summary of what they stated verbally from another detective. Yes.
So it'd be fair to say you did have knowledge of what they said transpired on November 21st of 2021.
By the fire
I had knowledge
department.
of what they said. I didn't see anything. Correct.
The war zone. How are things going in Portland? Prayer of spiritual warfare. Fill us in.
And to the best of your recollection, seeing what those two parties had said, what do you recall?
Objection.
Grounds.
Evidence, you didn't see what they said, and also calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Grounds for sustain. This guy.
What
That's
did
a
you
lawful
read
legal reason.
Objection.
from those statements given by those two parties?
objection calls for hearsay.
Grounds,
Sustain.
grounds for the sustain.
Calls for hearsay.
Thank you guys for the shares, man. We've hit almost 100,000 on our post reach. Goal's 1 million. So the more we share, the more we get it out. Even if it just touches a couple 100,000 ears, a couple 100,000 eyes, slides across a couple 100,000 phones, raises awareness as to what's going on, gives us a better idea of what's happening here, helps a lot of people see this, appreciate what's happening in this case, and then move towards closure, which is what we're hoping to accomplish here, is to see, see the courts do what the courts need to do, which is, well, we all know what that needs to be, and Tamara Root over on YouTube, thanks for sharing,
Do
man.
you recall
Appreciate
what
it.
officer
Set
took
up
those
your
statements
notifications,
from
guys. We really need to do that.
Nicholas Kirby and Corey Runkle in relation to the incident on November 21st of 2021?
Yeah, this guy.
Yes. Yes.
And what law enforcement officer was that?
Detective VENMO.
They started charging me for the corner I was in, so I had to leave the club there, Tina. Whereabouts in the UK are you, Adam? Adam Deshay says he's watching that work from the UK. Are you from the UK, or are you a transplant?
And after that report that you wrote on November 22nd of 2021, was that the end of your investigation into the incident of November 21st of 2021?
Toad Lick on YouTube, man.
No.
Big shout out and thank you for that contribution. That'll go directly to lunch today. Actually,
And
thank
what
you
was
very
the
much.
extent of your investigation after November 22nd of 2021?
Judge, I'm gonna object. Well, on the defendant's behalf, I believe here, based on some previous rulings the court has made.
Sustained.
Karen, thank you for those stars. And Adam, yeah, good old. You're just north of Adam's in just Bristol, England. Soaking it up, man. But yeah, you guys, thanks for the super chats, the stars. You guys realize that makes a huge difference. It helps make all this possible, and it helps as I'm putting in these hundreds of hours for just this case right now. It helps keep the lights on, keeps things running. So thank you very much. You guys are all a huge part of this community. Thank you. And we're all in this together, having to watch this basic sideshow of nonsense that this clown is putting on here. Karen, thank you for throwing that in there. Appreciate you. Texas Bright, yeah, I do. It's we could throw that in the comments. I'd appreciate it. Any of our links. Actually, I think I have that in here.
And did you speak with Ms. Patterson again after filing your report?
Yes.
In reference to the incident from November 21st, 2021?
I don't understand your question.
Nobody understands his questions.
Did you speak with Ms. Patterson after you filed your report in relation to the incident from November 21st of 2021?
No.
Thank you, Nathan, for those stars. Much love, my friend. Valerie, good looking out on the stars. Thank you very much. Yeah, this judge has got to go through a process when she gets
In
home.
relation
Like,
to
ugh, just
the alleged incident on November 20th of 2021.
Kelly Allen. Yeah, absolutely.
Do
Share
you
it
know
out,
if
you
that
guys.
alleged incident ever took place?
Objection,
Grounds.
calls for hearsay, lack of personal knowledge.
Well, you reported it.
Darlene
It
coming
also goes
through.
to one of the ultimate issues that the jury will need to determine, so it's sustained.
Yeah, you're catching the court reporter's facial expressions as well. I didn't even know she was there until yesterday. Honestly, I was surprised. All of a sudden, I noticed her. And I was like, oh, the whole time she's been here, because I saw her like someone made a comment. It was when the Nicholas Kirby was on. She kind of was like, gave one of those. Yeah. Oh, we got a Star Wars going.
No questions, no further questions right now at this time.
All right, thank you. Any cross?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down.
These witnesses are not helping me. I do not like this. I object to all of the proceedings.
May have something later.
So he's not going to release them.
All right, I'll try to raise that on an appropriate break. Call your next witness, please.
Yeah, Nathan, man, thank you for being with me. And for all you guys that have been with me since Kenosha, since Portland, since Seattle, since the jump off of the very beginning of the spring of 2020. You know, when this,
One witness left.
Yes. For that, yes, for that time. Yes. I
No
believe.
one else is here.
No, it's not 10:30 yet.
she had it figured out. They're going to do a morning break. He wanted to call everybody at the same time, like all 8 witnesses, and say, hey, just everyone sit out in the foyer. We'll call you when we're ready for you. And that's almost, it's crazy. Yeah, since
Who's
job
supposed to
already.
come at 10:30, right?
Call your next witness.
These
please.
are his
I
witnesses.
have that list right at my fingertips.
You said what happened?
Midge, Owen, thank you.
I don't have that list right at my fingertips, but I know there's a witness available, so please call your next witness.
Can I be provided that?
Paris, what's up? Since Seattle, since the chop. Cam, your sister's an attorney. Email me, Cam, if you would, please. I'd love to see if I'll bring her on the show and just have
Pass it over. I don't.
some legal
Sure, let me jot it. I have it.
back and
but
forth.
I'll
I think it'd be
write it
great.
up for Mr. Brooks to review, Your Honor.
Thank you. While we're doing that, if the jurors want to stand for a minute, go ahead, or anyone else in the courtroom.
We got 90 seconds left in that Star Wars. I don't know who's winning. Thank you guys for doing that. Appreciate it. Keeping it fun. He doesn't know who's next witness. That was the thing. They made him give them a list of witnesses. So that, and then the judge finally said, Gail, thank you, man. I saw the interview. We showed it at the end of the day yesterday. So if you want to watch part 2 of the proceedings from day 11, check that out. And at the very end of that, I showed the interview that Nicholas Kirby did when he left the courtroom. And you know what? I'll pull that up. Maybe I can. They're taking a quick breather. I think they're just taking a quick stand and stretch. But hey, Gail, thank you so much for that contribution over on YouTube. Thank you very much. Gary, man, and Paulo, since the beginning, been here since the jump. It's wild.
For value in return for value, this paperwork.
Thank you, for everyone. Have a seat then.
But yeah, I have that video for you guys.
Call your
I'll show
next
you that.
witness.
And yeah,
Who
Nicholas,
determined this order?
he was ready to go over the chair. Like he was ready
Mr.
to
Brooks, I'll
snap.
take up that issue outside the presence of the jury later. There's a witness available. Please call the witness.
That's not the witness that was intended to be
Oh,
called
Tamara,
at this
thank you. I
time.
know
I
you've been with me
understand
before.
that.
Tamara, your
sir.
name's been
90611. I have
right across the board with me
the
for
authority and the
a
discretion
long time now.
on that. So
Yeah,
please call the
Melanie.
witness who's available.
Thank you very much.
So I'm being rushed to judgment.
Yeah, Kathy.
No, sir, I'm trying to have an effective and efficient use of all of our time.
You guys have been amazing.
So please call
which
the witness.
which is respected, but at the same time,
I don't
being
respect
this
it at the
that
same time.
this is my
All
time
right,
to
I'm going to
present my
excuse the
defense.
jury for right now. I'll rise for the jury, please.
Okay, they're gonna have an argument here. That's how that works. And let me see if I can't. Hold this up for you guys. If they do a back and forth, the judge and Darrell Brooks, if they show that, I want to watch it because they're always, infuriating and hilarious at the same time. So here's the thing, she's doing everything she can. And if there's anybody who wants to weigh in legally
All right, thank you. Be seated.
about why she's not holding him in contempt, it's because it would
Mr.
open the
Brooks,
door
under
for him to have
90611, I do have the authority and just my inherent authority over this case
more grounds
to
for hiccup in the trial, mistrial, and
require
no
you
process
to call
whatever.
the next available witness. You, in my opinion, were not entirely cooperative yesterday with the process. And so I told you that 3 witnesses would come in at
Not yet.
8:30, 2 would come in at 10:30, 2 would come in at 1:30,
We'll
2
see.
would come in at 3:30. And then if there were any left, I wasn't sure if there were or not, would come in at 4.
You also didn't provide me with that list,
You were advised on the record,
but
sir.
you didn't provide it to me.
Sir, you chose not to write down.
That's what it
That's
was.
on you now.
He chose not to do it.
So,
No, you
here's
can't
the thing.
rush to
Erica
judgment.
Patterson is here, so I'm advising you that she will be the next witness that you call if you so choose. If you choose not to call her right now, then I'm releasing her from the subpoena because we have almost 45 minutes until 10:30, just slightly under that. And there's no reason for you not to call her.
Yeah,
She's
the
on
re-
your list. She was on the listing as I understand it, the groupings of 3, Tuesday
That you
morning,
understand it.
Tuesday afternoon,
Did you
Wednesday
receive it?
morning, Wednesday afternoon, and so on and so forth. That's the order. I told you very specifically, I'm not going to have everyone come in at one time because that's not efficient, that's not effective, and it's not courteous to them. People have families, people have jobs and other responsibilities, and we're trying to be mindful of all of that as well while having the state assist you in getting these people here. So I'm advising you that if you don't call her right now, you will forfeit your right to call her.
Is that lawful law?
Sir, I believe I have the authority to do that. She's here. She's ready to go.
I'm just
She's
asking a
your
question.
witness.
I'm just asking the question. Is that lawful law?
I have the authority under 90611 and other rules and the inherent authority of this court to control the order and mode of interrogation.
Your Honor,
Of
why is
witnesses.
it always so hard to just say yes or no? Is
Yes,
it lawful
I have
law?
the authority, sir.
I'm not disputing that.
You just
I'm not
disputed
disputing.
that.
No, I asked the question. Is it lawful law?
Sir, I've told you what I believe my authority is. Okay,
You
if you
told
don't
me
want
what
to
you-
recognize it, that's
told
fine.
me
You
your
want to
authority.
object and note it,
You
that's
told
fine.
me your
Your
authority.
objection
I'm
is
not
noted on the
debating
record.
your authority. I'm not.
So I will address one other issue with you because you said you had an issue regarding the last witness, which is fine. We can address that quickly. And then I'm going to have the jury brought in and that will be your opportunity to call
That's a
Ms.
misdirect.
Patterson.
That's a misdirect. What issue did I said I had with the
You
last?
said you wanted to raise an
said-
issue with about
What I
Detective
said
Guzman's
was I
testimony.
might have more questions for that witness. I didn't say it was an issue.
Oh, I didn't hear that, sir. You had your opportunity to ask the witness questions. He's been released.
Your Honor,
That's due process.
if I mumble something under my breath, somehow that's audible, but when I talk clearly, somehow
I may
nobody
have
hears
missed
me.
it, but I heard what I interpreted was when you said I may have an issue with this witness. I didn't understand. I guess I didn't take that as you were going to reserve your right to recall him.
You got to know process, buddy. That's on you.
Are you telling me you'd like to reserve your right to recall Detective Guth?
Yes.
All right.
Didn't say
Then
that.
that will be noted. and we'll keep him under.
Janet Baker, thank
subpoena.
you so much for that.
Now, that should address that.
Chris Reed,
I'll have the
thank
jury
you
brought back in,
for that.
and you should be prepared if you choose to call Ms. Patterson. This is your opportunity to do
I
it.
see you guys.
At the same time, though, that's still a rush to judgment, Your Honor. You can't. I shouldn't be forced to call people in the order that I'm being told to when these are my witnesses.
You did not want to provide us with the order, and I respected that, Mr. Brooks.
But I said that.
And
from the
so then
beginning.
I asked you
Your
to
Honor,
put
with
him
all
in
respect,
flux.
did I not inform Your Honor and the court that I would not give a specific order? I stated that numerous times.
And Mr. Brooks,
Numerous
I
times.
have authority to tell you otherwise. You
I
may
did.
not like it, you
I
may
did.
disagree with it.
It's not
You
about
have
that.
been-
It's about the rush
You
to
have not been
judgment, Your Honor.
cooperating with this process. The
There's
state
nothing
has
to cooperate
graciously
with.
agreed to assist you given your custodial status.
Okay, and I never asked them to
frankly,
do
any
that.
attorney in this
I never asked them to
situation
do that, Your Honor.
would give us the order.
Did I not? Did I ask them to do that?
Did I ask them
I
to
did
do
not
that?
ask them to do that. They
No,
volunteered.
They offered.
So at the end of the
but-
day,
But we expect
if
your
they didn't want to do
cooperation
it,
in that.
yeah, but that wasn't one of the
Yes, Chris, thank you
stipulations
very
when
much.
they offered to do it, Your Honor. Let's be
No, common courtesy is the stipulation.
okay,
sir.
but it
And-
wasn't
and here's the
stipulated
thing.
to, so I didn't have.
You are well advised of how this process was gonna go.
No, I was not.
It is
Because
normal
if you-
in a trial.
you can't
to
put
call
the people-
witnesses
You can't
out
put the
of
people
order
in a
based on
specific
their
spot for me,
availability.
Your Honor. Come on now.
that it is.
That's
You
a rush
refused
to
to give
judgment.
them
There's
the
no
order.
rush to judgment here. You
Did the
keep
state
saying
did the
that,
state
sir,
have to
but
put
that's
their
not the
witnesses?
case.
Your Honor, with all due respect, did the state have to put their witnesses in order and tell me?
It's irrelevant what the state did. in
Did
that
they have to
regard.
do that?
They didn't need your assistance to do that.
Did they have to do it?
No, they did
I
not
didn't have to be
do it.
provided with. We're going to call this witness at this time.
But they're
and this witness
able
at
to
this time.
contact
They
their
didn't have to do that, so
witnesses
why should I have
and
to do that?
accommodate their schedules. This is not about you. It's not about the state. It's about the witnesses'
It's about what's fair.
availability.
It's about what's fair.
No, frankly, sir, it's about you trying to control what's happening in this.
How
courtroom.
how am I
Oh, she
controlling
finally
what's
said
that?
it.
I'm the one shackled to the table with
So-
a
Because you're the one that
with
killed
a
6
shotgun
people.
It
device
is
on my ankles.
9:52.
So how's I'm trying to control anything?
I'm
I
having
just
it-
want this
I'm
to be
going
fair, and it hasn't been fair.
Mr. Brooks, it's fair.
No, it's not. If I have to do something that they don't have to do, how's that fair?
It's
Like,
fair
explain to
because
me how
of
that's
the
fair.
process
Like your law
that
degree?
has been set up to frankly help you. get
No,
the
it's not
witnesses
helping me by
to
it's helping
court.
the state
And no,
by being able to say if we know the time and we know
You
the
did
person
not-
and
I
we know this,
asked you-
then we can be prepared. So we'll already be ready.
Mr. Brooks,
That
I
was the
asked
whole
you
aim of that.
yesterday, and I would have had her come in later. You didn't want to answer that question.
There was no
And
question. There was no question to answer. I
After-
did what you asked me to do, Your Honor. You said, yes, you did. You did. You asked me to give them my witness
Mr.
list.
Brooks,
I gave them
yesterday-
my witness list.
Yesterday,
It's not my fault.
I very
It's not my fault they
expressly-
weren't gonna be prepared to
Mr.
do
Brooks,
their
here's the
to
deal.
do
The
their
jury's
cross.
coming out, and I'm going to stand my ground on this.
I'm gonna
Okay,
stand my
it
ground
is-
too, but I'm
you
not
don't
gonna
call
be
her-
disrespectful or disruptive.
If you
I'm just
don't
stating I
call
want it to be
her
fair.
When the jury comes back out, I'm releasing her from the subpoena.
You can't do that.
For
Law,
your
where's
lack
the
of
lawful law?
cooperation.
Where's the lawful law? I have the right to
You have to
witnesses,
cooperate with this process.
but I
sir.
also have the Sixth Amendment
Well,
right.
We have a witness available for you to call. I can require
It's
you
not
to
the
call
witness
her
that
right
should have
now.
been called at this time, Your Honor.
It is based on the list that you provided and
That
in
didn't
the
have a
order.
time. That didn't have a time.
Because he
or-
I'm not
refused
gonna
or
play
order.
this
time,
game with
to
you,
be
sir.
It's not no game.
It
That's what
was-
you don't
it
seem
is
to
a game
understand.
you. I believe that fully.
I don't care what you believe fully.
All right.
It's not a game.
We
I don't take
I
this as a
asked-
game. That's what
Let me explain
nobody.
this to you
That's what
once
nobody.
again.
You don't got to explain nothing to me.
Do you want?
That's what you don't understand. You think
You
that
want
this
the
is a whole
opportunity
game
to
to me.
question?
This is not a game to me, Your Honor. Nothing about this is a joke.
I never
That's
said
what
it
y'all
was a
don't
joke,
understand.
but there's
It is
some things in
unfair.
this ship
It's
that's going on.
unfair. It is disrespectful to me that you think I would come in here purposely and treat this like a joke or a game.
I never said it was a
What
joke.
type of statement is that?
Mr.
Your life is not on the line. Mine is. And you think that I think this is funny?
I don't think it's funny whatsoever.
So,
And I
so I
understand.
think, Your Honor, with all due respect, I think you
So
should show
we're
some
gonna take
respect.
a 5-minute break, and when we come back, the jury's coming out, and you need to call your next witness. Thank you. We are in
No,
recess.
you're not rushing me to judgment. I don't care what you're talking about.
She just gave him the business and she allowed him. I mean, yeah, glad she said what she said, but I think we're all just done with the fact that he gets so much leeway to be as incredibly disrespectful as he is. It just blows my mind. It blows my mind how much like walking ground he has to step on the judge. And I get that she has a certain amount of hand tie going on right now. And I don't understand the full ramifications of what would happen if she held him in contempt because he isn't representing himself. And I know he knows that somehow he knows that, which is why he keeps pushing it and pushing it and pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing, doing everything he can. I mean, I've never seen a situation where someone's been able to yell at a judge like that. I mean, ever. If you guys have, send me clips, but that just blows my mind. You would be yanked out of the courtroom immediately. If you had this
Pardon
fight
me?
right,
That was before the
Don't
princess
get
went.
brazen with me.
now pull that up. But Schroeder would be on his heels with this one, just throwing shin kicks at him. You know what I mean? He'd hit him with a waffle or something. I don't know what Schroeder would do, but it would be bad. It plays right into the fact that Darrell Brooks here, this raging POS, is done everything he can, talking about what's not fair to him, what's not right to him, what's not this, what's not that. One of the let me show you this real fast. This, when you talk about what's not fair, this is the front of his car, you guys. This is the front of his car that he drove through a parade of people, killing 6 of them, including an 8-year-old little boy, not to take away from any of the other 5 victims, and injuring over 60 other people that have lifelong injuries. I mean, there was a little girl who had her internal organs were detached. She was in critical care, shattered her pelvis. I mean, the survivors didn't get a chance to live a normal life. And he's talking about the fairness and lawful law, if you will. And she's finally telling him, hey, this is your car. You did that. You drove through it. You're shackled because you're a raging asshat piece of crap, garbage human being. And we don't trust you to not do something stupid like attack one of these people that you've already attacked. Like the fact that he's calling his ex-girlfriend to the stand. And he's already beat her up multiple times, pimped her out. This is the same girl, and I've said this every day. This is the same girl that he was pimping. He was running her as a prostitute in Las Vegas when she was 15. He raped her and got her pregnant. One of his children is from this woman that he raped when she was 15 and was charged with rape, statutory rape of a child. This guy leverages himself as being some kind of like, Don of the courtroom. He's got some swagger because he's been given so much like leash. But I think that it would be nice if every once in a while they remind him that you are shackled to a desk and there is a taser attached to your foot. So keep talking and see what happens. It's the whole, metaphor of the lion in the jungle, and the other animals, yada, yada, yada. He's in the shade of the tree, he's sleeping. The other animals want to get some of that shade. They come circle around a little bit. They get a little closer. The lion lets them get a little closer, a little closer, a little closer. Now you got the animals all in the shade of the tree and they're hanging out and it's all comfy, cozy until one of the animals steps on his tail. The lion gets up and bites their head off. Just to remind him, hey, I'm still the king of the jungle here. You know what I mean? That type of thing where the judge needs to remind him, hey, this is still my courtroom. She allows him to go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Just bolstering up the fact that this dude was able to drive this car through that parade. And now he's able to just stand up there and scream at the attorneys. He basically tried to call out Opera to fight, the prosecuting attorney, the woman. He was, we can do this. We can do it. You want to get like this? Are you telling me? Or are you asking me? That whole, like, you're not going to tell me anything, defiant to the end. And then backing it into the corner of saying, well, it's unfair to me. I hear that. I mean, legit, it gives me like goosebumps. It makes my skin crawl to think that he feels in any way, shape, or form that he's not being given every possible opportunity to have the fair trial that he deserves. Shitty as it is to say, he deserves as as much as he doesn't, as a citizen of the United States of America, he's provided with these, certain liberties and freedoms and opportunities for speedy and fair trial by a panel of your peers, which are people there in Waukesha who are also affected by what you did. So, but he claims to be sovereign, which means that under the jurisdiction of the courts, he has the freedom to do whatever the hell he wants, because apparently when you're sovereign, this political movement says that people who oppose the taxation question legitimacy of government, and they believe they are not subject to the laws or courts, which is why he feels right now he can grandstand and do whatever he wants, because as he's pro se, as he said, he's self-representing. He's a third-party representative of Darrell Brooks. He's not Darrell Brooks, nor does he know anybody who identifies by that name. But to be clear, he's also facing 6 counts of first-degree intentional homicide, 61 counts of recklessly endangering the safety, 6 counts of hit and run involving death, 2 counts of felony bail jumping, and 2 counts of battery, all of which, like we keep talking about, add up to over 900 years at maximum leverage of penalty, plus 6 life sentences. But we have to let him speak, and we have to let him. I mean, that all of that to me feels like we're allowing too much. Like, put him in the other courtroom. He can do his questioning from there. And then, this is the hard part. We're almost subject to this, because if the judge isn't able to allow him these rights, if she doesn't allow him to kind of run the way he does, there's much more room of opportunity for him to say he wasn't able to have a fair trial because he was not given the same opportunities that he would have been given had he been anyone else, whatever it might have been. And this whole argument about the witnesses, the witness list, the judge has been fighting with him to give her a witness list for days now, since the beginning of the week. She said flat out, hey, the prosecution's getting ready to rest their case this week. It'll happen. Probably on Wednesday, it'll happen. We need to know your witnesses, who you're going to call, and we need to know the order in which you're going to call them. And he said, I might give you witnesses, but I'm not going to tell you what order I'm going to call them in. If for whatever reason, he's denying them to know the order in which you're going to call, because he doesn't want the state to be able to prepare their cross of these witnesses, some of which, I would say almost a third of them have already, well, 2 of them have already been on the stand as witnesses for the state, like Nicholas Kirby, not Nicholas Kirby, but his ex-girlfriend, the detective who was just called. One of the witnesses was the state of Wisconsin, who obviously denied to show because that's not how it works, much to the dismay of Darrell Brooks over here, who has been fighting that point for the whole time, trying to prove that an entity isn't allowed to represent anybody. And then the rest of the witnesses, he thought he would just put them on a list, call them in, get through what he can in one day, and then get to what he can in the next day, and just have these people, and people like his ex-girlfriend who he beat up, these victims, just sit in the hallway because it's another way for him to control them. No, we'll call them. I'll just have them sit in a room and wait for me. They're going to wait for me. That's his mode. And I guarantee when he's in his cell pacing, 6 paces one way, 5 paces the other way, in the other way, looking out the window of his little door there at everyone else that's outside of their cell that would love for him to come out. But again, he's on 23-hour lockdown in county right now, as they said flat out, for your protection. We're doing that for your protection, because even the people in jail right now in Waukesha County, like right now, would love a piece of him. You know what I mean? This guy he's been in there for a year, and I'm sure he's got his friends, his buddies, other derelicts that are that homogenize with someone like this. Not other people that are there getting reformed and doing their time to to get out and live better lives. People that are in there trying to basically help this guy move the needle along in the worst type of way. But he's getting his rocks off, being in control, being in the driver's seat of this case right now. He gets to be the man, and he's got this judge who, when you stand up and start leaning over a table and yelling at somebody, dare I say, that's some toxic masculinity. But in all fairness, when you go big, when somebody else is trying to level the playing field and keep it on an even keel, basically what you're saying is, if you evacuate any space, I'm going to occupy that space. I'm going to get big if you go small. And that's someone trying to dom up on another person. You know what I mean? And he feels that he can alpha up on everybody in that courtroom because he's the Johnny Swag lawyer. And the judge has to kind of bend to his whim, apparently, because she's trying to avoid a mistrial. She's trying to avoid any of the things that might happen, trying to avoid him opening the door for an easy appeal. So all these things he's doing are just putting all of us in a position where we have to watch this. I'm glad we get to see it, because we get to see the spectacle. If he had at any point in time just said, sorry, I did it. It was terrible. I don't know what I was thinking. It happened. And like I said yesterday, I pray God if I get sentenced to life 6 times over, that will bring some comfort and peace to the families that I hurt and the people that I killed and the injured, community. Let me see. So Veronica says, that's long right now. So right of the state to sue as parents patria. I'm not sure where we're going with that one, but yeah. So like you said, like Josie 10131 over on YouTube says, yep, judge is giving him leeway to give him no room for an appeal, and he's taking more and more and more. Yeah, absolutely. Sonia says they need to give him a little subtle taser. They need it. So he's shackled, right? And he mentioned it. He's shackled, and they have like an electrical cord hooked up to like a boat battery somewhere. They're just getting ready to hit him jump him with the paddles. You know what I mean? Waiting for him to step up and step out. And when he does that, when he like lurches, I wish that they would just once like, oh, my bad, I hit the button a little prematurely, my bad. But just let him know, like, hey man, you don't get to try to intimidate the judge. You don't get to try to intimidate anybody, But he's doing everything he can. They've given him every amount of leeway, every kind of opportunity to do everything he can here. You know what I mean? So CJ, this is what he's trying to do. Subject jurisdiction over to say he's not a person. Oh, okay, yeah, subject jurisdiction. So he's still going on saying that he's not a person. He's not a person that has any kind of. I think that goes into the sovereign nature, but he says the courts don't have any control over him. He's also saying that the state of Wisconsin, the plaintiff, isn't a real person, so they don't have any rights to actually leverage any charges against him. And then, okay, so Karen, here we go. So let's say what Karen says over on Facebook. Rush to judgment. One of the most common criminal defense themes is rush to judgment. The theme is repeated and reinforced through questioning of the witnesses, especially cops, to indicate that the police quickly decided who was guilty and didn't bother looking for the real perpetrator. The rush to judgment theory calls to question the credibility of investigating officers during a critical time in a case where the real criminal may ride out. And I'm sure there's more to it in here, Karen, but yeah, so you can only get so many comments in there. But yeah, so what we get is that basically what they're saying is they didn't do process. They didn't take their time to really investigate the scene. They didn't do everything they could to, litigate the case properly. Yeah, Jessica Brower, oops, sat on the remote, my bad. Was that in my pocket this whole time? I thought those were my keys. But this situation we're in right now is really a beautiful representation of the fact that his ignorance of the law is blazingly apparent right now. Yeah, there's a long 5 minutes. I wish we had, if I'd have known it was going to go longer, I had this interview with Nicholas Kirby that we could watch. And I might even, since they are taking their time, let me I'm going to take that up. That was the vehicle that he's defending himself over, that he drove through the crowd. He did that, and then he's still sitting back and saying, I'm not being afforded the fairness. And okay, so, and I said this yesterday, and I think that this is something that rides into this. He in this little clip, he basically said he had a falling out with his girlfriend at the time, or his hoe, as he said, and then all of a sudden he became a pedophile because she filed charges. And I had to make it clear, you became a pedophile when you raped a child, not when you got brought up on charges for it. You were a murderer when you murdered somebody, not when they caught you and tried you for obscene murder. Due process of law and everything, I get that. But
Is the audio on?
Where we're at right now is,
Your objections
like I
are
said,
for the record.
you're a car thief when you steal a car, not when you get brought up on Grand Theft Auto after they catch you for
So we're
stealing the
not
car.
going to address subject matter jurisdiction that has yet to
He
be proved
truly
for the
thinks
record.
maybe if they say I'm not guilty, if I get a mistrial or whatever,
I've proven it for the
maybe
record.
I'm not the bad guy that everyone says I am. Maybe I'm not the monster that everyone says I am. When he's bawling his eyes out, his opening statement, playing this alligator tear asshole.
Prosecution proven.
Anyway,
Oh, okay.
because there's no witnesses that for him. Suzanne says, does anybody know why he's calling witnesses that aren't against him?
Being a
Because-
public servant.
I was talking to my clerk. I didn't hear.
There's nobody in his
The
corner.
jury's coming in.
You heard what I asked.
Nobody knows
We
what
actually
X
did
is.
not.
Come on, Your Honor. Come on now. Come on now.
Come on now. Come on now.
We gotta cut that out. You know you have to prove subject matter jurisdiction. You know that. You have to honor your oath of office. You know that.
Did you just say mind-boggling?
Yeah, mind-boggling. You know, when things are so crazy, it gets your thoughts all trapped like in a bottle.
This is him the other day. Just kept saying,
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated.
mind-boggling, mind-boggling, mind-boggling.
The defense may call its next witness, please.
Give me 1 second. I'm trying to make sure I got the paperwork since I'm being rushed to judgment. That's not right. Oh, there you go.
So someone asked, he couldn't use sovereign citizen defense of using attorneys. Sharon, I'm not sure. Hey, Sharon, how you doing? I'm not sure exactly what you mean by that, but yeah, if using attorneys.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know, but
Defense calls Erica Patterson.
Erica Patterson isn't there.
Have her brought in.
Bro, she's the one that's
Being rushed to judgment.
since I'm being rushed to judgment. Erica Patterson's coming back. This is his ex-girlfriend. You guys remember when he beat up the detective just before them? And I don't think he likes the fact that she's coming in right after the fact that the detective was there talking about how he was called for an emergency call about him slapping her, beating her up, and doing all these things. You know what I mean? Then it's a rush to judgment because you have to call a witness. Man, come on, that's not how it works.
Good morning, Ms. Patterson. If you would please make your way to the witness stand.
Let's see if he
This is on
smiles
your
and
right.
wishes her happy birthday
Your
again.
call, it's up a riser. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand, and my coach, Teresa, who is across from you and on my left, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thank you. Please be seated. First thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last name for the record. Erica Patterson. Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Was it P-A-T-T?
I believe it's on the record from previously, but go ahead. You can spell your first and last name.
Trikapatterson.
He needed that extra little bit of time to get whatever notes in order. What relevant paperwork can you possibly have at this point, dude? I'm sifting through papers like he actually has something to look at. It's just okay. What?
When you're ready.
just in the comments or in thumbs up, thumbs down, do you feel like Darrell Brooks at this point? Do you think he feels he's winning the case? Just yes, no, thumbs up, thumbs down. I'm just curious to see where everyone's at right now, because we had an interesting split on that one earlier. And if there's anything, an emoji for doesn't care, maybe one of those will. Jamie, you think he thinks this? Yeah. No. Yeah. No. Texas, Lucas, Abigail, Carla say no. Natalia Coleman thinks that, yeah, he thinks he's winning. Yeah, Elaine, says he thinks he's winning. And this is not that you think he's winning, but that he thinks he is. He's not. Adam, yeah, he thinks he is. I'm mixed on it. I think he really does feel like he's got like a real leg to stand on, which blows my mind, because he's obviously not, a lot of no's, but there are those handful of yeses. And that's the thing is it's tough because part of this, I think it's.
Good morning, Miss Patterson.
Good morning.
Yeah. Norma thinks he does, yeah.
So what do you do for a living?
My CNA certificate.
I'm going to direct your attention to the evening of November 21st, 2021. Do you recall what you were doing that evening?
I was hanging out with my friend Claudia.
She's a CNA.
You came out there. That's when you fucking met me. That's before you separated from me with your friend. And then you got into argument.
Whoa.
That's what she was doing.
Answer the question. I think I kind of got a little ahead of.
I'll let you interrupt me, answer, and you can ask a follow-up.
Yes, this is the woman he raped when she was 15 and got pregnant.
The volume. So go ahead. Ask your question.
Same question.
You need the same answer.
What were you doing the evening of November 21st, 2021, before linking up with the alleged defendant?
He's gonna try to say. He's gonna try to say she was drinking and she was drunk.
And what were you and your roommate doing?
Mm-hmm.
Objection. Grounds for objection and grounds for.
He objects to their objection.
These words we did cover many of these topics previously, so if there's new topics, please go to those. I'll give you a little bit of leeway.
Don't. Why?
Lay some foundation. Go ahead, ask the question. The objection is from the state is overruled.
Say I don't remember.
Remember the question. You have to know what we're doing at the target party. Is that your question?
Yes.
You're drinking. I was using my card.
You could just say hanging out. You could just say that you were playing checkers. You know what I mean?
Do you recall around what time of the evening it was when you and your roommate arrived at the park?
I do not remember. You left where we were staying. Afternoon. Later on afternoon.
Do you recall having any phone interactions during that time when you and your roommate were at the park?
Phone interaction, yes.
Do you recall who they were with?
You.
What do you mean by you?
Darrell Brooks.
He objects to being called that name.
Is that usually the name you refer to the alleged defendant by?
Nope.
It's Boom Boom Dipshit. That's what I normally call you, Boom Boom Dipshit.
Would it be fair to say that during those phone interactions, there was talk of you guys meeting up? Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Do you recall, the best of your recollection, what time that would have been at?
No. I don't remember. It was throughout the day.
I'm sorry, are you making reference to the phone conversations being throughout the day?
Yes.
So at some point, would it be fair to say that you did meet up with alleged?
Sorry, I realize, I guess we're having some sound issues. Is that happening right now?
Do you recall if you were still at the park during that time, or had you moved locations?
How is it? Does it sound okay now?
And was your roommate still present with you at that time?
No, she left.
Is it good?
I stayed at the park and she drove away.
Do you recall who that friend was?
Let me fix this real quick, guys. Sorry, I gotta fix it.
The meetup with the alleged defendant, things got a little chaotic. That'd be fair to say?
Yes.
And do you recall if at that point you were still at the park?
When we met up,
Yes.
well, we were at the park for a second, then we drove around.
Are we good now?
Where did you drive to?
Around, then me and you, Mr. Brooks, were arguing in the car. We went up this street, it's like a hill, went up there, and then me and you got into an altercation. I got out of the car, walked back towards Frame Park.
Wait, again.
Hold on, she's answering your question.
You asked her
where you drove around. Go ahead.
What?
Yes, ma'am. And then I was walking down the street when I left your car. And that's when you followed me, and I walked back towards Frame Park. And you were following me.
Made reference to walk back to Frame Park.
I don't know the exact street name. It was the walk back down the hill. I don't know the exact street name.
Did you at any time, sorry, did you at any time during your travels back to Frame Park, did you at any time notice that there was something going on in the area?
No. When I got to Frame, I was too worried about walking back to Frame Park. When I got to Frame Park after I left it, that's when I realized there's something going on.
Sorry about that, guys. Lost about 100 people, but hopefully they'll come back. Share the stream out if you would, guys. I don't know what was going on with that. I had to reset, stop it, restart it.
And did you ever arrive back at Frame Park?
Yes.
And what did you do when you arrived back at Frame Park?
I called my friend Corey and told her that me and Mr. Brooks got into an altercation. Mr. Brooks was following me. I went back to the SUV, the car, and you argued with me somewhere. I walked back across the street, and by that time, Miss Corey had walked toward us to meet up with me.
You made reference to you calling your friends.
Mhm.
Do you recall? Well, let me back up a little bit. Did you call your friend Corey or the friend that she had left you to hang out with?
Corey's phone, I kept calling her phone kept going to voicemail, and I called Nick's phone. He put Corey on the phone. I said, Darrell Brooks had just hit me.
So when I unmute, that's when we have issues.
I'm going to back up a little bit, if I may, to the day prior, November 20th of 2021. Do you recall what you were doing that day?
Staying at the shelter at first. I was arguing still with Mr. Brooks all throughout the day. Me and Corey had left, and Corey and I stepped away, and I went back to Frame Park. On the Frame Park, that's where I met you at. Me and you also got into argument that day, but we didn't drive around. We're at the Frame Park.
So you're saying that you and the alleged defendant were together the day of November 20th, 2021?
Yes.
Do you recall around what time that was?
I do not remember.
And you stated you were briefly with your friend Corey that day?
Yeah, but she went a whole different direction. She didn't come to Frame Park with me. She turned on a whole different street right before Frame Park.
Do you recall at any time on November 21st of 2021 being interviewed by a Detective Guth?
Yep.
And do you recall giving a recorded report at that time?
I don't remember.
Do you recall if you had given Detective Guth all the details of the alleged incident on November 20th of 2021?
I didn't give him all the details, but I did the next day when I seen him.
I'm just curious if this is any better.
Funny. Were you aware that it was reported there was in fact no incident on November 20th, 2021?
That's not true.
Objection, move to strike the answer and the question.
Grounds.
Lack of personal knowledge, hearsay.
Sustained. I'll strike the question and the answer. The reason stated, sir, rephrase, or
So can I show the witness the same paperwork that I attempted to show?
no.
And why not?
Not relevant.
How's it not relevant when that was just testified to? Wouldn't that be opening the door?
No. Next question.
Any reason why it would be reported no incident happened on November 20th of 2021?
Same objection.
Grounds.
Since facts not in evidence, sustained.
Grounds for the sustain.
The record speaks for itself.
So upon speaking to Detective Goof during the first interview, do you recall why you were not forthright with information?
It wasn't that I was not forthright, I just didn't tell him everything right away.
Why not?
I don't know, Mr. Brooks.
When speaking with a law enforcement officer, would it be fair to say that you should be truthful and honest?
I was very truthful. I just didn't tell him everything at once. I told him the next day, Mr. Brooks.
And in the alleged incident on November 20th of 2021, were you injured?
No. Well, you did hit me a little, like a little.
Were you injured?
No, I didn't have any marks on me. Is that what you're asking?
So where were you injured?
By my lip?
Objection, states the evidence.
Grounds.
I believe the witness understood the question. She answered it. It may stand.
Did your roommate observe any injuries from the alleged incident on November 20th, 2021?
She knew about it, but there's nothing visible on my face.
Do you know if your roommate had spoken with law enforcement about these alleged incidents
I
from
don't know.
November 20th of 2021 and November 21st of 2021?
I don't know.
Did she ever tell you yourself that she was interviewed by any law enforcement?
I don't remember.
One second. So what time did you meet up with the alleged defendant on November 20th, 2021?
I don't remember.
Was it morning time? evening
Afternoon.
time? I didn't hear that.
Afternoon.
Trying to get this audio worked out for you guys.
And what were you doing prior to the alleged meeting up with the alleged defendant?
Objection.
Grounds.
Asked and answered.
Sustained.
Grounds for the sustain.
Asked and answered.
When?
Next question, please.
When was it answered? So to the best of your recollection, you can't recall why an alleged incident on November 20th of 2021 was reported to never happen.
Objection.
Grounds.
Same reasons as the previous objections.
Since facts not in evidence, it's characterizes her prior testimony and irrelevant.
I object to that respectfully and
Next
perhaps for a
question.
legal finding of fact and a legal reconsideration of that ruling, Your Honor.
Denied. Noted for the record. Next question, please.
I'm trying to figure out how something got pulled out of thin air. Interesting.
Interesting.
So it would be fair to say that you have a child in common with the alleged defendant. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Yeah, is that the only child in common?
Yes.
You have any other children?
Objection.
It has
Grounds.
nothing to do with the case. Sorry. I'm
Hold
so
on, there's
young.
been an objection. Not relevant. Sustained.
Grounds for the sustain?
The record speaks for itself. Next question.
What was the record speaking for itself? I didn't hear it.
Not relevant.
How is it not relevant?
Next question, please.
How is it not relevant? The child that you have in common with the alleged defendant, how old is that child?
15.
Do you keep regular contact with that child?
Off and on.
This is messed up because he's doing this just to dig at her. This has nothing to do with the
About
case.
I'll object.
Grounds.
This is not relevant.
Not relevant.
Prosecution needs to
Sustained.
step the hell up and like knock
It's
this
not
down
relevant, sir.
because he's just a straight up badgering her now, trying to make her feel terrible.
She answered it.
Next question, please.
And the child in common that you have with the alleged defendant, does that child live with you?
No.
Objection.
Grounds.
Relevance.
Grounds.
Sustained, not relevant. You don't have to answer that.
Do any of your children live with you?
Objection.
Grounds.
Come on, man. Seriously?
Sustained.
Enough, just enough. It's time. That has nothing to do with the case, and he's doing this just to make her feel bad
Not
about
relevant.
her choices. The fact that he raped her when she was 15 and got her pregnant.
That goes to credibility, Your Honor. So how's it not relevant?
The objection has been sustained.
For relevancy. I object to that and would like to inform you that I intend to appeal that decision unless you want to give a legal reconsideration of that ruling.
Noted for the record, I direct your attention to 906.16. And the basis for the objection being sustained does not fall within the categories listed. Next
Like,
question.
hated him before, but now.
Is that lawful law?
Next question, please, sir.
I'm getting there. This is lawful law.
Wisconsin State Statute 906.16.
That doesn't answer my question, but okay.
Lawful law. Lawful law. Yeah, that's a term that you're using. Lawful law. It's lawful law. It's legals. Yeah, what is lawful law, Diane? It's lawful law. Come on. Yeah.
Where did you meet the alleged defendant?
Reno, Nevada.
How long have you known the alleged defendant?
Lawful
16
law.
years.
You made reference to meeting in Nevada. Do you recall where you met at in Nevada?
This has nothing to do with the case.
No. I remember.
Back in Nevada, where he was running her as a prostitute when she was, I think, 15.
In relation to the alleged incident on November 21st of 2021, would it be fair to say that there's been no contact between you and the alleged defendant?
Not since then, no.
That last answer was kind of low. Did you say no?
I said no, not since then.
So that would mean, assuming that would mean no contact at all via phone or anything like that.
No.
So my question would be, I don't know if you can see them from here, but do you recognize these pictures?
You need to show those to the state. The bailiff will take them. That's not proper procedure, sir.
I'm gonna object to those being shown as a witness. They have no relevance whatsoever to this trial.
Yes, they do. And
Sustained.
I'm getting to how they have relevance.
They've also never been disclosed to the state before this moment.
Sustained.
Sustain why?
Not relevant.
They are relevant. It creates foundation. And I can prove that.
I'll take up the issue outside the presence of the jury at the conclusion of this witness, and if need be, bring the witness back in. But next question, please.
And these need to be offered into evidence as well. You stated that there's been no contact. How would the alleged defendant obtain photographs from you if there's been no contact?
Objection.
Grounds.
Fact not in evidence.
Grounds.
Sustained. Assumes facts not in evidence, not relevant.
How's it not relevant? Photos just
This
don't
isn't a no
pop up
contact.
out of the blue.
Mr. Brooks assumes facts not in evidence,
No, it's-
and any, and
it's
at
facts.
this
I
point,
got the pictures
conduct
right here.
after
Facts.
the alleged date of violation here, it's not relevant.
Alleged violation.
You're
the record.
correct. After the date charged, that the dates that are charged for these allegations, you are absolutely correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have you, since the evening of November 21st of 2021, have you attempted to contact the alleged defendant?
Objection.
Objection.
Grounds.
Relevance.
Grounds.
I'm gonna excuse the jury.
Oh, here we go.
I'll rise for the jury.
He's trying to make this about a no contact order, basically. He's pushing to say like, oh, well, you weren't allowed to have contact with me, but you still had contact with me. So, which is in place from him beating her up. But it's an NCO. But it's irrelevant.
Think you be seated?
All funny. Your Honor, I find
Oh,
it.
hold on.
I wonder, does the witness get released
All right, sir, I'm
with
gonna
the
let you
jury?
make an offer of proof to why you believe the photographs and the questioning about contact after the alleged incident is relevant.
It's relevant because these were sent by the witness.
It assumes a fact, not an evidence, but
You
what
want
is,
the letter
hold
too?
on, hold on. Tell me the basis you believe there's been communication and why you believe it's relevant to
It's,
her
it's
testimony.
relevant because it was testified to her first time testifying, and then also by was the last guy, Guth, that he was told that the witness was supposed to be so deeply afraid of me and all this type of stuff. So if you're so deeply afraid and worried about somebody and this and that, why would you
Sir,
need
do
to
you
have
want to
contact?
open up the door to the other acts
That
evidence?
has nothing to
of
do
That's
with
not
this.
opening.
No.
That's not
Hear me
opening the
out.
door.
Hear me out. Oh, yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
These witnesses have been incredibly careful to abide by my rulings. Sometimes in a court of law, when there are pretrial rulings, the testimony of a witness needs to be said in such a way not to run afoul of that. This witness, Detective Guth, I believe Detective Casey and others, Corey Runkle, and even Nicholas Kirby yesterday, this court has all had to stop them so that they didn't run afoul, or they stopped themselves so that they didn't run afoul of the court's pretrial ruling on other acts evidence between you and this witness. And I have been very, very careful to make sure that doesn't come in. But if you're questioning her about whether she's afraid or not, or
I
why
didn't
she wouldn't
question her
have
about that.
contact or not,
I didn't
you are
question her about
opening
that.
the door to that testimony.
That's what he
All
just
my
said.
rulings
How
have
does-
been made to prevent what
does
could be
pictures
seen
work?
as prejudicial evidence. The standard's not prejudicial. The standard's whether it's unfairly prejudicial.
It's
But you
unfairly
can
prejudicial.
open the door
Your
to
Honor,
that,
It's
sir.
unfairly prejudicial that I have a document stating that November 20th never even happened, but yet and still the
Then
witness can
have
get on
you
the
turned
stand
that
and lie on the
document
stand.
over to the state?
Come on, man. Y'all know that's not right.
It
Y'all know that's not right.
then you need to immediately turn it over to the state right now. It may become relevant, but no one has seen it. When did you receive the
so
document?
what-
Hold on. When did you?
when-
I'm having you make an offer. When did you receive the
Okay,
document?
but that, I just want to state for the record, Your Honor, that's kind of biased because the state did the same thing
So, Matt-
yesterday with creating an exhibit right on the fly that didn't even exist that I didn't have. But
That's
then,
not true. That's a
no,
misstatement of the
that is
evidence.
true.
No.
She said it herself.
No, marking an exhibit is not creating an
No,
exhibit.
not marking the exhibit. She said
We're not
that
going to go
essentially-
down a tangent, sir.
All right,
I'm going
I'm
to
not gonna
focus
argue
on
with
this
you,
and I'm
but
going to
it's
give
not
you the
fair.
opportunity
It's
to
not
make
fair.
a record.
It's not
All right.
fair. It's not fair. Your Honor.
When did you receive this document that you claim was sent by this witness?
It's not claimed. It's for a fact.
Sir, it hasn't been established yet. I need to make a
So
record.
do y'all want
I
the
wanna
letter?
see
Y'all want
the
the
letter.
envelope? What?
I want to see the letter
Okay, so I
and
got.
I want to know
I gotta
when you
bring that in.
received
I
it.
gotta bring that in. Every time this is what I don't get. Every time I'm presenting something that needs to be made for the record and placed in the evidence, it's a problem. But the state can do it, no problem.
It's not,
That's
sir,
right.
there
How
are
you do
proper
it.
procedures and
Okay,
I
that
want
was-
you to
that
make
was the
a
proper
record.
procedure.
If you don't make a record,
So
then
what?
I can't make a
It
ruling.
threw people off the loop. They weren't ready for it. They scared of it. That's what it is. Come on, man.
He's showing
Mr.
off for
Brooks.
his,
Come on, man.
for his
Stop.
ex right now.
You
Stop
aren't
Stop
even
it.
letting
You're a
me
public
ask the
servant, Your Honor.
questions.
I respect your courtroom. I
You
respect you. You're a public servant, though. Your job is to be the referee. Is it or is it not? You stated so yourself on record that your job is being the umpire.
Your Honor, can I ask Ms. Patterson to be excused?
Yes, you can be excused. My apologies.
My apologies too, but it needs to be some truth. Especially when we're talking about stuff that didn't even happen, but they're allowed to get on the stand and say that it happened when they know it didn't happen.
So let me
Shocking.
I'm
Get
going to
it.
make a record
Get it.
about what
This
he's
is
referring
ridiculous,
to in
man.
count 77. Okay. The
And what happened to that paper? Because it was on the table. Then when I
Mr.
come
Brooks,
back in,
I
it's
need to
nowhere
make a
be found.
record of a variety of
So who
things.
took my paper?
And you keep interrupting me repeatedly today. I have shown an abundance of patience this morning. I've warned you repeatedly about being removed from the courtroom. And then every time I try to get into it, you, meaning an explanation and make a record, you interrupt, you attempt to divert everyone from what is being done this very second.
I didn't attempt to do anything.
Yes, you do it repeatedly, sir.
Whatever.
So you're doing it once again.
Whatever. Just make your record.
The document that Mr. Brooks wanted to show Detective Guth and
This
this
guy.
witness was a letter sent from the state of Wisconsin to the court regarding count 77. The state sought to dismiss that count and they have prosecutorial discretion. And I granted the request that the charge be dismissed.
Why was the charge dismissed?
And that's, I can't answer. It was dismissed because the request was made, sir. They don't need a reason. There's an abundance of case law about prosecutorial discretion. And they chose not to pursue that. My guess
Your
is
Honor,
maybe
with all
to
respect.
simplify things and to keep this tidy. I don't know. You know what? I'll indulge you.
Oh,
Attorney Upper,
Ken,
would you like
thank
to
you, man.
provide a basis for why the state sought dismissal of that charge prior to the start
Yeah,
of this
Josie,
trial?
this is nothing to do. Her
Yes, Your Honor,
testimony so
because
far has
as Ms.
nothing to do with the
Patterson
trial.
just testified a short while ago, she did not have any visible marks or injuries from that event. And we did have the photographs of her injuries. We did not want to confuse the record as to whether or not there was a battery that occurred on November 20th.
Your Honor, I object to that. What does the letter read?
You have the letter. You showed it to me,
I
sir.
tried, yeah, and I've been trying to find it ever since I came back in, and now all of a sudden I can't.
And now
find it.
you're impugning, though, like somehow you're impugning the integrity of this court,
No,
of
I'm
the
not.
bailiffs of this state. You're accusing, frankly, everyone
Did I
of
point
moving
the
your
finger?
papers.
Did I point the finger at anyone? Did I say anyone did anything?
Not directly, but indirectly you did,
So
sir.
how can you make
You
the assumption
made-
that I'm saying?
Can
that
I
I'm
please
pointing to
make the
someone?
record without
Yes,
you
yes,
interrupting
you may.
me?
Yes, you may. I
Thank you for giving
I
us permission.
appreciate that. Thank you. But you made repeated comments, sir, about I can't find my documents. I don't know what happened. Things of that nature. When you came back out, you took multiple minutes before you even asked your first question of Ms. Patterson.
It's all a show.
And if I need to, I'll have a
It's all a
bailiff
show.
put on the record that no one touched your table.
Your Honor, did I say anyone touched my table?
For real, Brandon.
I
You
didn't say you,
implied it, sir.
but did I say that?
You
never
stated
said,
it implicitly.
I never asked the bailiffs, hey, did any one of you touch my table? I never said that to them. I just said, I can't find my paper, which is the truth.
You
And
said,
the way
"Who
that
took
you
my paper?"
said it, like,
I didn't point anyone
With a-
out
with-
though.
and like,
I
well,
don't-
that's
Come on,
kind
don't
of
argue
interesting. I
semantics,
don't
guy.
have a
That's fair to
document that was
assume.
just on my table. That is what you said.
That's
Words
what
to
I
that
said, but
effect.
I did not point the finger at anyone.
So
I can
you
see
have
if
the
I
letter.
came in, Your Honor, with
You've
all
been
respect,
given.
I can see if I came in and said, hey, one of you moved something off my table, or if I would have directed that towards the state, or if I directed that towards the clerks or something like that, then that would be more of a validity to what you're saying.
Please do explain.
I need to continue with the record, sir. It's very apparent to me, sir, that every time, I can't say every time because that would be an absolute, but many times throughout this trial, and especially the last 2 days, when the court makes a ruling that you disagree with, or I want to make a record about some behavior of yours, or a further record about a ruling that you that was not in your favor, that you start peppering me with questions or comments, statements. You question me about the law. You ask, is it verified law? It is, from my perspective, a clear attempt to kind of turn us in a direction away from what we're doing, perhaps even to stall and to delay.
I'm sorry
That's
you
my
feel that way.
perspective. That I'm making a rule. You're doing it again.
I mean, because it has no validity.
So I am trying to make a record outside the presence of the jury about a line of questioning you want to ask Ms. Patterson. Now, I've reviewed repeatedly up on the bench 90608 and 90616, which are two of the primary ways you can attack credibility. I've referenced one of those previously. 90608 is evidence of character and conduct of a witness. I'm not going to read through it all, but it's limited to character for truthfulness or untruthfulness. It's not specific instances of conduct. It's character evidence, which frankly wouldn't even come from the witness who's testifying. All right. Then there's the statute on bias, 90616. All right. And none of the questions, as I heard them, went to a permissible topic under bias of witnesses. You generally said credibility. You did not give me any further explanation as to why you believed it was relevant to credibility. Now we have you claiming that there's some document that was sent by the witness after the charges were filed that apparently contained photographs. I think, and you can clarify the record momentarily when I'm done, that you believe goes to the credibility of this witness. So I need to ask a few questions about that, sir, to determine whether it has relevance to those issues. Number one, when did you receive this letter?
I received this multiple letters actually over a period of time. It wasn't, I referred to this one because this one had the pictures. But
and why do you believe
one,
it was from
to
Ms.
answer your
Patterson?
question, to answer your question with clarity.
Thank you. Does it have a date on it? The letter?
No, I didn't bring the letter. I brought the pictures because I thought, from my interpretation, I thought showing the pictures would be okay. How did it?
Or a dated letter would be more credible, right?
So my mind was saying, show the pictures. They didn't come out of thin air.
It could have been sent by your mom.
The witness
We need
knows
the
that
letter.
they sent me the pictures. They know that.
Well, again, it assumes facts that aren't here. You're assuming this witness sent it. I don't know. But even if she did, what relevance does it have to her credibility before this jury?
It goes to the credibility because she's put on this facade of being so afraid of someone, but yet still, you know that we're not supposed to have contact, but you still sneaking behind and saying, oh, I wonder how you're doing in jail. Oh, this and this and that.
I
Oh,
don't think
you know, I
she's
still
ever
love
said
you.
she was
Oh,
afraid. I
ooh,
think
ooh.
that
Yeah,
was the
that was
officers
your-
who may have
Your terminology as well.
stated that, but I don't
Also-
believe she
But-
ever said that. She
Well, I didn't bring the
specifically
letter.
said today when you asked her why
Mm.
did you, it was either why did you go back or why did you have, I'll look at my notes. And
It
she
was
said,
why.
I don't know.
It was why weren't you forthright with all the details? That was the question.
So again, I'm gonna ask you, even if this letter's from her, these pictures are from her, how does it
Your
relate to
Honor.
her credibility before the
Who
jury?
else could it be? Who else could these pictures be from?
I'm gonna ask you point blank, did you get a letter that's signed from her?
I got. What do you mean sign? No
How
one
do you know,
signs letters.
what's your, why do you have a belief that they are from her?
I have multiple letters from her.
You're not answering my question.
Where?
Why do you
Where are
believe the
they?
letters are from Erica Patterson?
Because they were sent from Erica Patterson.
Interesting that
Why
the letter's
else
not
would I-
there.
Were they signed by her?
What do you mean sign?
Did she write her name on the letter? Was
Are
it the
you-
content
are you
of the
kidding me?
letter? No, I'm not kidding you. I need
Real
to make a
question.
record.
Real
So
question.
you're making a statement that these letters are from her and that they're relevant to her credibility.
Your Honor, I'm gonna go out on the limb here.
And I'm asking you why you hold that opinion.
I'm gonna go out on the limb here and assume, which I know is true, you've never been in my position. You've never been in jail. So you've never received a letter from someone writing someone in jail. No one is gonna when you
You're
say
not
to me,
answering my
when you
question,
say to me,
sir. What's the basis why you believe they're from Miss Patterson? Is there some information in them that only she would know? Did she sign the letters? Is it penmanship that you recognize? Why do you believe they're from her as opposed to somebody else sending you information? Could be your mom, could be, I'm just saying,
why
could be
was
anybody
somebody-
else.
This is,
You got to answer my question. It's
Your
called an
Honor,
offer of
this-
proof.
but you still got to understand why this is mind-boggling to me. Like how I got a child with this woman. Why would I not know her handwriting? Why would I not?
Did you just say mind-boggling?
Yeah.
Sir, that might be
This
through
is
your own
ridiculous.
testimony. So that I'm trying to figure out why
Yeah.
you believe they're from her, not all this other stuff
Are
about
you
I'm in jail
serious?
and I have a child. I'm trying to, I need to know. It's called an offer of proof.
Are you serious?
What do you believe? Why do you believe they're from her? I am serious. I need you to
Because
answer.
they're from her.
But you're assuming
Like
that.
how else am I supposed to answer that?
I've given you a few reasons why it would lend to that opinion.
So it has to be put in a legal
The
term
bottom
or
line is I
something?
need the letter. So if you're going to question her on that, the state absolutely has a right to see the letter. So you need to provide that letter. The bottom line is I'm not going to allow any questioning without having that letter.
So
The
what
state
about-
has the ability to question you about that or question this witness and to look at the veracity of what your claims are here. So I may take an early lunch. If that's in your cell, then you can go get it and bring it. But without that letter, I'm not allowing this line of questioning. Do you have the letter with
So-
you in court?
I just said no. How many
Okay.
times I got to say the same thing on record?
You know, sometimes, sir, I don't hear what you say because you interrupt me so much or you answer quietly. And I'm taking notes and I'm focused on probably a dozen things at the same time.
But if I say something under my breath, everybody seems to hear it. Everybody seems to hear
In a
that just
quiet
fine.
courtroom,
And everybody
yes, we can
assumes,
hear it very
and
clearly.
everybody assumes that it has to be disparaging. Or,
Once again, you're doing this tactic. where you
because
try to
it's not a
go
tactic,
off of
it's
what we're
facts.
talking
It's
about
facts.
to some other reason.
It's facts. Because
some
I
other
find it
thing.
hard to believe that
I'm going to
all
let
of
the
a sudden
state.
nobody hears what I say.
I'm going to let the
Come on,
state
man,
make
stop.
a record of why they
Stop.
believe it's objectionable because I haven't let them do that. I've given you multiple opportunities to tell me why you
So
believe
I
it's.
didn't get these pictures from nobody else. Why was
The
somebody
record will
else
reflect you have two pictures that you believe were from this witness.
that I know is from
No, that you believe.
that I know?
All right. I'll ask the state their position on all of this.
My position, Your Honor, is that these pictures, first of all, should not be admissible. One, because of a discovery violation. We've never seen them before. Two, because we have reason to believe that he did not get them from Erica Patterson. He is on a jail phone call talking to his mother, Dawn Woods. about Dawn Woods sending these photographs to him. Now,
That's a lie. I object to
Let the
that.
state make their
Like I said, it
argument
probably got
without
sent in by his
interrupting.
mom.
That's a lie though.
3, I believe that these photographs are designed to make a suggestion to the jury that Erica Patterson is a bad mom. I think that is what the defendant is trying to do. And if we're going to go down that road, then we would be forced to counter that claim. First of all, it doesn't make her an incredible witness, if it's even true. And second of all, if we go down that road, we would be forced to counter that claim by pointing out that not only does the defendant not live with the child in question, he doesn't live with any of the other children that he has. He impregnated Erica Patterson when she was a minor in Nevada. And for doing so, he was convicted of statutory sexual seduction, pled guilty in March of 2007 to that felony offense, and is a sex offender on the registry as a result. So if there's any causation that would lead to Erica Patterson being a bad mom, Mr. Brooks has a direct role in that causation.
And that's
Furthermore,
I object to that.
Oh,
That's
I
a
know my
lie.
breath on
Because
Let
at
him
the end
finish.
of the day,
Let him
Thank you.
finish.
we're gonna open the door on that. No, since he want to make a record and not be accurate, so let's be accurate on the record. Since you think you know so much,
That's on.
Once
me.
so
again,
we can
Mr.
open the
Brooks
door
is
on.
being
We can open the door on how old she told me she was when we met.
interrupting.
We can ask
He's-
that
he
question
is
too. Then
over
Bring
the
it up,
top
sir.
animated
Did you
right
know
now.
that?
Would you
Mr.
appeal that
Brooks,
case?
I'm ordering you to sit down and to
Sorry.
let the state
no,
finish.
I'm not
I'll
going to
break
sit here
this.
and let somebody be inaccurate on the record and lie on the record.
Right. Under
Well, the
Illinois
record shows
versus
you got
Allen, I
convicted of
warned
it,
him
so,
repeatedly. He's being
you know.
removed from the courtroom. And you know what? Let me dial that back. We're just going to take an early lunch, 1 hour. We'll be back. And unless he brings that letter and he
Don't
can
sit
show
there and try
it
to
is
think you know what's
inadmissible,
going
she will
on.
not be questioned. And under 906.11, I will
Then you gonna
declare
talk
the
about
cross-examination.
you don't know where,
closed.
You don't know where, what
Thank
happened
you.
at
We're
the
in
time
recess,
for all this
1
happened,
hour.
bruh. Get your facts straight. So let's open the door on all of it again, so we can get all of it on the record.
It is on
Since you
record,
think you
dude.
know so much. Did you know she said she was 18 when I met her? Did you know that?
Nobody cares. Convicted. Yeah, you went through this process already, pal. You went through the process. You went through it. The process was that you had another trial and you were found guilty of statutory rape of a minor. That you were running as a prostitute. And then you got pregnant. And somehow you believe this 15-year-old little girl was 18. You think that that's what happened. He's going to try to convince the courts that's what happened. That's ridiculous. Obviously, that's not how it worked out because the courts already figured out what happened. The courts went through this process with him already. And now we're sitting here having to deal with hearing him talk all this nonsense about, getting all the facts. Well, the facts are what the facts are. The facts are already out there. We already know what the facts are. That you were found guilty, man. You were found guilty, and God willing, they're going to do the same here. Yeah, one of the other things I want to show you guys here was Kevin, thank you for sending me the clip. I haven't had a chance to pull it up yet, but I'm going to go ahead and take a look at it. Yeah, this was, if you guys remember Nicholas Kirby from yesterday, he was the one who was with Corey, she's the bunkmate, if you will, with Erica Patterson here. Let's make sure that's right. So he is Mrs. Patterson. She was Mrs. Patterson's bunkmate at the women's shelter that she was living out. And this is when this whole fight went down on the night of the 21st, prior to Darrell Brooks driving through the parade. And then Nicholas Kirby testified yesterday, and he was it looks like the second witness that Darrell Brooks called. Didn't help his case. Nicholas Kirby was ready to climb over the desk at him. But this was an interview that they had with Nicholas Kirby just outside of the jail, or out of the courthouse after that interview went down. And let me show this to you guys real quick here. And there we go. And the interview was done with local affiliate, I believe local Fox affiliate out there. So FLX, yeah, Fox local extension. Okay, so, what are we doing? And let's run.
Extension. Reach local viewers down to the zip. Across Flex and 150
Well,
plus.
apparently there's a little bit of an advertisement.
We connect the dots.
But hey, if you guys are in the area
customer
and you want to watch
insights
the local
help
extension on
reach
Fox,
your goal.
there you go.
Connectwithflex.com.
Well, first of all, what was it like just being called to testify for Brooks's defense?
Honestly,
I can't hear him at all. Can you?
trying to hold back a lot of rage. Took a lot not to want to jump over
Yeah,
the
I can't
table.
hear him.
Is there any doubt in your
I'm going
mind
to
that he was
assume
guilty?
that
He's absolutely 100% guilty, but this delay process that he's trying to
yeah.
do and pick
Let's
apart
do a different one.
scenes bit by bit and fraction by fraction is
Reason
not
the
going to
audio
help
on
him
this is
whatsoever.
garbage.
What do you think? I mean, just based on the
Can
question.
you guys hear? No, we'll pull another one up here. I got you guys. No worries. No worries here. Oh, you guys can hear it? Oh, my bad. Sorry, not sorry. I got you right here, though. All right. And I might have the same effect on my end, but either way, we're going to watch this movie right quick. Right quick right now. Okay. Let's try this one more time.
Well, first of all, what was it like just being called to testify for Brooks's defense?
Honestly, trying to hold back a lot of rage. Took a lot not to want to jump over the table.
Is there any doubt in your mind that he's guilty?
He's absolutely 100% guilty, but this delay process that he's trying to do and pick apart scenes bit by bit and fraction by fraction is not going to help him whatsoever.
What do you think? I mean, just based on the questions that he asked you today, what do you think his defense is? It's very unclear at this point.
His defense isn't unclear to me. His defense is delay and confused. That's all he's doing. He's trying to use what was first said to me right after a traumatic event happened to where at that point, which all my thoughts were jumbled when I was giving the detectives, you know, I still had a lot of stuff, going through my head at that point in time when I was talking to those detectives. And I think he tried to take advantage of that and realized that he couldn't.
When you encountered him by the SUV with Erica and Corey, what was going through your mind then? Was it a scary situation just for you being in his presence?
No, it wasn't scary for me being in his presence. I've faced guys like him before in my life. I was more worried about Erica. I was more worried about Corey. I never for a second thought that this man would drive down a parade route. All I told him was, you need to leave. The police have been called. You need to get out of here. And like I told Court TV, and like I will tell everyone till the day I die, to everyone who is suffering from this, I feel like this is my fault because I told him he needed to leave. I feel like he may have panicked in that moment when it was a very scary moment for him. And when he heard the sirens, he knew law enforcement was coming and he took a wrong direction. But if he ultimately did make that decision to take human life, then that's on him. The regret that I have is that I didn't do something more. I would have put my life in danger and had my life taken in order to save every single one of those people. And that's something I can't do anymore because now he's locked up.
When you said you live downtown, right? So, I mean, this was impactful to you just as a resident of Waukesha.
Yes, it was.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
So
I'm muted. So that was a video from yesterday. My bad, I was muted there. Of Nicholas Kirby, who was with the group, Corey and his ex-girlfriend, Erica Patterson. Erica Patterson, again, when they said they're going to open the door for that, and this is what they're talking about, is how they were in Nevada back in 2006, and he was arrested and convicted for statutory rape of a minor this was the child that, that he raped, which is Erica Patterson. And let me show you guys that video here real quick. And are you guys still unable to hear me? Can you not hear me right now? Yeah, I don't know what's going on with my mic action here. Let's try this again. Can you hear me now? I don't know if it's something to do with something, but well, here, I'll play the clip. Maybe that'll help. You guys can watch this, and then I'll try to figure out my mic. I'm not sure. I'm having technical hiccups here. The ghost in the house, I guess. Okay.
And now I'm a pedophile. Let me explain that. 10 years ago, 2006, I caught a case with my oldest daughter's mama. Yes, my baby mama. She's from Oakland. I was busting moves in Nevada. I meet the bitch. She says she want to get down, so I'm pimping on the bitch. I take her to Nevada. You know what I'm saying? I get cracked. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know the bitch was 16 at the time. She gave a statement to the police and told them, yeah, she was hoeing, that I was pimping, and that she was 16, and that I didn't know that. Okay? And then as soon as we fall out, all of a sudden, now I'm a pedophile. Let me explain.
Well, yeah, you're a pedophile because you raped a child. So, yeah, those are the facts, dude. You did it. You know what I mean? That's it. So that's, and this is Erica Patterson that we're talking about, where he has a conviction for being a sex offender, for the statutory rape of a child, even though he says, oh, she told me she was 18 when she was 16, when really she was 15. Stop, dude, stop. Take a stop here, man. Just pump the brakes, because you know that you're groping for anything you can find right now that'll hopefully give you, a leg up on anything right now. And it's sad, man, because people have been stuck having to listen to this guy's rhetoric about, that was him talking about the charges that he got for the statutory rape of Erica Patterson. Nicholas, if you guys couldn't hear me before, the other video was Nicholas Kirby yesterday. Yeah, I know that I was having a mute issue. I don't know what's going on. Sorry, my mic was messed up. Can you guys hear me now? Are we good now? Hopefully. Here, you guys good? Yeah, let me know. Let me go ahead and this video is from day before yesterday when he got 54 outbursts, and this is the judge just kind of talking about it. So hopefully the audio on my end is working now, and we're good. Okay. Yeah, he's just been yelling in court all day. He said he lied on record when he stated she was 18. Yeah. Yeah, this one is getting to me too. Yeah, okay, I'm glad you guys can hear me. So I'm gonna go. I know we've played this before, and you guys have been watching with me, but there's most videos we've seen. I'm gonna pull up another clip while we're watching this one. But this was from the other day when when the judge finally took I was trying to hash mark him too, how many outbursts, but this was the judge actually keeping track of how many times he.
I've taken the jury out at this point to admonish you that any further mumbling under your breath or not recognizing when I uphold or sustain an objection, that I will take as a disrupting interruption meant to disrupt the proceedings. I'm not holding you in contempt. I'm well aware that that's one of my options. I choose not to do it for the reasons that I've stated on the record previously. All right, you can forfeit your right to be present at any point in time during this trial by your conduct under Illinois versus Allen. When it is disruptive, when it does not follow the simple rules of courtesy and decorum, I draw your attention once again to SCR Chapter 62, which has been previously provided to you, which is under the statute there. These constant mumbling and interruptions during the proceedings. I haven't made a record of them today, but I will now. Started at 9:01, then there was 5 at 9:02, 3 at 9:03, 4 at 9:04, 1 at 9:05, 2 at 9:05, 1 at 9:06, 3 at 9:08, again at 9:17, 9:27, 10:31, 1:05, there was talking over by you at 2:03, 5 interruptions at 2:14, 2:15, 2:17, at 2:19, audible muttering, 2:31, 2:33, what I would describe as inappropriate, like muttering under your breath, 2:35, at 3:06, there was a hilarious comment, at 3:11, there was what I would describe as arguing about the muttering and the irony of it all. At 3:12, there were 4 interruptions. At 3:37, more 4:09, 4:10, more mumbling. At 4:11, twice, and at 4:12, 9 different times. So I think I've made an ample record of the disruptions today. I've been abundantly patient with you.
Abundantly patient is no joke, especially when you're looking at stuff like this. Like this is where this is today. We just saw this. And if you guys, let's rewatch this one more time. Okay, so this was earlier today actually. So it blows my mind that there's so much leniency. And again, she's trying to avoid a mistrial, and she's trying to avoid him having any rounds for making an appeal that'll go through. So we've got to deal with things like this. And this is where misjudge your honor. And this blows my mind, guys. But you know, so we got to deal with.
Now we're at the end of the 3rd week of trial. These are your witnesses. I presume
this is him arguing about how he's supposed to call his witnesses and ask them questions.
Careful. I'm not. So the witnesses are just supposed to get up there and just. I'm just
I'm not going to have this commentary. Okay, I'm done. The jury's coming out. Be prepared to call.
So that's a rush to judgment.
That is not a rush to judgment.
It is a rush to judgment. It's clearly a rush to judgment if I'm telling you that I don't have the file.
How am I supposed? You're attempting to delay. So
no, I'm not. I'm not attempting to delay nothing. You want to come check the boxes yourself? You always trying to pull some fast maneuvers.
Mr. Brooks.
And Miss Judge, Your Honor.
Mr. Brooks, the jury's coming in.
Yeah, and they deserve to know this too. It's still issues that need to get addressed. We didn't even address everything.
Mr. Brooks, I addressed all of the issues.
No, I still had another one that didn't have nothing to do with nothing we just talked about. There was a whole nother issue that needed to be addressed that I needed to bring on the record to your attention.
We'll address it later.
It needs to get addressed now before we go any further because it's an important matter. Just like the subject matter jurisdiction is important. That hasn't been proven on the record.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury,
just like the rush to
judgment.
Time
for evidence to be presented or arguments to be made by the
parties. I can't even
the jury
present any evidence. You won't let me even put any evidence in the record.
All of these statements made by Mr. Brooks at this time. All right.
That's unfair. What you're doing.
The court will address legal matters outside the.
Then we need to address the legal matter that I was trying to get to before you
may call your next witness, sir.
I'm not calling any witness until I get an answer, Your Honor. You're a public servant. You're supposed to be able to answer simple questions.
Mr. Brooks,
if I'm saying I have to bring
call
it to
your next witness, please. That's the stage.
I have to bring it to your attention, Your Honor.
Mr. Brooks,
I'm merely seeking to bring an issue to your attention.
I'm telling you to please. I'm asking you to please stop.
And I'm asking you
because we have the jury present.
Pleading with him at this point.
We need to continue with the evidentiary phase of this trial. Call your next witness.
I'm asking you to address a legal matter, as you said that those have to be taken up outside of the jury.
I will do that at the next break.
There was a legal matter that needed to be addressed beforehand, so we don't have to take up time.
I will do it at the next break
afterwards to address something that needs to be addressed now. That way,
Mr.
the
Brooks,
court and you yourself
for the third
are on
time,
notice.
I will address it at the next break. Call your next witness, please.
Are you asking me?
I'm directing you to call your next witness.
Your Honor, we're not going to move past this. Seeing as how you took an oath to protect the Constitution. I have your oath. I have a copy of your oath right here. The oath that you took, Your Honor.
Mr. Brooks, I'd like to continue with testimony. We have witnesses waiting Please.
oath. You're going against your sworn oath.
Mr. Brooks, call your next
As you,
witness.
as you notify the jury every time when there's legal matters, we take them outside of their presence.
And we're going
I
to take
didn't-
testimony right now. Call your next
I merely
witness.
seek to put you on notice on the record for something that needs to be brought to your attention and to the court's attention.
And I will address it at
That's
the
what
next
I'm
break.
merely seeking to do. It's something that shouldn't have to wait because it'll take a valuable time later. At least if I notify you right from the onset, you'll already know what we're looking at, and we can nip it in the bud before everything starts to roll. And
Mr.
then
Brooks,
it gets
I will
overlooked.
address it at the next break. If you want to write something down, that's fine, and give it to my clerk. I have nothing in writing. I know there's witnesses available and ready to go. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, Your Honor, you have to answer this question. You're
Mr.
making a
Brooks,
judicial determination.
Call
to
your
rush
next
me to
witness,
judgment.
please.
You're rushing me to judgment, Your Honor.
There's no rush to judgment.
There is
here,
a rush
sir.
to judgment. If you won't address a legal issue that I informed you that I had some legal issues that needed to be addressed before you just run right past that, Your Honor. You're a public
Mr.
servant.
Brooks,
Are you not a
it is
public
So he
servant?
ran right past
9:37.
people in a
Call
parade.
It is
your-
8:37.
Sorry, 8:37. You're right. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, you're rushing me to judgment.
There's no rush to judgment. Call your next
We
witness,
had a
please.
legal matter that needed to be addressed, and I'm merely trying to
And I'm
notify the court.
Telling
at
you
the
I'm denying the
onset-
request to address it at this moment. Call your next witness.
You said what?
I'm denying your
You are
request to
denying.
address it at this moment. Please
How
call.
can you deny
please
something that we're supposed to do before
Because she's
Mr.
a
Brooks.
judge,
comes
man.
out?
She can deny anything she wants.
Call your
I'm
witness.
not seeking to be disruptive. I'm just seeking to understand why we do this every
Everyone
day.
is in the courtroom waiting.
And you
for
still haven't
Please
figured it
call
out.
your
Your
next
Honor, we do
witness.
this every single day. We've done it every single day. So I'm simply trying to make sure that the court is notified of
Put it
things
in
that need to
writing,
be
hand it to the
discussed.
bailiff, and if I deem it important enough to interrupt the witness, I will, but call your next witness.
How can I call a witness and write something down and do
You
do
can
both?
take a minute
This
to
is the-
write down what it is.
This
I'm
is
not
the
asking
reason
you
why
to,
it needed to be addressed beforehand.
Mr. Brooks,
That way
the
it
jury
doesn't
is
become an
remaining in
issue.
this courtroom. Call your next witness, please.
Your Honor, you're rushing me to judgment.
There's no rush to judgment, sir.
Are you not a public servant, Your Honor?
Mr. Brooks.
Do I not have your oath of office?
Under
3 of them?
90611, this court has the authority, as you know.
Do I not have,
Call-
is this not a copy, or I asked for certified copies that you said on record that you would not provide for no good reason, that these are three
Sir,
of your
you are
oaths.
doing this,
right
and I've
here.
repeatedly told you, you can see the juries here.
You're
You're
doing-
doing this.
Listen,
We
Your
need
Honor,
to go
I'm
forward.
not attempting to delay the proceedings. I'm not attempting to be disruptive. I'm merely trying to notify Your Honor in the court for the record beforehand. That way, everyone's at least on notice of the issues that need to be taken up, instead of waiting until a break or a lunch and things of that nature, which
In
kills
my
valuable
discretion,
time.
it's my authority. It's the courtroom that I'm
Your Honor.
presiding over. I'm not going to address
Is
that
this-
at this moment.
Is this not your
And
oath?
I'm not going to
Did
answer
you not
questions.
swear as a public servant that you would protect the
Mr.
United
Brooks,
States Constitution?
Call
Did you not do that?
your
3
witness.
times. I have all of them here. Your oath, Your Honor, as a public servant. And
Mr.
now you're
Brooks,
rushing me to judgment
there's no
when
rush
I'm
to
doing
judgment.
things lawfully by trying to notify you and notify the court of issues that need to be addressed
Mr. Brooks,
beforehand.
We are in
These
the
were issues-
evidentiary phase of this trial.
Your Honor, you're
Call
rushing
your
me to
next
judgment.
witness.
You're rushing me to judgment, Your Honor. And I object
I'm
to
aware
that.
of 3 witnesses
I
who are
object-
here.
I object
Call
to
one
that.
of them, please.
Your Honor, I object to that.
Your objection's noted.
And
for the
I
record.
want a legal reconsideration of your ruling. If not, I reject that ruling and take exception to that ruling.
I understand.
I request a legal or factual basis for your ruling, a written judicial finding of fact and conclusion of law for your ruling. And if not that, an interlocutory, declaratory appeal for this matter. And if not, these need to be stayed until this matter is before a adjudicated court of competent jurisdiction, because we have not proven jurisdiction in this court as of yet. Subject matter jurisdiction has not even been proven on the record, Your Honor. I don't even know the true nature and cause of the
Mr.
charges
Brooks,
against me. I don't even understand that part
I
of it.
understand
haven't
your
been
request.
provided a complaint.
It's
I
amazing,
haven't-
right? Doesn't this feel like we're
Your Honor,
watching
there's
some type
so
of
many
like
issues,
Mr.
and
Brooks,
I'm not
we will
reproduction
attempting-
of
I'm
a
not
court case?
attempting
Like this
to-
doesn't
Mr.
feel
Brooks,
real.
disrespectful in any way.
we
I'm
need
not
to
attempting
continue.
to delay the proceedings
Your
in any
requests
way.
are denied.
Your Honor, I
And I'm going to
respectfully
instruct the
object
jury
that.
at this point to
I
disregard
respectfully
and not
object to
consider
that, Your
any
Honor.
of what has just happened since you walked in. It should not be held against Mr. Brooks in any way.
And that's
These are
just being
legal
nice.
issues that this court may or may not need to address, but they do not bear in any way on ultimately the issues that you as jurors will have to.
So, yeah, let me let's. So now this next one, this is from just recently. This is where he gets up and decides that he's going to yell at the judge. I just, man, the brash audacity of this guy blows my mind. The so that's this one right here. This is the and so here we go. Let me add this one here. So, and you gotta have to. I'm gonna interrupt it because I'm excited to be able to do this one right here because he did this happened. What we got over here? I know I got a lot happening on the stream right now, so just want to make sure that we're not losing any connectivity. I know it might be a little grainy out for some people. We'll get it figured out though. But this is.
With all due respect, did the state have to put their witnesses in order and tell me?
It's irrelevant what the state did.
Did they have to do that?
They didn't need your assistance to do that.
Did they have to do it?
No, they did not.
I don't have to be provided with. We're going to call this witness at this time.
But they're
this
able
witness at this
to
time.
contact
They
their
didn't have to do that, so why should I have to
and
do that?
accommodate their schedules. This is not about you. It's not about the state. It's about the witnesses.
It's about what's fair.
availability.
It's about what's fair.
No, frankly, sir, it's about you.
We're having a little bit of a buffer issue here. My apologies. Well, as is the life of a traveling studio. Let's try doing this here real quick. One minute. One minute. There we go. All right. Okay, we should be good now. Apologies for the we had a little data hiccup there.
Your Honor, with all due respect, did the state have to put their witnesses in order and tell me?
It's irrelevant what the state did.
Did they have to do that?
They didn't need your assistance to do that.
Did they have to do it?
No, they did not.
I don't have to be provided with. We're going to call this witness at this time.
But they're
this
able
witness at this
to
time.
contact
They
their
didn't have to do that, so why should I have to
and
do that?
accommodate their schedules. This is not about you. It's not about the state. It's about the witnesses.
It's about what's fair.
availability.
It's about what's fair.
No, frankly, sir, it's about you trying to control
Thank
what's
you,
happening
Josie.
in this.
How am I controlling what's happening? I'm the one shackled to the table with
So
a
here's the
with a shock
situation.
device
It is
on my ankles.
9:52.
So how's I'm trying to control anything? I just want this to be fair, and it hasn't been fair.
Mr. Brooks, it's fair.
No, it's not. If I have to do something that they don't have to do, how's that fair?
It's fair.
Explain to
because
me how
of
that's
the
fair.
process that it has been set up to frankly help you.
No,
get the
it's not helping me by
to
it's helping
court.
it's helping the state
Thank you, Josie.
by being able to say if we know the time and we know
You
the
did
person
not-
and
I
we know
asked
this,
you-
then we can be prepared. So we'll already be ready.
Mr. Brooks,
That was
I
the
asked
whole
you
aim of that.
yesterday, and I would have had her come in later. You didn't want to answer that question.
There was no
And
question. There was no question to answer.
That's not
I
true.
did what you asked me to do, Your Honor. You
No, you
said
didn't.
yes, you did. You did. You asked me to give them my witness
Mr.
list.
Brooks,
I gave them my witness list. It's not my fault. It's not my fault they weren't going to be prepared to
Mr.
do
Brooks,
their
here's the
to
deal.
do
The
their
jury's
cross.
coming out, and I'm going to stand my ground on this.
I'm going to
Okay,
stand my
it
ground
is-
too, but I'm
if
not
you
going. I'm not
don't
going to
call
be
her-
disrespectful or disruptive.
If you
I'm just
don't
stating I
call
wanted to be
her
fair.
When the jury comes back out, I'm releasing her from the subpoena.
You can't do that.
For
Law-
your
where's
lack
the
of
lawful law?
cooperation.
Where's the lawful law? I have the right to
You have to
witnesses,
cooperate with this process.
but I
sir.
also have the Sixth Amendment
Well,
right.
We have a witness available for you to call. I can require
It's
you
not
to
the
call
witness
her
that
right
should have
now.
been called at this time, Your Honor.
It is based on the list that you provided and
That
in
didn't
the
have a
order.
time. That didn't have a time or of
I'm not going
or
to
an
play
order.
this game with you, sir.
It's not no game.
It
That's what
was-
you don't
it
seem
is
to
a game
understand.
you. I believe that fully.
I don't care what you believe fully.
All right.
It's not a game.
We.
I don't take
I
this as a
asked-
game. That's what
Let me explain
nobody.
this to you
That's what
once
nobody.
again.
You don't got to explain nothing to me.
Do you want?
That's what you don't understand. You think that
want
this
the
is a whole
opportunity
game
to
to me.
question?
This is not a game to me, Your Honor. Nothing about this is a joke.
I never
That's
said
what
it
y'all
was a
don't
joke.
understand.
But there's
And it's
some things in
unfair.
this ship
It's
that's going on.
unfair and it's disrespectful to me that you think I would come in here purposely and treat this like a joke or a game.
I never said it was a
What
joke.
type of statement is that?
Mr.
Your life is not on the line. Mine is. And you think that I think this is funny?
I don't think it's funny whatsoever.
So,
And I
so I
understand.
think, Your Honor, with all due respect, I think you
So
should show
we're
some
going to take
respect.
a 5-minute break, and when we come back, the jury's
Mhm.
coming out, and you need to call your next witness. Thank you. We are in
No,
recess.
you're not rushing me to judgment. I don't care which.
Yeah, that's wow. You know what I mean? That's crazy, man. That he's gotten so much leniency to to crack off the way he has, and it's funny because the whole time, I really wanted to just carry this one.
Truthfulness or untruthfulness. It's not specific instances of conduct. It's character evidence, which frankly wouldn't even come from the witness.
Geneva Convention, look it up. There's a little gurgle over the top there, but yeah, you guys, this is, I mean, wow. On a lighter note, though, to step away from that, I've got some. If you guys want to see some crazy clips, let's step away from this for a minute. Here's some. I was going through some videos, going through some clips while I was putting some stuff together, and I found some stuff from the very beginning, the summer of 2020. You guys, this will blow my mind. This was in Portland. If you guys, so anyone from Portland or the PNW that's watching, you guys might remember this. But this was every day that we were down there. This will take you back. This will take you back. There we go. Where we at right here?
This is just a straight out war zone. It's crazy. I mean, you're seeing bombs being thrown from either side of the fence. You got tear gas coming from both sides of the fence. You got people that are grabbing these things in midair and throwing them back over, hitting them with their boards like volleyball, just smacking them back over. It's crazy. And on both sides is a heavy force of leaf blowers, just so you know.
Yeah, this was. What's crazy is, yeah, this was like every day down in Portland when I was down there. I just had to step away from Darrell Brooks for a second. That guy's, I'm furious just dealing with the thought of even looking at that guy's face anymore. This is more calming to me than dealing with Darrell Brooks. But this was, that's all tear gas, that's smoke bombs. Yeah, this was a day in the life. I'm wearing a gas mask the whole time I'm down there trying to record. I saw them throw a dead pig over the fence, buckets of honey, mortar shells. They're throwing like mortar shells back and forth. That cop got hit in the face 2 times with like a frozen water bottle. Tagged him once, he picked it up, threw it back, and then he came back and hit him in the face again. It's crazy.
You gonna take it? No, leave it out there. What are you doing?
Summer 2020, man. This was shortly before I made my way to Kenosha. This is what I left. This is what I left. No, it's great. Yeah, hit with the.
Hey, can you guys hear me on the stream?
Just screaming through a gas mask and tear gas and flashbangs going off everywhere. See them like blowing up in the air. Those are like when they crack off. And then the people just picking them up and lobbing them back over.
All right, thank you guys. Hey, so for real, this is like a straight, legit war zone right now.
I know I got grief for that because I said it, but that's what it felt like to me.
Themselves with buckets of water, 2x4s, umbrellas, and leaf blowers. Oh shit, that hurt.
Yeah, I got hit in the chest with an impact round right there. Like they shot through the fence and it just hit me in the chest. Man. And don't worry, we're not done with the Darrell Brooks trial. We're just taking a little breather from it because it's infuriating, honestly. Court will, it's on the bottom of the screen. It's court will be back at 12:05, is what they said. I believe that's what they said. So in about 15 minutes. But if you're on Facebook, don't bail out. YouTube, wherever you happen to be, Twitch. We'll be back in a little bit here. We're just taking a breather. They got the LRAD, the long-range acoustic device, or audio device. You see a shield wall here to the right. Back in the concrete days. Look at the just clouds of tear gas. That whole area, man, it was, it was wild. There was just the trees. You'd be walking in the park in the trees the next day after this. You could like hit the tree and it would just snow tear gas, like the powder would just rain down on people. Crazy. The street sweepers would come by in the morning. I was sleeping on a park bench. Like I'd be there all night recording all this, and I'd fall asleep on a park bench sometimes. And while I was sleeping, the worst part was like I woke up to the street sweeper, and they'd come through and like it would stir up all the tear gas that had settled, and it would mix it with water and fling it on everything, and it would just like burn your skin, but it would reactivate in your the powder. It's terrible. It's terrible. I see we have a little chat back and forth one with folks about the judge being biased, and yeah, that could be like, trying to stir things up. Who knows? Yeah, it's Justin. Have you been watching this from the beginning though? That's the question I'd have to ask you in the chat. Look at that, just piles and piles and piles of garbage. Is the audio? I mean, is the video and audio okay on your guys' end? Hopefully, it's not terrible. I know we got a lot of folks on Facebook that are stepping out, I guess, maybe to take lunch or. Yeah, Justin, I'm curious what your thoughts are, man.
Shields, I need shields up here. Shields. Shields.
This was like 11, just like a short 11-minute clip of madness.
Get out of my fucking town now. We're not going to ask you again. Get out of my town.
And then he asked him again, which kind of cracked me up. I'm not going to tell you again until I tell you again. Then I have a microphone, and then on the front of my microphone, I had a GoPro attached, like wrapped around this thing, and then I had my other selfie stick with my camera running. This is the federal courthouse, yeah. Anybody that's in Portland, or you guys remember this, Seattle, you guys remember these days? This was like every day that entire summer. At one point, they finally ended up taking grinders, and they covered the front of the fence, and they started angle grinding all of the brackets off of the gate. They were just pulling sections of gate down, but which is crazy because it's more of a statement because they weren't going anywhere. You know, it wasn't getting them into the building. And if they got it through the gate, they finally, I got another video where they threw chains over the gate and ripped it down like some Viking move. And when that happened, once they pulled the fence down, the federal agents, the deployment team, just came out like it was a madhouse. They just rushed out and just started throwing flashbangs and whatnot. It started blowing up in these tents that were all in the park across the street, and all the tents started catching on fire. And it was like, it was madness. I got hit with a flashbang that blew up, knocked my gas mask off. Remember, I was like crawling on my hands and knees, trying to find my way out of the cloud of tear gas. And I got kicked in the ribs by one of the federal agents. I remember like kind of laying on my side, and right about then I got grabbed by some medic, and they were pulling me out. And then I got smacked in the face with like I had my gas mask kind of up over my, it was all over the place full of gas. Remember, I got hit in the head right in the gas mask, and it cracked the gas mask that I had on. And it is madness. They drugged me out of the cloud, luckily, of tear gas. And they had like forced air and flushing your eyes. And it was just, that was the first day, you guys. That was the very first day that at that point, let me turn this down a little bit. That was the first day that I was like, you know what? Maybe I don't want to do this anymore. It was one of the days down there in Portland that really had me thinking, like, you know what? Maybe this isn't for me. But stuck it out. Yeah, but it was wild. Back and forth. And you're seeing those explosions in the background there. They were just hucking them. There was people with like lacrosse paddles just flinging them over. Man, I have some pictures that'll blow your mind. So I got hit the first time I got hit with like an impact baton. One of the federal agents popped up on the fence and looked at me, and I just got into an interview. And I looked over. The guy was like wrapped the interview. He took off running, and I looked over my shoulder. And right when I looked over my shoulder, I see this, flacked out dude, and he's got this cannon, like this 40 mil like cannon pointed at me, and I just shook my head no. I was like, no, don't do that. And he just gave me a nod, yes. And then I heard the boom, and it hit me in the hip from like 20 feet away, and it knocked my legs out from underneath me. I remember laying on the ground, and it took the wind out of me too. And I was laying there like, and all I could say was like, it's a good shot. It's a good shot. Put a thumbs up. Come to find out later that they have their battalions of guys inside the building. One of the Portland Police Bureau drove by me later, probably a day or two later, and he was laughing so hard. He's like, oh my God, dude, we were watching the stream inside the building when that happened, and we saw you get shot. And it was basically like they were just having a good time. They were just, hey, it would be funny to do. And so when no harm, no foul, man. I get it. I knew where I was at. It's par for the course if you're in this situation.
I gotta tell you guys, like, it's amazing that
but
even out here they say the press is protected, but legit, when the tear gas starts popping,
but he definitely cracked me off, man. Yeah, downtown, I'm sure. I mean, Seattle, Portland, I don't think these places will ever really be the same,
These shields right here are legit an incredible buffer between what would have
Justin, and I hope that you guys over on the so over in the chat, I want to make sure that we understand that everybody's views and opinions are respected. And I know there's some back and forth about whether or not the judge is being biased, and I know that yeah, and as I'm reading through it, you know, okay, well, look at Justin Cole Puccinelli. Hopefully I'm saying that right. He said, okay, I respect everyone's opinion, but in my mind, I think the judge is favoring the prosecution and not being fair and just. And it's tough, man, because in those situations, in this situation, it's almost impossible for people to not feel like, why shouldn't she? But you're right. There has to be, you know, fair and honorable accounting from both sides. For both sides, rather. Some of the rebuttal that people have had about that is, so Brianna is saying she appreciates your personal opinion, which I respect. You guys love the community we have here. She's just asking if you were able to pinpoint exactly how he is not being given a fair chance to defend himself, and what would that look like in your opinion. Cindy, you see, Cindy says, I believe any other attorney who spoke to any judge the way this asshat has spoken to this judge, they would have multiple contempt charges against them. But because Judge Darrell, Judge D, is trying her best to prevent a mistrial, she has not held him in contempt. That is way beyond fair. And that is more or less supporting the reason that she's been so incredibly lenient about things, but to avoid the contempt and the subsequent possibility of a mistrial. But with that being said as well, he's been taking so much, he's been taking so much he's been taking advantage of that in so many ways. You know, he's been taking liberties that he shouldn't be able to take. And it's because he knows he can, because he knows that the judge can't. And so someone's coached him up on that. No one said that directly, but even the prosecution, I have a video clip of that I'm going to show you guys. The prosecution was like, we're done with this. Judge, you've been more than lenient, and we know why. You know, Debbie Martin says, Justin Cole, she wasn't telling him he had a time limit when he was saying that you only have a certain amount of time. She's saying, if you've been watching, then you know he's been battling since the beginning. She asked for his witness list. He kept ignoring her questions. She finally said, we'll just go by the list of names you gave for the state to subpoena, because he was leaving it up to the state to go ahead and get the subpoenas and contact all the witnesses that he wanted to call to testify. And when he was being combative about it, the judge finally said, okay, well, if you don't want the state to do it, you can do it yourself. And he said, well, how am I supposed to do that? And that was the thing. And she was like, yeah, good question. How are you supposed to do it? We're working with you right now. The state's trying to work with you. Work with us. And he just said flat out, no, I'm not going to give you the order in which I'm going to have them show up for whatever reason. He also agreed to the times, and they did finally come to an agreement. He said he'd have these three by this point. They'd take a break, go to lunch. These people, and they had the grid work for how it was supposed to be. And he has been incredibly combative from the beginning. He's been, 100% dragging things through the mud as best he can. He's been doing what he can best to convolute people's statements and testimonies that they're giving by the prosecution, or from the prosecution as they've been asking the questions. And it's all done in a big distract, smoke and mirrors, cloak and dagger type aspect, where he's got this, clandestine mission of his he's trying to accomplish. But we're getting back to the judge. And so, Justin, yeah, I don't know if you've been watching from the beginning, but I would have to say that I feel the judge has been incredibly lenient and has been more than understanding of his situation, more so than I think a lot of people would be in her position. Well, maybe not. Maybe all judges would be just as understanding and tentative to the laws of the courts and the proper, judicial proceedings on her end and proper court, the stipulations of the law. So it's tough, because I know that she's even shot down the prosecution on many times with their objections, and helped coach Darrell Brooks on how to better ask questions to help them go through to avoid the objections being sustained. So let me see. No one is saying it's like a Lifetime movie. No, I was saying it's like a Lifetime movie. Not that they should make a Lifetime movie. No way, this guy doesn't deserve a movie at all. Matthew, yeah, I hear what you're saying. Yeah, I was saying that this does feel like you're watching a movie with Darrell Brooks standing up and having this grand, my life is on the line. He's playing this Samuel L. Jackson-esque role of, this grand, like court presence. No, I was thinking, yeah, Samuel Jackson. What was the name of that movie? Yeah, I did, and I hope they burn in hell. Was it Burning Mississippi? I can't remember the name of the movie. Incredible movie though. I wish I remember the name. But it's just this grandstand opportunity for him to like show out and show up with, you know, in front of people. And he's doing it. He always does it when the jury's around and when he's got witnesses there. Like he did this whole theatrical performance in front of his ex-girlfriend. Like, look how cool I am. Look how tough I am. Look how bad of a person you are. How many kids do you have? How many of them actually live with you? Do you have a job? What's your current job? Are you working? Like, it's one more way to be like, you know, just wave a middle finger at her. Be like, guess what? I'm in charge. You're not. I do what I want. You don't. You do what you're told. Right back to that, the pimp and hoe game, right? And it's disgusting that he's been allowed to have that type of walk around leniency with witnesses. That to me, no matter what your views are on the judge or prosecution or anything, that to me is disgusting. And I'm really proud of Erica Patterson. No matter what life she's lived, no matter what she's gone through, that has nothing to do with the fact that she's dealing with Darrell Brooks and the things that she's had to do with him and the things that she's had to overcome through her life. At 15, being a prostitute in Las Vegas, come on. Can you guys imagine the upbringing, the life that got her to that position where she was with someone like Darrell Brooks? You had a bitch want to do this, so I went ahead and pimped her out, whatever. That she was confiding and relying on someone like that. You know, whatever life she was living, that is the situation she was in. So that she's gotten to a point now, she's got her CNA, you know, certificate. She's in a women's shelter. At least she's taking steps and she's got people around here that are doing their best to be a positive influence. And Miss Corey, Miss Corey was saying, hey, don't go with him. He's bad news. You know, even Nicholas Kirby. Hey, man, I'm here for you. I got your back. She has people she can call that'll be there for her. And knowing what they know about Darrell Brooks, know they needed to be there for her because she was in danger when she called him. So, but the fact that he's able to grandstand on her and step up and make her feel like less of a human being because of his actions. She's not on trial. That's the thing. She's done nothing that the courts are looking at all right now. There's no legal proceedings against her right now. She's simply a witness in a case, mind you. Let's get right back to why we're here. A case against Darrell Brooks for 6 counts of first-degree intentional homicide, 61 counts of recklessly endangering safety, 6 counts of hit and run involving death, and 2 counts of felony bail jumping, 2 counts of battery. That's what we're here for. All of this right here. It has nothing to do with Erica Patterson and how she's a mother. It's got nothing to do with Erica Patterson and the life she's lived. But he's playing off of that, and he's giving her all the notions of shame and regret that he possibly can. And it's a parting shot, just like with Nicholas Kirby. You see how he's laughing at him when he released him? He's like, I got no more use for this guy. I got no more use for him. That's how he worded it, I believe. When they asked if there's any more cross or if he had any more questions or rebuttal. I got no more use for him. You can go. Get out of here. Nothing about that was geared towards building any defense any more than any of these witnesses. Any more than any of these witnesses have done anything for his case. Because, I mean, we've seen how this has worked out for him. And to date, we haven't seen any witnesses for Darrell Brooks that have actually been beneficial for Darrell Brooks. So easy to say that he's done a phenomenal job of screwing himself over and these questions he's asking. Blows my mind. This is just earlier when he decided. This is about the letter. So, and I love this this moment here because this is when he cracks off on the prosecution. This is what happened. If you guys are just joining us, this was right before lunch. This was when he flips out on the prosecution, and he lays into everybody, but he definitely jumps on the prosecution. And because they brought up, well, here, I'll let you watch it. We have a couple minutes, and let's watch a couple minutes. But yeah, there's nothing about Erica's life that is in question here. Nothing about her existence that's in question here. It's all about how Darrell Brooks, the night of the parade attack, beat her up, slapped her around, and even that, the victim blaming, like, well, were you drinking? Did you get into his car? Yeah, you had it coming. That kind of mentality, that kind of toxicity, that kind of like terrible narcissistic alpha bullshit is crazy to me. That he's victim blaming her and then putting her in a position where she feels like a less of a human. She's gotten bigger though, and I feel so. I'm honestly, man, I'm really proud of her. That from when we first saw her on the stand to now, she's actually kind of stepping up a little bit. Like she's not giving him. She's still in kind of Mr. Brooks. She's doing what she has to do because she feels like she has to because it's legal court proceedings. But she has, she's done the best she can do. You know what I mean? He's gonna apparently maybe come back with these letters from his jail cell, proving something. He's trying to prove the credibility of the witness, saying that how is she really afraid of me if she's writing me letters in jail? You know, that's I don't know where that's at. How that could be anything that you look at, but we'll see. So, but he brought in the pictures. But again, I was like, you know, maybe they're just sent by your mom, and apparently have a court reported phone call or a jail recorded phone call of him talking to his mom, asking her to send him pictures. So. This is like when he was like, "Oh, do you want me to read the? I'll read the statement right in the beginning. I'll read it. Do you want me to read it?" And they were like, "Yeah, go ahead." And he was like, "You sure?" Well, give me a minute. Then he like set the paper down and started looking around like, well, let me actually find what I thought I had, but he didn't have. So
the state has the ability to question you about that or question this witness and to look at the veracity of what your claims are here. So when I may take an early lunch. If that's in your cell, then you can go get it and bring it. But without that letter, I'm not allowing this line of questioning. Do you have the letter with you in court?
I just said no. How
Okay.
many times I got to say the same thing on record?
You know, sometimes, sir, I don't hear what you say because you interrupt me so much or you answer quietly. And I'm taking notes and I'm focused on probably a dozen things at the same time.
But if I say something under my breath, everybody seems to hear it. Everybody seems to hear
In
that
a
just
quiet
fine.
courtroom,
And
yes,
everybody
we can hear it very
and
clearly.
everybody assumes that it has to be disparaging.
Once again, you're doing this tactic
Because
to try to
it's
go
not a tactic,
off
it's
of what
facts.
we're talking
It's
about
facts.
to some other reason.
It's facts.
to
Because
some
I
other
find it
thing.
hard to believe that
I'm going to
all
let
of
the
a sudden
state.
nobody hears what I say.
I'm going to let the
Come on,
state
man,
make
stop.
a record of why they
Stop.
believe it's objectionable because I haven't let them do that. I've given you multiple opportunities to tell me why you
So
believe
I
it's.
didn't get these pictures from nobody else. Why was
The
somebody
record will
else
reflect you have two pictures that you believe were from this witness.
that I know is from
No, that you believe.
that I know?
All right. I'll ask the state their position on all of this.
My position, Your Honor, is that these pictures, first of all, should not be admissible. One, because of a discovery violation. We've never seen them before. Two, because we have reason to believe that he did not get them from Erica Patterson. He is on a jail phone call talking to his mother, Dawn Woods, about Dawn Woods sending these photographs to him. Now,
that's a lie. I object
Let
to
the
that.
state make their argument without interruption, sir.
That's a lie, though.
three, I believe that these photographs are designed to make a suggestion to the jury that Erica Patterson is a bad mom. I think that is what the defendant is trying to do. And if we're going to go down that road, then we would be forced to counter that claim. First of all,
And here's
it
what they
doesn't
shoot
make
it
her
at him.
an incredible witness, if it's even true. And second of all, if we go down that road, we would be forced to counter that claim by pointing out that not only does the defendant not live with the child in question, he doesn't live with any of the other children that he has. He impregnated Erica Patterson when she was a minor in Nevada. And for doing so, he was convicted of statutory sexual seduction, pled guilty in March of 2007 to that felony offense, and is a sex offender on the registry as a result. So if there's any causation that would lead to Erica Patterson being a bad mom, Mr. Brooks has a direct role in that causation.
And that's
Furthermore,
I object to that.
I'm not
because
done.
that's a lie.
Let
He's
him
not
finish.
done.
At the end of the day,
Let
He's
him
good.
finish.
we're gonna open the door
Mr.
on that. No,
Brooks.
since he want to make a record and not be accurate, so let's be accurate on the record. Since you think you know so much,
Once
so
again,
we can
Mr.
open the
Brooks
door
is
on.
being
We can open the door on how old she told me she was when we met.
interrupting.
We can ask that question
He is
too. Then
over the
Did you
top
ask that?
animated
Do you
right
know
now.
that?
Mr. Brooks, I'm ordering you to sit down and to let the state
No,
finish.
no, I'm not going to sit here and let somebody be inaccurate on the record and lie on the
All
record.
right. Under Illinois versus Allen, I've warned him repeatedly. He's being removed from the courtroom. And you know what? Let me dial that back. We're just going to take an early lunch, 1 hour. We'll be back. And unless he brings that letter and he
Don't
can
sit
show
there and try
it
to
is
think you know what's
inadmissible,
going
he will
on.
not be questioned. And under 906.11, I will
Then you gonna
declare
talk
the
about where my
cross-examination
kids live. You don't know where-
closed.
You don't know what
Thank
happened
you.
at
We're
the
in
time
recess,
all this
1
happened,
hour.
bruh. Get your facts straight.
bruh.
So let's open the door on all of it then, so we can get all of it on the record. Since you think you know so much.
I mean,
Did you know she said she was 18 when I met her? Did you know that?
nope. Nobody knows that. Why? Let me tell you why. Well, because none of it plays into the case here. You know what I mean? Yeah, but he was not happy with the fact that they just dropped that out there. Oh, and by the way, you ended up a registered sex offender from raping this child that was 15, got her pregnant, and now you're in a position where you're trying to basically rub a finger in her face about her being a bad mom. I'm curious, sir, about how you feel about being a father to the child that you got from the criminal activity. You know what I mean? So it's 12:05. I'm looking at court is not back in yet. You know, it might take a second or two to get back up and running. Actually, let me make sure we're looking at live right now. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, as of right now, we're not back in yet. So we're 12:06. Yeah, I'm, you know, all we can do is wait. All we can do is wait. So let me double check and make sure we're not on any other channels here. No, it looks like we're yeah, we're still waiting. So double check here. Yeah, no, we're still on the waiting game. Yeah, it's wild, man. It's wild. So his approach at these witnesses has been terrible. It's terrible that they've had to deal with him being able to, you know, snap on him the way that he has. Not even snap, but the questioning is done obviously like just. And I'm glad the prosecution finally said his attempts right now are merely to prove that Erica Patterson is a bad mom. And if that were the case, which it doesn't matter and proves nothing, it would have no relevance in her ability to be a witness in this case against Darrell Brooks. So, you know, I'm curious. Yeah, Mo, big question. Share the stream, you know. Does he have the letter? Is there a letter? Is there this smoking gun that those pictures came in? They have a court-recorded phone call, a jail-recorded phone call, which they record all these phone calls, especially when there's no contact orders, and they will, you know, they can go from that, you know. So as to whether or not, and he said he asked his mother to send him pictures of these children, and so he said he brought the pictures because he thought that would be more important than bringing the actual letter that he was claiming he had. That's not really how it works. You know, that's not really how it works. So, yeah, Darrell Brooks, man. You know, it's no love lost here. No love lost. You know, but yeah, these witnesses aren't on trial, and the fact that they're in a position. Now, what are you guys' thoughts on the witnesses? How they've been doing? Because I feel like of the witnesses, there's the prosecution asks questions that are leading toward the case, and then Darrell Brooks comes in and asks him a bunch of questions that seem to do nothing more than convolute and dilute the, you know, the integrity of the witness's testimony, you know, and it's in a position where I feel that the judge has allowed a lot of it to run more so than she should, and she does her executive, you know, judicial hammer. She pulls not literally, but she does pull out the 906.11, I think it is. Correct me if I'm wrong. Where she says, "Hey, at this point, to better move the proceedings of the trial forward, I'm going to go ahead and let you know that my judicial stance is my legal law," as Darrell Brooks would say. My legal law findings are that you need to go ahead and you have no more right to question this witness. They're stepping down. You're done with your line of questioning. So, you know, someone stole the letters. Yeah, because we got right. So Renee says, "What? I was thinking the same. Producer claims someone stole the letters. His mom will say she sent them to him. Yeah, who knows, man? Maybe there's someone up here, but." He's blaming her for his actions, distractions, and caused him to hit people at the parade. Yeah, you know, like she put him into duress, and Yeah. Cindy says, let him out, give him a 5 head start, real life Hunger Games situation. May the odds ever be in your favor. Yeah, they're still on break. And just want to be clear that where are we at over here? We're back in. Let me give you that, guys.
Disagreement with how I yesterday and in the days preceding that set up what I thought was a very reasonable way for witnesses to be called into this courtroom on his behalf. Going back to when the state offered to, excuse me, serve subpoenas on his behalf and talk with or coordinate with these witnesses to come into court. And yesterday, I wanted to narrow things down a bit, as is my not only right, but frankly, my obligation under 906.11 to make sure that there is an effective presentation of evidence and exercise reasonable control over the mode and order of interrogating witnesses and presenting evidence so as to do all of the following. And let me just back up a moment, because I think it's worth putting into the record once again the full language of 906.
You guys are hearing an echo as well.
Which is
Let me. I'm going to give you guys a different angle here, because that, for whatever reason, there's an echo. I'll get you guys cleared up. Sit tight for 2 seconds. Okay. Well, that one's gonna. Yeah, we'll give you a different one here. I got you. Right here. Boom. Interesting. I don't know why I've got an odd. Well, let me add this to the stream just because. Sorry, guys. I don't know why this is doing this right now.
There's an effective.
There is an echo for some reason.
Presentation of evidence and exercise reasonable control over the mode and order of interrogating witnesses and presenting evidence so as to do all of the following. And let me just back up a moment, because
that could be on their side.
I think it's worth putting into the record once again the full language of 906.11, which is entitled Mode and Order of Interrogation and Presentation. Number 1, control by judge. The judge shall exercise reasonable control over the mode and order of interrogating witnesses and presenting evidence so as to do all of the following. Make the interrogation and presentation effective for the ascertainment of truth. Avoid needless consumption of time. Protect witnesses from harassment or undue embarrassment. The next section, a witness may be cross-examined on any manner relevant to any issue in the case, including credibility. In the interest of justice, the judge may limit cross-examination with respect to matters not testified to on direct examination. The next section, leading questions. Leading questions should not be used
he's been
on
moved
the
to a
direct
separate courtroom.
examination of a witness,
I believe
except as may
it's
be
on their
necessary
side,
to
guys.
develop as a statute that guides what I do, not just in this case, but in every case that comes before me for trial or even a motion hearing. And in my almost 11 years on the bench,
think it's
I've
'cause they moved him to a
presided
separate
over
courtroom.
dozens and dozens of cases that have gone to trial. To say that this has been the most challenging of my career would be an understatement. I've done my best, I believe, to be fair, to be unbiased, to protect the rights of not only Mr. Brooks as it relates to this trial, but those of witnesses, those of the victims, and of course, last but not least, the jurors. Prior to the court taking an early lunch this morning, a couple of things happened that I think are worth making a further record about. Going to the beginning of this morning, where it is true, I did not do my usual practice of asking if there were any preliminary issues that the parties wanted to address. In my mind, I wanted to get to the witnesses. We are at that stage. I knew there were a number of witnesses to be called, and I wanted to ensure that it was done effectively for all of the reasons that are stated in 906.11. And I thought it was reasonable at the time to simply take up issues dealing with legal matters at a break. That's why I brought the jury in. During the jury coming in, Mr. Brooks continued to talk, make statements. The record speaks for itself. I'm not going to, frankly, I couldn't tell you everything that was said at that time. At this point, I think it's important to note, though, it's the tone, the demeanor, the decorum, or frankly, the lack thereof for many days on end throughout this trial. It has become apparent that when the jury comes into this courtroom and leaves this courtroom, that Mr. Brooks makes disparaging remarks about the integrity of this court, of these proceedings, and of other parties in the courtroom. He repeatedly references things such as subject matter jurisdiction, which there is a written decision that I have filed in this case. It is very clear this court has subject matter jurisdiction over this case. This is not a civil case. This is not a case in federal court, for example, where subject matter jurisdiction sometimes becomes an issue for things like whether there's a federal question that's involved. Every now and again in a criminal case, subject matter jurisdiction is a type of issue that comes up, but not under the circumstances here. I'm not going to rehash everything that's in my decision.
To be clear, the
I
echo is
stand by
on the
that
court's end,
decision.
not ours.
The
So
record
sit
has
tight,
been
guys.
made abundantly clear that Mr. Brooks does not believe this court has jurisdiction. His objections have been noted, well documented by the record that's being taken down. I know from my experience, not only as a judge, but as a litigator, that once that objection is made, it's preserved. I even stated at one point, I think there's a standing objection. I will note that for the record. Mr. Brooks continues, in my opinion, to bring this issue up in front of the jury to distract, to delay, and to call into.
Yeah, we got it fixed. I got a better feed for you guys here, so we got you here.
Will even try to further turn us
We're
away
good.
from that by bringing up
Yeah, the
another
reverb was on
topic.
that
For
channel.
example, just today, when the issue came up
We're
about
good.
this
Share the
letter
stream.
that he claims was sent to him by Erica Patterson, and I asked repeatedly for an offer of proof rather than answer the question directly, Mr. Brooks instead started talking about an exhibit the state offered into evidence yesterday. And from my perspective, he doesn't address the merits of the issues that are before this court and then tries to divert things down a different path, whether that's to delay, to disrupt, or just simply be discourteous. I think all of those words would be an accurate description
And
of
they've
what
got
is
him in a
happening.
separate courtroom. That's why you hear the echo. They moved him out of that room. They put him in a separate room altogether, in his timeout room.
That was one piece of, or one objection or series of objections.
So that's what's going on right
that
now.
I actually went off the record, not off the record. I
As you
actually
can see.
dismissed the jury in order to try to get an offer of proof from Mr. Brooks. And as that
Did he get it?
exchange went on, it got, from my perspective, he got louder, he got more disrespectful. I think it's fair to say his behavior was volatile, and it's because of that that I called an early lunch. And it's because of all of those things. Even when I attempt to give the warning that he will be removed upon further behavior, he immediately interrupts and says, "Are you holding me in contempt?" A very clear indication to this court that he is attempting and trying and actually disrupting the proceedings so that I can't make an accurate record. Like I said, it's challenging. That is why he is in the other courtroom muted so that I can make the record. And I will confirm with my clerk and the bailiffs. I should have done this at the beginning, but I believe, thank you, my clerk did confirm that they can see, they can hear, we can see.
That was the echo you were hearing, was
as well.
him being amplified in his courtroom that he's in. He's in his very own courtroom now.
It
His
is
own
this court's
asshole courtroom.
opinion that Mr. Brooks is blatantly pushing the limits of what I have tried to establish in terms of when to call witnesses, how to call witnesses. He pushes the limits on asking questions that are not probative, that are not relevant, or that directly contravene a prior ruling by this court related to other acts evidence. That ruling that I made was to the benefit of Darrell Brooks, not the state, Darrell Brooks, the defendant. There have been multiple witnesses who have themselves stopped, basically looked at me and, can I answer that question, basically? Is there nonverbal communication to me? Or some have actually said, I don't think I can answer that. There have been other witnesses where I've stopped them from answering so as not to bring in the other act's evidence. The most recent of which occurred this morning with Erica Patterson and the repeated questions to her related to either information she did or didn't give the detective when the detective spoke to her on two separate occasions. There's been other questions throughout the trial to, I believe, to Detective Guth directly and other witnesses who had information about why that may have been the case. But this witness, I think, has been very, very careful to not run afoul of the court's prior ruling. That leads to the evidence claimed by Mr. Brooks that he has related to a letter and photographs. As I indicated before the break, I've looked at both 906-16 and 906-08. Those are generally two of the statutes dealing with character evidence. That would be 906-08, 906-16 deals with bias. From my perspective, the questions that were actually asked and answered about do we have a child together? Well, he didn't ask it quite that way. I'm summarizing, but regarding their common child, regarding whether he sees the child on or off, where they met, things of that nature, are solely to attack her character, as a mother, which is wholly improper. The only character evidence that would remotely be allowed under, at least for a witness under these circumstances, would be character for truthfulness, which would not even be from this witness. It's typically another witness comes in and testifies to that, and only about opinion evidence, their opinion of the person's character for truthfulness. Under bias, 906-16, I didn't see where it also related to her credibility. It says, for the purpose of attacking the credibility of a witness, evidence of bias, prejudice, or interest of the witness for or against any party to the case is admissible. Again, simply attacking her on her motherhood. That's my perspective. I did not receive the answer to the repeated questions I asked regarding the offer of proof and this letter that he claims was sent by Erica Patterson, and then the photos. The issue as it relates to this witness is a single charge in the case. It is a battery charge with a date of violation that is alleged to be November 21 of 2021. To allow Mr. Brooks to ask the witness about contact after that point in time is not relevant. He has not given me any reason as to why it's relevant. The state also, I think, rightly points out that if those questions were to be answered by Erica Patterson and other questions along those lines that were questions that were objected to by the state and that I sustained, Mr. Brooks would open the door to what only could be described as very damaging evidence against him related to the other acts evidence, related to whether he has a relationship with the children or not. And frankly, a topic I am not going to open the door to. I'm not going to allow. It's a side issue. It is not relevant. It is not probative. But certainly one could argue, based upon the questions, topics that the door could be opened to. It is my duty as the judge assigned to this case to ensure that the trial is fair, that relevant and probative evidence comes in, and that it is done so in a way that's effective and efficient for the presentation of evidence, including the testimony of witnesses. And so I'm not going to allow questions related to the children in common or child in common, at least any further, between Mr. Brooks and Ms. Patterson, when they met, how they met, the nature of their relationship now, whether there's been any contact between them since he was arrested and going forward. Because nothing that I've been presented with would suggest it relates not only to relevant and probative information, but even to her credibility as a witness. I will give Mr. Brooks a final opportunity to make an offer of proof as to why he believes my decision is wrong. That needs to include an offer of proof as to why he believes this letter is from Erica Patterson and why it's relevant to the issues in this case. Because he came in to the courtroom this afternoon and is not in here, but in an adjacent courtroom, I want to make some additional findings as well and kind of just tie up a few loose ends for the record. As the Supreme Court in Illinois versus Allen stated, it is essential to the proper administration of criminal justice that dignity, order, and decorum be the hallmarks of all court proceedings in our country. The flagrant disregard in the courtroom of elementary standards of proper conduct should not and cannot be tolerated. Trial judges confronted with disruptive, contemptuous, stubbornly defiant defendants must be given sufficient discretion to meet the circumstances of each case. No one formula for maintaining the appropriate courtroom atmosphere will be best in all situations. This court has utilized an adjacent courtroom with superior audio and video capabilities that I believe are the functional equivalent of being present in this courtroom. Mr. Brooks's behavior today alone was disruptive. I would absolutely characterize it as stubbornly defiant. It was interruptive, and it certainly aggravates the proper administration of the criminal justice system of this trial. There was nothing dignified about it. There was nothing orderly about it. I would remind him once again of SCR Chapter 62, which are the basic expectations of courtesy and decorum in the courts in the state of Wisconsin. I'd remind him of the golden rule. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Be respectful. Be kind. Give these proceedings the due respect that they deserve for himself. I do not believe he even shows respect for that. I'm not looking for any further input on the issue of removal or any further record. I wanted to make that record without interruption, which is why Mr. Brooks was in the other courtroom. When we come back to this courtroom, I will ask Mr. Brooks for an offer of proof. He will be brought in. So we'll go off the record for that momentarily. An offer of proof if he wishes to do that related to the letter and further questioning. I also want an offer of proof as to what probative and relevant information Ms. Patterson will be testifying to based on his direct examination. This is a witness who was called by the state initially. This is a witness where Mr. Brooks had a full and fair opportunity to cross-examine her on a prior date. He was allowed to call her himself. The vast majority of the testimony today has been a rehashing and a representation of her testimony from the other day. I'd have to look at my notes for the date. October what? October 7th, I believe she was the third witness. We did not glean anything new, probative, or relevant through the course of the questioning today. Because he's had a full and fair opportunity to already cross-examine her, because he's had a significant amount of time this morning to question her, I will require that offer of proof, and then I will make a decision whether any more questions will be asked of the witness. At this point in time, does the state anticipate any cross of Ms. Patterson? But I'm going to ask that when we come back, when everyone is here. With that, very short recess to have Mr. Brooks brought back into this courtroom so that we can continue with
Leave him in the other room,
testimony
man.
and evidence. Thank you.
What was the point of moving him and all of his stuff into the other room if you're just going to bring him back over? You know what I mean? Like, he's got ample amount of opportunity to figure out how to handle himself in proper, courtroom decorum, but he, just keeps getting these breaks. Okay, we'll give him another shot to come back over and behave himself. It's frankly, it's getting out of control. I understand that she has some element of some play she has to work at here, but the entirety of this and of his ability to just be flagrant in his efforts of disrupting the proceedings is wild. Yeah. I think that, she needs to leave him there. Yeah. Yeah. Everyone seems to agree. Yeah. Just leave him over there, man. I think she meant to give recaps here, maybe. Someone's asking are we talking about recaps? Yeah, I don't think CJ's team can send out text updates to individuals, but maybe you can set up a new agency covering this to send update notifications. What exactly are you referring to here, Brianna? Let me know what do you mean. Yeah, check out the supporter page while we're over here talking to you guys. Check it out, become a supporter. I think today, at the end of the day, we're going to do a breakout Zoom session with all the supporters where we can kind of chit chat about the case and about what's been going on and what we see, what we think is happening, and just kind of do a check-in with each other and see what's what and where we're at. So yeah, become a supporter. There's the link there below. It's facebook.com/become a supporter. CJTV Media LLC. Yeah, we'll see what we can come up with. I mean, every time we do it, it's always pretty interesting. It'll be good to see folks. But Kayla Russell, bottling, get it right. Yeah, bottling, Kayla Russell. Yeah, we got the. It's mind-boggling. Now, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
Did you just say mind-boggling?
Yeah, mind-boggling. You know, when things are so crazy, it gets your thoughts all trapped like in a bottle.
I was so happy to have that, man. I got a couple that'll fire off, you know, when he's getting out of line with the judge. You know, yeah, maybe we'll set up an email or a text. You know, if you guys want to shoot your phone numbers over, maybe I can set up like a text line. We'll send notifications. Yeah, I mean, the mask he's wearing it's all for show. He only wears it when he's not in front of like the jury, or when he's not in front of what up, Cam, or when he's not in front of the judge, or not the judge, but the witnesses. It's all for show. The whole thing he's doing is all for show. You know, this guy's got it all for show. Yeah. Yeah. We also, and the other one we got here is this one right here.
Pardon me?
That was before the
Don't
princess
get
went.
brazen with me.
Pardon me? Don't you get brazen with me. Judge Schroeder, man. Here's a poll we'll have. Do you think this would be a different trial if Judge Schroeder were presiding as the judge? Yes or no? I'm just curious. You know, just for a laugh, here's a video of me getting tased down in Portland.
Okay, if I had a bonk for my chat, you would get it. I'll hold it down.
It's official now. I feel like the later the night goes, the more my laugh sounds like Seth Rogen. So,
Yes! Got it! Yeah!
Sons of. It was all in good fun. Getting tased is always a good time. But people are saying yes, Judge Schroeder definitely would be different if he was there. Those judges, they just need to support her and stand with her. Yeah, I mean, you know, yeah, share the stream if you guys would. That helps so much. Yeah, RX, remember her? She was the queen of crass. That woman, it was amazing. You guys remember RX Johnson down in Portland? No, we're not back. This is what we're looking at is actual court right now, live. So we're waiting for them to hop back in. We're not back yet, no. Yeah, but it's tough to know. Yeah, it's tough to know what the proceedings would be like with a different judge. You know? All right.
All right, so
I
we
think
are
they're coming back in.
back on the record. I've been advised that Mr. Brooks does not want to come over to the main courtroom. Mr. Brooks, I'm advising you, you are invited back to this courtroom. It is my sincere hope that you want to come back here. I see you're reading something.
The Bible.
But it's
come on, give us
we
our
are at
video,
the
guys.
point in this trial where you have a witness still on the stand, obviously figuratively at the moment, not literally. I'm going to ask you if you are ready to answer my questions from previously and also to let me know whether you are asking to stay in that courtroom.
He's saying he wants to stay in the other courtroom. He's like, nah, he's not even gonna talk to her. I don't respect you.
I've been advised he can hear and see.
He's reading the Bible. You guys, he's
Mr.
staring.
Brooks, we are on the
He's
record.
looking at a Bible.
I'll go through the topics one by one. You are in the other courtroom. You are invited back here. Would you like to come back here? Yes or no? The audio is on. Would you like to come back to this courtroom, sir?
You're unmuted. So I'm finally unmuted.
You've been unmuted for a while
Now we got to deal with
since
the
I
echo
came back
again.
on. My understanding, sir,
If you
you'd
hear
like
an
to be
echo,
in that
guys,
other
it's on
courtroom.
their
Is that
end.
true? Record to reflect, he's putting on the headphones.
What's going on?
Mr. Brooks, I'm inviting you back to the courtroom. My understanding from a relay of information from the bailiffs is that you don't want to come back here.
I ain't saying nothing.
All right, are you ready to come back then?
Not if I'm just gonna get held in contempt again.
I didn't hold you in contempt.
Then why am I even over here?
So that I could make a ruling.
All right. I'm going to give you guys a, that's okay. Yeah. Unfortunately the audio echo that we're getting is from their end. It's because they have it's speakers. It's amplified into the other courtroom, and it's taken them a minute to figure out how to get that sorted out. So I got you though.
So twice now I've asked him, he has not answered a yes or no. Mr. Brooks, I'll ask you a third time. Would you like to come back into this courtroom?
Yes, if you're not gonna hold me in contempt.
Given his yes, I will close the courtroom. He'll be brought over and then we'll continue when he comes into this
Man,
courtroom.
come on.
Thank you.
Didn't we just
And
do
for
this?
the record, I do not consent to being called that name.
If we never have to hear another human being saying I don't consent to being called that name.
Yeah, I'm always muted.
I'm always muted.
I don't know why she think I can hear everything she's saying perfectly clear without the headphones. Oh, that's a trick to help hold everything up too, right? Do not hold me in contempt, man. I might as well stay over here. Thank you.
I just realized my mic was muted this whole time. So if you, I do this too often. Yeah, I got you guys. So if you haven't, I was saying a bunch of stuff you shouldn't hear anyway. So it's better that you didn't hear what I had to say. No, I'm kidding. He's coming back over to the main courtroom. Erica Patterson is still on the stand, mind you, which is the sixth witness, I believe, on the list of witnesses that he's called. So he's called now 6 witnesses. None of which have been to his benefit. It's odd to me that he's had, this is his effort at his case. Now, mind you, again, I say that a lot, but one of the things to keep in mind is, tech difficulties till we die. You already know, technologies, is that this case was built for him by his prosecuting or his defense attorneys that were court-appointed defense attorneys at the time. So they came in, they said, hey man, this is what we're going to do, blah, 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 blah. And then he fires him. He lets him go. He says, no, I don't want you. I'm going to go pro se, which is what he's doing now. He's a self-appointed, self-representing, individual. So, which is his right. And part of that is him pandering to this idea that he's a sovereign individual, which means that the courts have no jurisdiction over him. And I believe that runs down to the state level. There's different types of sovereign beliefs, but the one of which is that the federal court has jurisdiction where the state doesn't, because the federal court trumps the state. Yeah, become a supporter, guys. It's cost of a cup of coffee, and and it's once a month, and it helps me keep the camera rolling and keep the lights on. So appreciate you guys. But it is so he's now self-appointed. So they built this entire case for him. They did the whole thing from the year up till about 3 weeks ago. They said this is what we're doing, and then they cut it out. And he cuts them up. So which good, I'm sure, man. They had to be ecstatic that they got a chance to step away from this. You know what I mean? And it's just. It's got to be for them like a huge weight off their chest, and not have to sit next to this POS, this guy right here, and deal with, trying to find a defense for him. Like, what defense can you possibly find for this guy? It would have been great if, Diana Lynn says they should have taken all the work with them when they left. They left all the work for him, but now he's using that as almost like his tool for objections and pushback is to say like, well, I don't have, that Mark, she tried to have attorneys with him, and he wouldn't allow it. She finally said, all right, that's it. But he doesn't know what to do with it. And the thing is, he keeps doing this thing where he lays it out and says like, well, I don't know what's happening here. I don't know what's happening there. It's it's turned into this crazy thing where she's finally saying like, well, guess what? That's not our problem. And she said earlier, like, your ignorance of the law is not a defense. There's not an excuse. One of the two. But it's it's crazy that it's been allowed for him to even put up the argument like, hey man, I don't know what's happening here. And he said flat out, I don't understand anything. At one point, word for word, he said, I don't understand anything. And I think we can all agree that that's very true, because he knows enough to know, but yeah. Oh geez. I think I was having trouble with the supporter page. I fixed it, Bella. I don't know. You were having issues with it the other day, and I think you're trying to go into the same one. We updated the supporter page, the link for that, if that's what you're trying to get into. And this is the new supporter page is here. If you are looking to become a supporter, it's in the comments on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch. I would greatly appreciate it. That is that'll take you to the supporter page. I will put it.
It's 12:48.
Here we go, and they are coming back in now.
All right, let's take up the issue of the letter and the photographs and your offer of proof, sir, if you have one.
Okay. I don't need no offer of proof.
I'll ask you a second time. Do you have an offer of proof to provide, sir?
You can go past all that. I don't need to ask them questions. It's too much of an issue. It's too much of a problem.
Mr. Brooks, I'm going to ask you for a third time. Do you have an offer of proof related to
I just said no. I just said no. I just said that.
Yeah, shut up, Judge.
All right, thank you. Then based upon there being no offer of proof, then my decision stands. As to the continuation of the examination of Ms. Patterson, I would like an offer of proof as to what you believe her probative and relevant testimony will be from this point forward.
I mean,
so does he have the letter?
I don't know how she's going to answer the rest of the questions. There's not that many questions left. I was almost done.
Is the letter up there?
Generally, were you going to question her about?
Did you remember that time I bought her flowers that one time when she was 16 for her birthday? Took her to take her driver's test. What?
I guess I'll have to look in here because so much that happened since over the past hour and a half or so.
Has a lot happened? I mean, did you eat? Did you get something in your tum-tum?
I don't intend to intend to have too many more questions. I'll tell you that. I was almost finished.
I need an offer of proof as to what you believe her testimony would be, meaning what topics? And are they topics that have not already been covered either through her direct examination from the state, your cross-examination, or
Tamara.
already covered by your direct?
He's got his angry mask on.
What do you mean by related to her direct? Is that from the last time she testified?
From the first date that she testified and from today?
I don't
What
remember,
new topics
I
will
don't
you be?
remember everything she testified to the first time.
That's kind of your job, though, is to remember these things. Is when part of the
Mr.
questioning
Brooks,
process.
This is your opportunity to prevent relevant and probative evidence.
Yeah, no letter.
But under
Again.
906.11,
Surprise!
she's already been questioned now twice by you. So what new topics do you intend to question her about
I don't know.
when she comes back on the witness stand?
What do you mean by new topics?
A topic
Topics
that
you
is
haven't
new.
already covered.
What, pursuant to the police report or something? Is that what you're asking? I don't
Figure it out,
I'm
dude.
asking you,
Figure it out. It's your job.
I'll
You're,
ask you
you're the
once
attorney.
again, sir, give me an offer of proof as to what you believe
Oh man.
your questioning will be as to Ms. Patterson going forward.
And you say it related to topics, right?
You can just give me the topics. I think that's fair.
I wanted to ask questions about the police reports.
But instead, you were
The
asking
last
questions
few
about her
questions.
kids.
That's why I'm saying it was only.
Is it a statement that she wrote?
Yeah, the judge has got to look unpopular opinionated pariah. She
I
knows
don't know
what
if
she's
it's a
doing.
statement that she wrote in here.
Do you,
Possibly is.
do you see a written statement with her signature
I
on
will
it?
have to go through all the paperwork.
Is there a written statement from Ms. Patterson? It's my understanding Detective Guth spoke to her on both occasions. Is that right?
Yes, with Detective Barrett with him on the first occasion. Detective Barrett wrote that. Both interviews were also recorded.
Previously provided with discovery?
Absolutely.
What about the police report, sir? Do you want to question her about so I know with specificity?
Oh, I'm looking at it now. How many officers did reports? Because it seemed like it's more than just two. At least from this paperwork, is more than two.
May I have Bill show me what Mr. Brooks is referring to? I can maybe help him try and explain, but
Sure.
I don't know what he's talking about.
I can help him explain, but I don't know what he's talking about. Yeah.
I can't find the first page to that, but whoever that officer is right here. I have to snatch it.
You have to snatch it. Shut up.
So I've got pages 2 and 3 out of 6 from Detective Barrett's report under Waukesha Police Department incident number 21-047533. This is one of the two reports we've been talking about regarding the statements that Ms. Patterson gave to detectives on November 21st and then on November 22nd. This is the first statement.
Is that the officer you just said?
Yes.
It's wild how much work they're having to help him
What
out
about
with.
that report do you want to question this witness about?
The report is not in order, so again, as I stated before, I would have to read
It's
it.
up to you to put it in order and read this and know
Brooks,
these
I
things.
trust that you're prepared. These are your witnesses. So
There you go.
what questions,
Exactly.
what about that report do you want to question Ms. Patterson on?
Your Honor, I just stated 3 times I would have to read
You should have read them
a
before.
little bit of this to form the question.
You should have known your questions before you came in.
Under
That's
my
preparing your
authority,
case.
under 906.11, then, and given that this witness was initially called by the state, there
Love
was a
it.
full and fair opportunity for
Love it.
cross-examination by Mr. Brooks at that time, and they had ample time this morning to question her. I will declare that his questioning of her to be closed. I will bring the witness out on the witness stand and then we'll bring the jury out, and then I will simply ask the state if there are any questions, and then we'll move on from there.
Just so I understand what do you mean by close?
I'm not allowing you to ask her any additional questions, given your full and
Say
fair
bye-bye to your ex,
opportunity
bro.
that you had previously
See
when she was
ya.
called by the state, and given the opportunity you had this morning and your failure to identify for this court any probative and relevant information that she would testify to about what's in that report.
All of those things.
How do I? First of all, the report isn't even in order.
That's
so I
on
would
you.
have to essentially read at least
You
some
should've.
of it to even ask a
Mr. Brooks,
question.
this is your witness. I expect that you will be prepared and you will not cause delay by any lack thereof. So I'm bringing the witness out.
You already said you were
The
releasing
jury
her.
will come out, and you will not have another opportunity to ask any additional questions unless the state asks questions on cross-examination.
Nope. So what is we bringing the witness out for?
I
then
have
if
to do
can't-
that in front of the jury.
To release her.
Man, I object to that ruling too. Can you give me a lawful law why?
Your objection is noted for the record. If you start
Lawful law,
interrupting me
why?
when the jury comes out or make any commentary, you will be removed to the other courtroom, and that's.
So I'm being held in contempt again?
No, you're not being held in
No,
contempt.
it's not contempt, sir. It's a finding under Illinois versus Allen. It's a warning that you will forfeit your right
So I might
to
as
be
well just
present.
I might as well have just
No
stayed
such
over there.
contempt finding.
I might as well have just stayed over there then if I was
Mr.
going to get held in
Brooks,
contempt.
that decision is for you and you alone to make, and it is based on your conduct. If you're going to
Just take
continue.
me over there. Just take me over there because I'm not finna get held in contempt for nothing.
I have not held you in contempt.
You did.
You're
You're
a mis-
attempting to hold me in contempt. That's what that is.
No, that's not contempt.
So is it civil or criminal? Why am I being
Mr.
held in
Brooks?
contempt?
He wants her to say that.
I'm going to keep you in here because
that's the whole
you're
reason
going
I
to need
didn't
to
want to
call the
come.
next witness, and I'm going to need
Your
to
Honor.
bring you over in any event.
That's the whole reason why I didn't want to come over here because you was gonna find a reason to hold me in contempt.
Well, I'm finding a reason, and it's not contempt, but I'd find a reason to remove you based upon your disruptive
Well, then
outbursts
remove me if
and
that's
your-
what you want to do. Remove me then.
I don't want to do it, sir. I want
Obviously
you
you
in this
do.
courtroom.
Obviously you do. You brought it up before we can even get to.
All right. Mr. Brooks has forfeited his right to be present in this courtroom for the remainder of this witness. Even
So
though
did
it will be
I
short,
actually forfeit that right?
you have forfeited your right. To
That's
be
what you just
present.
did.
That
And
is
how
the-
did I forfeit that
See ya.
right, Your Honor?
All right. We're going off the record so that he can be removed to the other courtroom, and he can call his next witness after we complete with Ms. Patterson and giving the state an opportunity from the neighboring courtroom. And once you can promise to this court that you will abide by the rules of decorum and civility, and if
You
you're willing to
can't.
conduct yourself consistently within that, then I will allow you to come back over.
So why am I being held in contempt now?
I'm
What-
not
what-
holding you in contempt.
Then what did I do?
All right, I'm going to step off. You've interrupted repeatedly. I'm going to step off.
The judge is not taking it anymore. Good for her. Good for her. So I have to keep adjusting my my title here. So let's edit this one again. So Darrell Brooks has been brought back into the main courtroom, and now we're gonna say Darrell Brooks has been now removed from the main courtroom because he cannot seem to keep his composure. He can't seem to keep his as some might say, poop in a group to keep it oshkoshed for the kiddos. Moved to the main courtroom and placed in a separate room. You guys, this is just it's beautiful to see. It's frustrating because we have to deal with more Darrell Brooks and it drags the proceedings out. But while they're doing this, it's important to know that he's doing everything that he can to get her to call it contempt. And I think that it's got to have something to do with the fact that he's acting as his own representation now. So he is, in essence, his own legal representation, right? So They'd be like calling an attorney in contempt for being argumentative with the judge, but it opens the door for back end issues with who knows, mistrial, the appeal, whatever his end game is. But I think what's beautiful though, the great part about this is now he's stuck without being able to say goodbye to his ex-girlfriend, Erica Patterson, his child that he raped. And so they might ask him to represent them in trial, but I think you have to actually have a degree to act as someone else's representation of some type. I know that I met a woman at the dog park the day before yesterday, and she was telling me about the unfortunate situation with her brother back in '85, who was killed out here in the Kenosha area. And the guy who did it has been working on trying to get out of jail at this point, out of prison. And he's apparently gotten himself some type of law degree while he was in prison. And so he's been able to, litigate or whatever he's doing, but he's representing himself and I think other inmates in some type of capacity. And granted, this is how she's reciting her view of things. And I don't know how accurate it might be. Not to discredit what she has to say, but to say that maybe it's the view is a little different than what's the reality of what it is. Carrie says, wait, he doesn't have a degree? He doesn't have a law degree? That is unbelievable. Mark Newman says, J6, Donnie T got a subpoena. We'll see. So we hear the chains. That's not the ghost of Christmas past. As Darrell Brooks rattling into the courtroom. Mind you, Darrell Brooks right now is shackled at the feet, and he's got a taser hooked up to his leg as well. So if he does try to do something stupid, they can pop him. You know what I mean? Hit him with one. We've been talking about it, but it'd be beautiful if they just accidentally, hit him with a shot collar. Sucks for you, bro. But yeah, hashtag shot collar. Yeah, that's the one. Hit him with it. Let him know what's up. Remind him. But I mean, how long? Okay, now for everyone that's in here right now, if you hear an echo, it's on their end, and it's going to be because they're having to broadcast the sound into the courtroom. And I think they have to do that because he doesn't have his headphones on. And once he puts his little headphones on, then it's pumped through the headphones, and you don't have to hear the echo. But they might be able to fix that too. Their AV squad on the ground, and one of these channels will be able to figure it out. But either way, if you do hear an echo, don't bounce out on me. We'll figure it out. We'll go. I mean, I can't personally, but we'll figure out one or the other. But it sounds like they're getting close to having them all set up. Yeah. Stephanie, I know if we allowed memes, the chat would get nutty. You know what I mean? I guess maybe we could allow memes. I don't know how to do that, honestly. I'll talk to my mods, see what's up. Yeah, the judge should have her finger on a big red, she should have a big red button type thing, and she could just be like, give it, boop, hit him with it, and then if you zip it, pull one of those. They need to put the yeah, the golden retriever has a shot collar. We really need to use this tone option when he gets too close to the streets. Brooks needs to be on number 5. Yeah, just hit him with the let him know you're getting really effing close, bro. You're stepping up to the fence line. We're not gonna put up with it. Yeah, just give him the whole I'm about to slam the button. Either way, what we're waiting on right now is Darrell Brooks to come back or get himself into the other courtroom. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what's up with memes. I'm not sure if we can go do that, but soon we'll see what's up. With all due respect here, there's a little bit of talking.
Truthfulness or untruthfulness. It's not specific instances of conduct. It's character evidence, which frankly wouldn't even come from the witness.
Cracks me up, man. He kept saying, with all due respect, Judge, I don't see any respect coming from him at all. So I think all due respect is a proper term here. But yeah, with my dog over here. Jits, you wouldn't do that, would you? You'd be respectful. No answer. Anyway. And Debbie, it's tough because, oh man, if you guys haven't taken a second to stretch, I hope you do, because we are 4.5 hours into the chair right now. Hopefully they end early because it's Friday, and because nuts the way he's going about this. It's nuts. Also, I would love to take a nap because I look like I just got ran over by a truck, and that's not good. I've been sleeping so good. Yeah, it's been rough. Plus, this has been just hard to watch, man. Like I legit was really kind of at a point where I wanted to take a day or two away from this guy, but we're so far invested at this point that we can't. We're stuck into it. Mark Newman, don't you dare. Kevin Hart can't play this guy. Someone said Vin Diesel, and that made me angry too.
You are unmuted, sir.
What time is it over in
The jury is on its way in. Well, we'll be shortly.
Why didn't we address subject matter jurisdiction when I was over here?
I'm going to mute you if you do that, sir.
Mute him.
I'm not gonna do it when the jury. That's why I asked now before the jury came in.
I addressed that in my opening type remarks and record when we came back on the record today. I already addressed that.
Shut him down.
So will it be proven for the record? Will I at least be told why I'm held in contempt when I didn't do nothing?
No one held you.
Civil or criminal?
It's a misstatement of what I did, sir.
Raging idiot.
So why am I
I
over
will
here?
advise when the jury's coming in, and if you can't be quiet, you're going to be muted, sir.
Yeah, we couldn't do
You're gonna mute me anyway.
memes. We should be. Everyone should
Not
be.
if you're quiet.
So I gotta be quiet like a little kid?
Yep.
It's not what I said, sir.
But you're acting like a little kid.
You have to be
That's what you
respectful.
said.
You have to be respectful of the proceedings.
But nobody has to be respectful to me though.
That's a mischaracterization as well.
So can I say for the record that two of your bailiffs was just making gestures behind my head, and I seen them through the TV screen and made me feel uncomfortable?
Jury's coming
Are they
in.
yawning?
Please rise for the jury.
So that's not gonna be addressed.
Mr. Brooks, I'm muting you.
I love it. They should have been doing this the whole time. Just shut him up. Yeah.
Okay.
Instead of mask, maybe duct tape, right? So yeah, Darrell Brooks is now in a separate courtroom. Can't keep himself together. His composure is off. He's acting like a clown. Being defiant, screaming at the judge, yelling at the prosecution. I mean, today has been nothing but outbursts and madness from Darrell Brooks. And
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated.
he's in his little clubhouse over there with his Bible.
Just for the record, Mr. Brooks is appearing from another courtroom. That should not affect your deliberation or verdicts in any way.
Or it could.
At this time, does the state have any questions for this witness? Right. Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Thank you for being here.
So they have removed Erica Patterson. She's no longer a witness in the case.
All right. The defense may call its next witness, please.
Yeah, is he trying to hide from the camera? Is that what he's doing? Oh no, he's just doing his stand-up thing. You can't tell me to sit down. Oh, what's over there? Don't look at my dog.
Go ahead, sir. You can call your next witness.
Media, Mr. Brooks. Yeah, I want to hear what he has to say. It'd be great if we could
I
have
was muted.
You're not muted.
Wait, it'd be like, wait, say something else.
So how long am I supposed to stay in here now?
I'm going to excuse the jury. We'll hopefully have you back shortly. All rise for the jury, please.
They just came back in, did they? Yes. Now they're going to offer him to come back in because now Erica Patterson's gone. And he made it. He said, "No, just put me back over there. I'm not going to be able. You're going to hold me in contempt again," which isn't what happened. But they're. Oh my God, this is comical almost. Just.
All right, the jury is no longer in the courtroom. Mr. Brooks, I had the jury leave the courtroom because it appeared to me you wanted to perhaps either ask to come back into the courtroom or make another record of something. Do you want to come back into this courtroom as you call your next witness? You're not muted. You're unmuted.
So what's going on now? Why am I being held in contempt yet again?
The record will reflect that pursuant to Illinois versus Allen, Mr. Brooks was not held in contempt, although that is one of the possible ways for a trial judge to handle a defendant who is stubbornly defiant, disruptive, and contemptuous. That is not the only way in which a judge can address a defendant that is being discourteous, disrespectful, and disruptive. So pursuant to the authority in Illinois versus Allen, I found that you forfeited your right to be present based upon your conduct. I'd also direct the parties to some persuasive authority from other jurisdictions that are more recent, including People versus Cone from the state of Colorado, 160 P. 3rd 366. It's a Colorado Court of Appeals from 2007. And then from the state of Washington, from their Supreme Court, State versus Davis, 461 P. 3rd 1204. That's from 2020.
Thank you, Ken.
And then I'd remind the parties of the district court decision that was later affirmed from Pennsylvania, U.S. versus Jennings, 855 F. Sup. 1427 from 1994. The finding was, sir, that you forfeited your right to be present based upon your conduct.
Okay, and all those case laws you just cited are pursuant to that.
Sir, I will ask you, would you like to come back into this courtroom as you continue with the calling of witnesses and your next witness?
I thought you was using Illinois versus Allen.
You are welcome to come back into this courtroom, sir.
So why was I removed in the first place then?
I've made my findings. The record will stand. I will ask you one last time. Would you like to come back into this courtroom as you call your next witness?
You're not finna hold me in contempt no more. Not finna do that.
Mr. Brooks is not answering my question directly, so based
So,
upon
no.
that, I'll advise him that if I will ask one more time and he
Why?
fails to
Stop
answer with a
asking.
yes or no,
Damn it, man.
I
Come
will
on.
take that as a no, that he wants to stay in that
After the
courtroom.
time?
You can't
So,
answer
Mr.
for me.
Brooks?
You can't do that.
Yes,
You can't
you
do
can.
that.
Mr. Brooks, I'm advising you that I will. He's interrupting me once again.
Okay,
The
you
other
talking.
courtroom.
You the one talking right now, so don't do that.
I'm going to
No.
mute him because he's not being respectful. And he's
That's
just
how you
spouting
interrupt
off.
somebody. Is like she's talking and I'm
So
over talking.
he did not answer my question directly. He has not reclaimed his right to come back into the
Thank you.
courtroom because number one, he has not requested it. Number two, he hasn't answered my question about whether he wants to come back in. And number three, he hasn't stated or demonstrated a willingness
You guys,
to
this has been
conduct
2
himself
hours
consistently
of
with
him
the
in
decorum
an
and
outburst.
respect inherent
It
in the
started at
concepts
11:05,
of courts and
11
judicial
o'clock rather.
proceedings.
So it's a little over 2 hours
I will
of
give
him,
him one more opportunity.
like almost a whole day of him just being
so that it's abundantly clear on this record that I am honoring his right to be present, and I will unmute him.
You were asking
Sir,
him
would you
again?
like to come back
Come
into this
on,
courtroom
Judge.
as you call
And,
your next witness?
Don't try to seem like you're trying to honor my rights now because you haven't been
Okay,
doing
he
it before.
is, again, not
Don't-
answering the
don't-
question
don't try to
directly.
put on no- don't-
I'm going to mute him again. As I've noted before, this is a clear method now that Mr. Brooks is employing, that when I've done something that he disagrees with, that he just continues to argue with me and does not answer questions directly. So based upon his continued disruptive behavior, the fact that he will not answer my questions directly, I'll find that he's continuing to forfeit his right to be present in this courtroom. Clearly, the audio and visual technology are working. He's been responding, although not appropriately. He is in that other courtroom. We can see him. He
Mark,
does
this
have
is
the
allowed. The way they have it
headphones
set
on,
up is
and I
he's able
confirm
to
that he can
object.
see and hear as
He can do everything
well,
he needs to.
based upon the court personnel that are in the other courtroom. So I'll make another finding that his appearance from
I know she has to.
the other courtroom is the functional equivalent of him being present in this
There you
courtroom.
go. Mark, that's what we're talking about.
Mr. Brooks, before I unmute you, I am going to advise you, I will ask you to call your next witness. And
What
if I
happens
don't
if he
get a
doesn't
direct
call?
response out of you, I may ask it again. And if you fail to give me a direct response, then you will forfeit your right to call any other witnesses.
It's just like if he was
I'm
sitting in
going to
front of
unmute
us.
you.
You know what I mean?
Actually, I need to bring the jury back out. But before I do that, I will unmute you first and ask you which witness you intend to call, so we can at least have that person ready to go and outside the courtroom. Who will be your next witness?
I'm not calling no witness if I gotta be in this other courtroom.
Would you like to come back into this courtroom, sir?
Why was I ever removed? You never answered.
I've
I
made
gotta
a record
answer
of that,
everything.
sir.
I have to answer everything though. Everything you ask me, you expect me to answer. But then when I ask you questions, you never have to answer anything. I just put on the record that 2 of your bailiffs just made gestures. When I'm looking at them off the reflection of the screen, they're making gestures behind my head that make me feel uncomfortable. I just brought that up on the record. You didn't even address that.
Mr. Brooks, I didn't address it because frankly, you keep interrupting me and then I have to deal with the interruptions and make a record regarding that. So I just saw the captain walk over. I will let security personnel, Captain Dussault, look into that. And if appropriate, he can bring that conduct to my attention. I'd also remind the defendant that at any time you can also ask to be brought over through the bailiffs who are in that courtroom. So to be abundantly fair to you, I will ask one more time, would you like to come back over to this courtroom?
I should have never been removed.
That's not answering my question, sir.
You haven't answered my question.
The court's not going to answer questions directed at the court by the defendant because they're not relevant or probative at this time, and they're a delay and disruptive tactic.
They're
Mr.
not
Brooks.
a delay and disruptive tactic. Is that a judicial determination that you're making?
I'm going to mute you because we're going off on the judicial determinations. Every decision I make, sir, is by definition a judicial determination.
Thank you, because you're the judge.
On the record.
Why does she
if
take so
there
long
is
to
a
say these
conviction,
things? Shut him
You can raise
down,
whatever
man. Tell
issues
him.
you want on appeal if you are convicted. But we don't need to have this back and forth every time to further make the record when the record speaks for itself. You were given plenty of opportunities throughout this trial to make offers of proof, to state your legal reasoning for either an objection or for a question that's being asked or for a whole host of other things. But right now, you're not doing anything legally relevant. You're being disruptive.
Not legally lawful, right?
I would like you to be present. That is always what I want during this case. It certainly, I think, is important, but you can forfeit your right to be present by your conduct, which you have done repeatedly throughout this case. I will advise you that if you are in that courtroom, because I have put you there and you have not reclaimed the right to be present by number one, asking and then expressing a willingness to conduct yourself consistently with the decorum and respect inherent in the concepts of courts and judicial proceedings, you will remain over there. And it looks like he took his headphones off. So I will. Mr. Brooks, I'm advising you that if you fail to call a witness, you will forfeit your right to present any additional witnesses. And I'm doing this outside the presence of the jury right now for a reason. I need to know from you right now, you are unmuted. Who is your next witness?
She trying to say something to me? Yeah. What you trying to say?
That was very disrespectful, sir. You chose to take off your headphones?
Yeah,
You choose
because
to
I'm
read?
muted. I'm muted. So why am I gonna have my headphones on and I'm muted?
Well, I would think your headphones help you hear. The
They
muting
do.
is so that I don't have to hear the disruptions.
Okay, well then why should I need to hear what
So
you
let
saying?
me be clear, sir. And you
don't
are
gotta
not,
be clear or nothing. I don't gotta listen to you.
I will ask you one last time, sir. Who is your next witness?
First of all, is she talking to me again?
This-
we gotta keep doing this little childish stuff, dude. I gotta sit up here and I'm supposed to abide by every single rule, but no, nobody else gotta do that.
The record should
Judicial misconduct.
reflect that Mr. Brooks
Repeatedly.
is spouting off, making
I think
unsubstantiated
the record can hear me. I think
allegations
they can hear me.
against this court,
Unless I'm
directly
muted.
attacking the integrity of this court and these proceedings, while yet
This court ain't got no
refusing
integrity.
to answer
This court don't have
simple
no
questions. Mr. Brooks, you
That's
are,
not my name. I told you I don't consent to being called that name.
sir, you are hereby advised, this is the last time I will ask this question,
Don't talk
or
to me
you
like
will
that.
forfeit your right to present
Can't do that.
any
Show me what-
additional
show me
witnesses,
where that's law.
because
Show
you
me
are
where
not
that's law.
cooperating with this process.
Show me that is law. That's all I'm asking. Show me that is lawful law.
Mr. Brooks,
How can I forfeit not being able to have a defense? Are you kidding me?
all I'm asking is that you conduct yourself with dignity, with decorum, and with respect. I will
Okay.
gladly bring you back into this courtroom so you can present your additional witnesses. But you need to ask me to come back into this courtroom.
With all due respect, I'm tired of having this back and forth with you every day. It's not my intention to come in here and have these interactions with you every day. It's not. Regardless to what you may think, regardless to how you may feel, that is not my intention. Okay? I simply do what I do because I do not have the understanding. So if I don't understand something, I'm going to ask a question. I apologize if it makes you feel that I'm intentionally trying to delay the proceedings. If I'm intentionally trying to be disruptive, because that's not the case. And I feel very disrespected every time the record is made, making it seem like that's what I'm attempting to do. So of course it's gonna frustrate. Of course it's gonna make me a little bit upset. And I just want you to understand that. It seems to me the way I'm interpreting what you're doing, which is it is your courtroom. That's not it. It's not a dispute. It's not up for debate. You control what's going on in there. That's not a dispute. But the way I'm interpreting what you're doing is that I'm being held in contempt. That's how I'm interpreting. Because one of the three things that's cited in the Illinois versus Allen, one of them is being gagged. I haven't been gagged. One of them is held in contempt.
What's the third, Mr. Brooks? What's the third?
The third is removed from the courtroom while the trial continues, right? That's the third, right?
And that's what's been done.
Okay. So now, where does it say after that having me on a headset or being able to see and hear and all this and this, how is that not prejudicing my defense?
Sir, you can raise that issue on appeal. You can
This is
raise
why I
that
say that.
issue on appeal if you are
This is why I say
convicted.
that. This is why I say that though, because I can't even see. The only thing I can see right now when I'm looking at the TV is you is you
in the prosecution table. I
and the
can't see
prosecution
anything
table.
else.
I can't see anything else.
I understand that, sir. I'm fully aware of that.
So I'm not fully aware of what's going on in the courtroom.
What's going on in the courtroom.
Don't I deserve that right to be able to see and hear everything that's going on?
Hear everything that's going on?
If you can conduct yourself consistently with the decorum and respect inherent in the concepts of courts and judicial proceedings, the answer then is yes. So I'm not going to have a debate with you about the law. I will ask you again, would you like to come back into this courtroom?
Are you going to kick me out?
Are you going to kick me out?
Sir, I'm asking the questions right now. Would you like to come back into this courtroom? Yes or no?
Are you going to kick me out?
Sir, it's a yes or no. Would you like to come back into this?
Well,
my answer was based on the reason why I'm answering like that is because the moment I say something, it's going to get me put out. I don't want to keep hauling this stuff back and forth and back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. It makes essentially it wastes time, really.
I'm well aware of that, sir, that it delays the proceedings.
Yeah, but then it's laid at my feet as if that's my attempt. You think I want to be over here?
Sir, I don't know what you want or don't want at this time. I know that we need to complete this trial and that you have frustrated today more than ever before the ability of this court to do that.
Well, I apologize for you feeling that way, but I'm frustrated too. And nobody seems to take that into account. I'm just as frustrated as everybody. Probably more.
Because nobody cares about you because you're a terrible human being.
To the requirements of courtesy and decorum so that you don't run the risk of forfeiting your right to be present. But that falls on you and you alone, sir.
There is no conduct. I don't understand what you mean by that. I really don't.
Mr. Brooks, you may not understand it. I don't think that's accurate. I think you know exactly what you're doing.
If that's what you think, that's fine.
And you have demonstrated throughout this case that you pay attention to witnesses' testimony, that you make cogent and coherent objections. At times that you have even had evidence suppressed in this case or stricken. That's the word I used during this case. You made an opening statement. You communicate with witnesses. So you clearly read, write, and understand English. That's not an issue here, sir. Are you self-represented? Absolutely. Does that present difficulties and disadvantages? Absolutely. But that takes me back to when you waived your right to counsel. And you did so knowingly, freely, voluntarily, and with a full understanding of the disadvantages and advantages of doing so, meaning advantages of having an attorney, the disadvantages of doing it on your own. And you made a deliberate decision to represent yourself. And that comes at a risk to you of, yes, at times not fully understanding the law, the rules of evidence, the rules of procedure, but you do so at your peril.
That's not fair to state, Your Honor, because.
So I'm going to do the following, since I'm not really getting anywhere. I'm going to mute you for the moment. I'm not getting anywhere with him. I would like him to be brought over, and he has a choice to make. He can come back over or he doesn't. Either way, he's going to be asked to call a witness in front of the jury. I will ask him 3 times if he fails to give me a direct answer, and after the 3rd time, I will make the appropriate finding, but I will do that outside the presence of the jury. But we are going to continue. So we'll go off the record and he will come back over here. Thank you. We are in recess until that happens.
I mean, just to say something and then get kicked out. Man, I don't know what to tell her then. No. Because
I'm gonna end up having to come back over here.
Now he's saying,
I'll get tired of hauling all this stuff over here.
hearing him say right there, he said, I'm not going back over. He said, I don't want to do it. Man. So yeah, excuse me. We're in the same spot we were. She's bringing him back. She's trying to bring him back over. And in the process, he's saying he didn't want to go back over. Stop trying to bring him back over. Move it along. Let's stop giving him so many opportunities to slow down and basically derail the proceedings. Like, done with it, man. Just stop. Enough is enough. I respect the judge. I know what she's trying to do. Yeah, he said he doesn't want to haul this stuff back and forth. He even asked the bailiffs, do you want to haul this stuff back and forth? None of us want to have to sit through all this anymore, man. Like we are because we do because we feel like we need to get through the court case. I'm not going to sit through your nonsense, you know. But he still has to be able to call. They have to let him in front of the jury call a witness, and you know, he's just not doing it. He's just not doing it. He just everything he says is an argument, and I don't know how the judge isn't saying, like, listen, straight questions, yes or no. Okay, here, if you don't answer, this will be the assumption of your answer. Done. That's it. And here we go. Move forward. Are you going to call a witness? Yes or no? If you don't say yes or no, I'm going to assume it's a no. All right, no. Moving along. And then do whatever you have to do as a judge next. And she even said this is opening it up for the appeal. She even addressed that. She said flat out, you're moving towards the appeal. Like, this is what you're talking towards, is the appeal. Yeah. That's been obvious from the beginning. He doesn't care about you. He doesn't care about the jury. He doesn't care about the proceedings of the court. All he really cares about right now is doing what he can to make sure he gets enough of a feel good for himself about the appeal process, hoping that he can actually get an appeal. Man, but how infuriating is this to have to look at this clown over here and just know the fact that he's able to just dance on the courts the way he is. You know, it's crazy to me. It's crazy to me. But yeah. So sit tight, and you know, we'll be back in 2 seconds.
record to reflect that Mr. Brooks is present in the courtroom in person and in custody wearing a suit and tie. Actually, his suit coat is off, but he's still wearing a mask. And the jury will be brought out and you'll be asked to call your next witness.
Being called that name.
So noted.
And we still need to address subject matter jurisdiction before the jury's brought out.
I will not be doing that.
Will it be proven for the record?
The record stands.
So is that a tacit agreement that you don't have to answer that question, Your Honor?
I make no such agreements with you, sir.
So that means you can answer a question then. Will we be addressing subject matter jurisdiction on the record, and will it be verified and proven? Non-responsive answer is a tacit agreement, Your Honor.
Jury's coming out. Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. The defense may call its next witness.
Who's here?
Bertram, Hayes, Aldrich, and Lescano are present and ready, Your Honor.
Thank you.
What was the last two?
Aldrich and Lescano.
Let's go with Leanna Aldrich.
Share the stream, y'all, if you would
Deanna
please.
Aldridge?
Share the stream. We're actually moving
very well.
forward in the case. If you would please share the stream. I appreciate everybody chiming in on their bets for how long it'll take for him to get tossed out. We're going to call it 1:45 Central Time. We'll see how long it takes. He does look like a bobblehead. He does, man. You're a shame, sir. Charles Vaughn says 2 minutes. 8 minutes from Judy Jones. 7 minutes, Mark Newman says. Mark Newman's playing The Price is Right. He's PIRing it. He's going
Sorry,
100.
I think she was in the other building. So.
It's all right. Thank you for
That's
letting
how
us know.
you save yourself from overbidding on that one. Smart play, Mark. Smart play. 15. Renee Kibble is hedging it up. 30 minutes because they let him argue a lot before. Okay, I'm giving him 30. Nicole Weldling gives him 10 or 5. Carla Henderson's giving him 10. Terry's giving him 5. 6 minutes and 34 seconds, says Mo. But Gail, you are absolutely correct. All of this is a slap in the face. This entire thing that's happening that Darrell Burke's able to do. You know. But yeah, see how long it takes. They need to get Darrell Brooks stress ball so you can just. That idea is patented and TM'd only by CJTV Media LLC, not to be used without explicit consent from anyone, without explicit consent from CJTV Media LLC. Maybe not, but no, it's a great idea. Adam says, Adam Dichet, if I'm saying it right, is out in the UK. He says 30 seconds. Oh, Polly's giving it 32 minutes and 17 seconds. Okay. Well, we're going to go time starts when the witness is on the stand. All right. Ms. Kennedy, let's see where you're at. Yeah, kind of the eyes pop out. 1 hour since the
Good
meltdown.
afternoon, Miss Aldrich. If you would please make your way to the witness stand. It is up by me. It's up a riser.
But we're calling it from the
When you get all
time
the way to the
you
witness
sat
stand,
down.
please remain standing. Raise your right
45.
hand, and my clerk Teresa, who's on my left and will be across from you, will swear you in.
And this is Darrell Brooks' seventh witness
Do you
here.
solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes. Thank you. Come up and have a seat. The first thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and then spell each.
Deanna Aldrich, Deanna. Last name is Aldrich.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir, your witness.
Good afternoon, Miss Aldrich. Direct your attention. Well, first of all, let me back up a little bit.
What do you do for a job?
What do you currently do for a living?
I'm retired.
That's always pretty good. Direct your attention to
That's because the prosecution keeps
evening
doing
of
that.
November 21 of 2021. Do you recall that evening pretty good?
Yes.
Where were you staying at the time?
I live on Maple Avenue.
And during that evening, did you hear anything unusual?
All right, we'll go 150. We'll go 150 start
Do
time.
you recall what that was?
I heard a large thumping noise in my neighbor's yard, and when I came out to my porch, I saw a red SUV.
Back up a little bit to the thumping noise. Can you describe that thumping noise? Would it just be a thumping? Did it sound like a crash or anything of that nature?
I believe it was like the engine dropping kind of noise.
Okay. And you stated you looked out your patio and saw a red SUV?
I did.
Do you recall how that SUV looked at that time?
It was smashed to smithereens.
Do you recall if the red SUV was still running at the time that you observed it?
Yes.
And at some point, did it cut off?
Yes.
And what did you see from that point?
Before I seen it shut off, I seen it go forward in the driveway and then back up like 3 feet. And then someone got out of the car. and ran around the bushes to the front of my building.
And who's the someone that you are referring to?
At that time, I didn't have my glasses on, so I could not see clearly.
What do you recall?
As far as
description
what?
wise, yeah.
Dark hair, possibly white or purple or whatever color shirt, and dark pants.
Do you recall a height?
I think he was probably anywhere between 5'6" and 6 foot. I really couldn't tell because of the angle.
So you're.
But again, this has no
I'm
bearing on
assuming that
anything.
your patio's kind of on a upward base type of angle that you would have kind of been looking.
I was
sort of
looking down, yes.
And the individual you stated ran in what direction at the time that you were observing?
My porch is here, and he ran from the driveway here around to the front of my building.
Okay.
Did you see where the individual went from that point, or could you not see because of where you were positioned on the patio?
He stopped to, if you were looking at the building, he stopped to the right of the building front.
And the building front, is that a street?
Yes. Not all the way to the street, though.
Okay.
He was in the front yard on the grass.
Did you at any time observe this individual jump over the hood?
I was running in and out of my house, so I did not see because I was trying to find my glasses as I was running in and out.
So is it fair to say you was trying to locate your glasses so you can get a better look at what you were observing?
Yes.
Do you recall if the SUV had any tinted windows?
4 or 5 more witnesses, maybe.
Do you recall what time of the evening you heard the loud thumping and then observed the SUV?
I do not recall.
As if it has any bearing on the case whatsoever.
And before that evening, had you ever noticed that SUV before that evening?
No.
I don't know who tied his tie for him.
Did you speak with any of your neighbors to inquire who the SUV may have belonged to?
No,
Darrell.
There was people coming outside from the building that the driveway was, and they were going to walk up to the vehicle, but they did not because I yelled to them and said, "Don't touch it."
So that kind of would be fair to say that kind of startled them and stopped them in their tracks?
Yeah.
Do you recall how many people there were?
Maybe 10.
As things come up, I will.
And at some point, did law enforcement come to your home and interview you about what you observed that evening?
Yes.
And do you know if they? Well, I'm assuming they took a report. Would that be fair to say?
They came up to my apartment and asked me some questions.
Right you are, Adam.
Do you recall if they were writing it down or recording it?
Writing it down.
Good question. None of these questions have any relevance to the case.
If you recall,
Tara.
did you ever learn what the loud noises were that you heard before seeing the SUV?
No.
Yeah, it's got to be nerve wracking if you've never been in court before
And
or never
the
testified.
street that you observed the individual running toward, do you recall what street that would have been based on the direction?
Arlington Avenue would be right directly in front of that building.
Yeah, thank you guys for the shares. I appreciate it.
See the individual run towards Maple Street?
He ran towards Maple Street and came around the bushes directly to the right of my patio, being up high.
But that general direction would have been, what street did you say?
Arlington.
Arlington. I apologize.
He's trying to sound so official. I apologize. Yeah, okay. So it's Arlington. Okay. He's been questioned by the police so many times in his life that he just talks like the police. He's been in court so many times. He just talks like he's, Mr. Court. Thing about this is, though, he's asking questions that have zero relevance to anything. Which direction did he go after? Which direction did you go after you got out of the car? Like, it doesn't matter. We know where you ended up because that's where you got arrested.
Were you aware that there was a parade going on that evening?
Yes.
Did you attend?
No.
These questions are doing nothing for him. They're doing nothing at all for him. They're just giving him something to say. He's got nothing. These witnesses are doing nothing for him either. Thing is, these were witnesses that were put together by his defense team before he let him go, and I'm sure they had an idea of what they wanted to accomplish, and he doesn't remember any of that, I'm sure, at this point. So right now, he's just kind of groping at straws, hoping that he can figure out why this person has any relevancy
law enforcement
to him.
officers that evening. Did any more law enforcement officers come back and interview you at any time after that evening?
Thank you for those stars,
They
Marianne.
did not interview me that evening. They came early the next day on the 22nd.
Oh, I'm sorry. After the 22nd, did any other law enforcement come back out to interview?
No.
Do you recall the name of the officer that interviewed you?
No.
It's my Dr. Evil right here. It's the best way I can go here and just. Yes. No? Okay.
No further questions at this time.
You can't say this time. Are you holding? No, this is Tortilla. Tortilla the Hun. No, she saw him park his car in her driveway. of all the witnesses, that was one. He's got, let me pull up this witness list again. So we're looking at Erica Patterson's gone, state of Wisconsin's taken care of. We've done Douglas Kohler, he's gone. Nicholas Kirby's done. We've done Deanne Aldrich is done. Stephen Guth done. So he's got Chris Bertram. Let me see here.
The defense calls Christopher Bertram.
There we go, Chris Bertram.
All right, thank you.
You know, when people look at the clock when they've, when they're in the cage or when they're in the ring, it's because they're gassed out and they're running out of options and they're just hoping the clock will save them. And that's what he just did. He just did that whole symptomatic telltale situation where they look up.
Thank you.
Once you see someone across me do that one,
Assume. So thank you.
you already know where they're at.
Verifying that.
This is Darrell Brooks' 8th witness.
Looks like this one's a lot closer than before. So
And we're going with Chris Bertram.
all right, good afternoon, Mr. Bertram. If you would please make your way to the witness stand, which is off to my right. It is up one riser. When you get there, please remain standing, raise your right hand. And my clerk, Teresa, who's on my left and across from you, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thank you. Have a seat, please.
Juan Marquez,
First
Jason
thing I will ask
Hayes,
you to do is to state your first and last
Abel
names for the
Lozcano,
record.
My first name is Christopher, and my last name is Bertram.
Catrice Babiaz,
CHRISTOPHER, BERTRAM.
Thank you. As long as you sit close to the table, you will not have to lean in. Go ahead, sir, your witness.
dude, he does not look like he wants to sit there. Look at the daggers.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Pay attention,
Your
fool.
witness.
He does look like a young witness. There were a mother and son who they were talking about that witnessed it happen on the street.
What do you currently do for a living?
I do electrical work.
He looked at the judge first, like, do I need to answer this fool?
Directing your attention to the evening of November 21st, 2021. Do you recall that evening pretty well?
Not very.
Do you recall what you were doing that evening?
Yes.
And what were you doing that evening?
Taking my mother's car to our mechanic friend.
Were you aware of the parade going on that evening?
No.
Around what time were you taking your mom's car to be inspected?
I don't recall.
No, Abigail, it has no bearing. It's just what the prosecution has been doing. They've been asking, so now he's trying to do the same thing.
Anything that caught your attention that evening?
Yes.
Can you state what that was?
A smashed up red car.
And do you recall where you saw that at?
I believe it is Prospect Court Street.
As much time as he can keep outside of lockup.
And at the time you observed this smashed up car, as you say, did you see anyone driving it?
Yes.
And were you able to make a description of who was driving it?
I believe so.
And what do you recall?
I don't recall what I said.
Good boy. Way to
You don't
be.
recall what you said or saw?
I don't recall what I exactly said when I gave my statement.
Do you recall what you saw?
No.
Good for you. Go off the statement. That's all you have to do. Done. That's what the witnesses need to do.
You made reference to giving the statement. I'm assuming that would be to law enforcement. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Go ahead and read the statement.
And Did they
Of
write
it.
down? Well, let me back up. How was that interview conducted? Was that an in-person interview over the phone, or?
In person.
And do you recall if the law
doing
enforcement
great.
officer was writing down what you were telling them or recording it?
I don't recall.
This is what I've been saying from the jump. I don't remember. Check the paperwork, dude. I already filled out a report. No point in me being here, but the report's filled out. And you're chick down to 3 witnesses left, buddy. 3 witnesses left. Hope they all say the same thing. No, I remember, dude. I guess the police report I gave when I saw you, Darrell Brooks, identified as the man getting out of the car.
Did you observe the vehicle stop at any point in time?
No.
So it was pretty much you just saw it just kind of just rolling past.
Yes.
Did you notice if the vehicle had any tents?
Any what?
Tents, like tinted windows?
No.
The question is, did you notice? No. Yeah, Jess, this kid knows what's up. He's just like, dude, he knows this guy's a POS. Again, Chris Reed, Janet Baker, thank you very much.
Do you recall
Those direct
in your
contributions over there.
interview with law enforcement? Well, let me back up a little bit.
Go there.
Was your interview with law enforcement the same evening that you saw this vehicle or sometime after?
The same evening.
Do you recall stating during the interview that evening that you observed the driver as a black male with short hair and a short beard?
I don't recall.
I don't recall exactly what I said.
Thank you, man. Oh, good. No.
Do you recall stating at any time during that interview that evening that you believe you saw the operator of the vehicle reach down and grab something as they were driving past?
Yes.
Did you ever see them? Did you ever see what you believe was being grabbed?
No.
Yeah, Christine, he thinks he's going
And
for
what
something.
did you think at that moment that you saw the operator of this vehicle reach down?
I was unsure.
Do you recall in your
Nope.
interview with law enforcement that evening stating that you thought it was possibly a gun?
Yes.
And where did you observe the vehicle go after it had passed you?
Can't,
I
Gary.
turned away after it passed me.
Slide this back there. Is that better?
Do you recall what the operator of the vehicle was wearing at the time that it passed you?
I do not remember.
Do you recall during your interview with law enforcement that evening stating that you thought the operator was wearing a black sweater or jacket as it drove past you?
If that is what is written.
Do you recall?
Good on you,
saying
buddy.
No.
All right, Gary. Thanks, man, for the input, man.
And do you recall where your interview with law enforcement that evening took place?
Yes.
Ooh,
And where did it take place?
My house.
And was anyone present with you during your interview with law enforcement that evening?
Yes.
And who was that?
My mother.
And do you recall what agency your interview was conducted by?
Yes.
And would you stay for the jury and the record?
The FBI.
Do you recall stating in your interview that evening with law enforcement that you heard a lot of gunshots?
Yes.
And do you recall I think that's a little bit unfair to say. If you had to estimate where where do you think those gunshots were coming from, like vicinity wise?
It sounded from downtown.
And when you say a lot of shots, what would you describe as a lot of shots?
Like a full magazine.
Do you recall seeing the vehicle that you observed crash into anything?
No.
This kid's got it down. He was like,
Do you recall stating in your interview with law enforcement that evening that the vehicle appeared to slow down while traveling down Prospect Court?
Yes.
At some time after observing this vehicle, did you call 911?
Yes.
Do you recall around what time you called 911?
No.
I think he's got like 3 more witnesses, 3 or 4 at the
Do
most.
you recall shortly after seeing this vehicle texting anyone?
Yes.
Texting.
Do you recall who that was?
My girlfriend.
Oh, he's
And
texting
what did
and
you tell her?
driving.
I don't remember.
Do you recall telling her there's a shooting?
Possibly.
So if people can see those closed captions, I just had a comment that came through and people are
Did you see
trying to
anyone else in the vehicle?
No.
be able to read what's going on.
But you do recall seeing the operator wearing a black sweater.
I don't remember.
It's the 8th witness. Mark, yeah, this is his 8th witness. So
Did you observe at any time that evening seeing someone run from the vehicle?
No.
he had 13 total.
Do you recall why you would have gave a description that evening when initially interviewed by law enforcement?
Because I saw the person in the car.
So we had 13 witnesses total, and
And how did that person look?
I don't remember.
asked and answered.
Browns.
Oh, his answer may stand.
What was the answer?
He said, I don't recall, or I don't remember.
13 witnesses that he had on his
No
list.
further questions at this time.
Thank you.
Good job, kid.
Thank you, sir. You may sit down.
Well
You are
done.
excused.
Yeah, the kid gave him the yawn. He's like, I'm over you. So he had 13 witnesses. One of those was the state of Wisconsin. Puts us down to 12.
All right, go ahead, call your next
There
witness.
have been 8 that have hit sand, apparently. So yeah, he's got like 4 left.
And when we get to the next break, I have something to discuss outside of the presence of the jury.
You don't get another break,
That
dude.
pleases the court.
Do you want to do that now
Nope.
or after your next
We
witness?
can.
All right, I'll address a legal issue and we'll bring the jury back in when we're ready. All rise for the jury, please.
That's the Darrell Brooks pick we got. The likeness is staggering. Oh, you saw it. Oh. Shelly Irwin's got a Star Wars coming up. She's going to match anyone that sends stars. Shelly, that's going above and beyond. But let's see what we can do here. But I owe Shelly a cup of coffee.
Everyone can have a seat and then we'll just wait for the door to close.
I think Ken already started.
Go ahead, Mr.
Shelly.
Brooks.
That included the ones that were on the state's
I'm
witness as well.
curious.
He's curious about
Some of
something.
these, judging by the reports, how are some of these answers allowed to pass when they're coming straight from reports made by the people on the stand?
Because you're asking if they recall.
I don't understand your
They
question.
don't recall.
Are you,
They gave the
I'm not
report
sure what
then.
you're asking me.
I'm asking,
That's what he
what I'm
said.
asking is, reading from the report that the people on the stand are giving, the report that they gave to law enforcement.
If you're asking me whether there's a mechanism in the rules of evidence and how to establish that before the jury, the answer to that is yes. If you're asking me how you do that, I'm not going to answer that.
I didn't ask how. I just to be blunt, which I've been since the beginning of this trial, obviously.
Thank you, Miriam. Thank you, Keith.
I see the whole strategy here by the prosecution. I see right through it. Don't have any cross-examination, mainly because you've already schooled the people getting on the stand on how to answer certain things.
Well, that is completely speculative on your part without
It's
any
obvious.
basis in law or
It's
fact.
obvious.
Sir, you could ask questions that establish that. You can ask them if they've met with anyone. You haven't done that. So for you to say that right now is without basis. If you want to,
It's clear.
if you are looking to elicit what they said in the report, there is a way under the rules of evidence based upon the way the witnesses have answered to clarify that. But that requires you to call certain witnesses.
Do you remember what you
Not
said
gonna
in the
give you
report?
any more legal advice further than
No.
that.
I don't think I have to
So
call any other witnesses that's
if
not
you're
on the
asking me to
stand.
strike their testimony based
I
on
didn't-
your
I didn't say
perceived,
anything
then that's,
about that.
all right, then I'm going to bring the jury back out. And you're going to call your next witness.
They are your witnesses.
I'm not hearing a request from you at this
They are
time.
your
You said
witnesses.
you wanted to
That's
raise
right.
a legal
Dude,
issue.
this
What's
is
the
crazy.
legal issue?
The legal issue is how is the state allowed to
Uh-oh. Tammy, Kayla,
coach
Darlene.
You're
people that
assuming they
understand?
spoke to them and coached them.
It's obvious. I'm not stupid.
Yeah, you
Well,
are.
I disagree with that, sir. Again,
Ah,
you
she
can ask
disagreed.
All of a
questions to
sudden-
lay a
all of a
foundation.
sudden, the
That
state
was
don't
perfect.
got-
Someone clip
all
that.
of a sudden,
I'm not stupid. I disagree with that,
for
sir.
the first
Where are
time
we
in
at in the
trial,
case right
all
now?
of a sudden now they don't got no cross. That's clearly a rush to try to get through the case. Hurry up. We just gonna let these people go.
Well, this is
And not-
argument.
Come on, man.
This is argument on your part,
I
sir.
see
It
through
is
it.
pure
I just
commentary
want
at this
that on the
point.
record. I see through it.
And your
Nice try,
see-through
but I see through it.
has absolutely no basis in
Yeah,
fact.
I know that's what's being done.
You could
Oh,
ask
this
these
is
questions.
great.
You could
Come on,
ask
man.
these
You got the right
witnesses
one.
certain questions, and you're
far,
not.
far from the idiot.
It doesn't
They're
matter.
your witnesses, sir. If you believe.
So I'm gonna start asking every witness up here that they seem
Sorry, I gotta
just
clip that.
mysteriously now not have any cross for. Have they been coached to answer the way they answer? Because
Well, you can't
I
ask
find-
that, but
I
you can
find
ask
it
them
very
if they've
funny.
met with anyone ahead of
I
their
find it
testimony
very
here
funny.
today,
I find
which
it
you've
very
done
funny.
with other witnesses.
I find it very funny that these are their reports, and now all of a sudden you can. Oh, I saw the person in the car. Oh, but
Mr. Brooks,
I
this
saw
is
them
an
reach for
attempt by
something.
you
Oh,
to
I don't.
delay these
I don't
proceedings.
recall what they had on.
Mr. Brooks,
You can
there's no
recall seeing
purpose
somebody
for you
reach for
saying this
something
right
and
now.
don't know what they had on. I find that
All right,
very.
I'm having the jury brought
man.
out. I'm instructing you to
Come on,
avoid
man.
the commentary when the jury comes out, or you will
I didn't
forfeit
say-
your right to be
I didn't say
present.
nothing. You.
There's an issue that we do need to pick up potential as to a witness by the name of Abel Lescano. He has prior criminal history.
Thank you.
So as long as the jury's out, we should probably discuss that. I would like to provide the defendant and the court with a copy.
So that had
of
to be
the-
said. So it's the defendant.
That's not how it was said.
That was how I said. You want to run the record back?
Mr. Brooks.
So I'm the only one. I got one. I
Mr.
got one
Brooks.
ear that work, and I heard that.
This
Come on,
is
man.
to benefit
man.
you so
No,
that
it's
you
not.
understand
Ain't none of
your
this to benefit
witness
me, so let's be
has a
clear about
prior
that.
record.
Your Honor, when I leave the table, I'm away from the courtroom and I have to elevate my voice. This is the
So she had to
alleged
elevate her
record of
voice
Abel
just for
Lescano.
that.
Stop talking.
Come on, man. Like, I don't know who y'all be thinking y'all fooling. I accept the value in return for value this document.
One more interruption and you're going to be removed to the next courtroom.
That's what you want to do anyway.
It's not what I want to do. Do not interrupt Attorney Opper.
So can
Your
you
Honor,
tell,
I
can you
believe he
explain-
has 7 prior criminal convictions via OWI 2nd from 1997, and OWI 3rd from 1997, and OWI 4th from 2003, criminal trespass to dwelling from 2006.
All right, I need to take a break. This man right now is having a stare down with me. It's very disrespectful. He pounded his fist. Frankly, it makes me scared. And we're taking a break.
Wow. So okay, I'll go back to what I was doing later, but wow. So the judge just said that makes me scared. Like, the fact of the matter is he's pulling intimidation tactics on the judge right now. And it's funny that it would be hilarious if she just put a little screen up, boop, like right here, so she didn't have to look at him. She can kind of like take it down when she wants, like, no, you're still there, put it up. Yeah, this is nuts, man. He hit the table. He slammed his fist on the tables because he was that angry. And now the judge is in a position where she's having to take a recess because of how crazy disrespectful Darrell Brooks is being and how, threatening he's being with his antics. It is wild, man. When do they when do they zap him? That's the question. When do they actually zap him? I want to know. A feeling. So Creedog says there's no feelings allowed in court, right? He has no control. Just mind-boggling. He said it's mind-boggling if I was a lawyer. Yeah. But what do we got here?
Did you just say mind-boggling?
Yeah, mind-boggling. You know, when things are so crazy, it gets your thoughts all trapped like in a bottle.
Yeah. Darrell Brooks has got that dialed in. I think we're all mind-bottled at this point as to what the hell is going on with this case, as to how it's gone the way it's gone. I'm not shocked. I'm not even mad. I'm just disappointed. It's in that world right now. The jury has just got to be like, dude, you are the worst of the worst, and just get along with the situation. I hope they have comfortable chairs. You know what I mean? Or don't have comfortable chairs. So even they are like, we don't care. Can they mistrial for intimidation since the judge openly admitted to being scared? I don't think a mistrial is what anybody wants at this point. I think that they, if anything, they can. If he's trying to intimidate, I don't know. But anyone in the taste, yeah, anyone in the chat here, if you've got any ideas as to what's what about the how that works out, I'd be curious to know if there is if there's a grounds for intimidating the judge. Let's look it up. Let's find out. Let's see what it says here about intimidating a judge. And in court, let's see what it says. Oh man, yeah. I was trying to cut and clip that one little part right there where he says, "I'm not an idiot," and she says, "I disagree with that." Influencing or injuring. What is carpal tunnel? Is it like when this part like locks up on you? That's happening right now. It hurts like hell. Intimidation of witnesses, misdemeanor. Wisconsin legislator. Class G felony. Oh, that does not feel good. I don't know what's going on over there. How do you make that stop doing that? Anybody got any ideas on that? Yeesh. It's like right here. Feels like there's like a bone. It feels like there's a bone stuck in there doing something. You just rub it out. Yeah. Says 18 U.S. Code 1503, influencing or injuring officer or juror generally. You see, whoever corruptly or by threats or force or by any threatening letter or communication endeavors to influence, intimidate, or impede any grand or petite juror or officer in or of any court of the United States, or officer who may be serving at any examination or other proceeding before any United States magistrate, judge, or other committing magistrate, and the discharge of his duty, or injures any such any such grand or petite juror in his person or property on account of any verdict or indictment assented to him, or on account of being used, okay, the performance of his official duties, and obstruct, impede, administer, okay. Let me see. The punishment for an offense under this section is, in the case of a killing, the punishment provides section 1111 and 1112. In the case of attempting killing, okay, class. In the case of attempted killing, or in the case of which the offense was committed against a petite juror, and in which case class A or B felony was charged, imprisonment of not more than 20 years or a fine under this title. In any other case, imprisonment for not more than 10 years or a fine. So I think that's more extreme if we're talking at that point. We're going more towards yeah, okay, Crystal, yeah. Arm above the head. Open and close your fingers. Oh, that freaking kills, man. That's not a good feeling. Yeah. Oh. Oh, look at that. I'm just gonna sit like this for a while because that made it stop. Open and close your okay. Marianne, good looking. Wiggle my fingers, arm above your head, open and okay, that worked. I don't know if it's grounds for contempt. Let me give you guys some of my hold music here while we're this is feeding the ducks. So while we're waiting here, tendonitis, is that what it is? Oof. Yeah, I'm getting old. I'm 75 now. Oh, man. Oh, that made me sweat. That was painful, man. Having your elbow. Oh, yeah, I'm sitting my elbow on this desk here. So. Rotator cuff or pinch nerve in your neck. I appreciate the input here. Yeah, I'm about to get up and stretch. How about we do this, man? I'm gonna take a breather. I'm gonna get up and stretch for a quick minute. I encourage y'all to do the same. We'll be right back. Let's get biblical with Darrell Brooks. Thank you for tuning in tonight. I'll be reciting Psalms, the book of Leviticus, and all things Deuteronomy. Darrell Brooks. Thoughts from the heart, from King James to my heart, to you. Ooh. Well, sorry guys. That's all I could think when I saw that was that moment. I think they still have the volume muted. But Funky DJ coming to you live from Darrell Brooks' trial. Man, yeah. It looks like they're ready. They usually, this is kind of the par for the course how they get it going. But I gotta remember I don't want to get too loud in the mic on you guys. So
I'd like to continue by bringing the jury out momentarily, Madam Clerk, and having you call your next witness. I trust that you're ready to do that, sir. All right, then.
We need to complete the task.
Oh, we do. I knew I would left something in my office, but I reviewed it, so go ahead. What is the state's request then as it relates to the prior record?
We believe the proper answer would be 7 prior convictions, Your Honor, and that would not obviously be counting the OWI first conviction from 1993, which is at the top.
share the stream.
The age of that, and obviously that would not have been a crime, but everything from OWI second on down, we believe would be appropriate. There's also one that's noted, 06 CM 2039. It was a case, but all the charges were dismissed and read in, so we're not counting that file either.
Can you go run and get that for me, please? Thank you. Just gonna have that brought back out. I took it with and I left it on my desk. And then remind me the statute again on priors.
90609.
Thank you. And a copy of the
That
record was
waterfall sound is
provided
just
to
the
the
computer
defendant.
cooling down. So
It was. It has not been discussed with Mr. Lizicano.
That was going to be kind of my next topic once. Thank you. I look at this again. All right, Mr. Brooks, do you have a position on the prior convictions for this witness? The state is asking for a determination by this court that there are 7 prior convictions for purposes of questioning the witness, whether that's by you or by them if they so choose. And that would be for a determination under 90609.
does anybody know if he was given a plea? I don't. I really don't know.
I don't know what you're asking.
Mr. Brooks, you may recall.
I don't know.
At some point, I believe we had a discussion about prior convictions.
The hour is nigh at
I
hand,
think
sir.
maybe we only discussed that if
You
you
are-
were to testify, we would have to have that conversation. So in fairness, I don't
No,
think,
there was one state's witness that had one prior that we discussed. in the
that's
court
right, we
rules.
did. I recall now. So at that point, I directed your attention to 90609. And then I made a ruling based upon the
Oh, thanks for the heads up on the wrist.
factors
That
that
was-
are enumerated in that
helped a
statute.
lot.
You've been provided with a listing of the record. I would direct your attention to, I'm not sure if I see that book out there, but the statute book that I previously provided to you, but that the 90609 would be in there. But in any event, the state is asking that I make a determination about how many for purposes of the questioning of this witness. Do you have any comment, statement, or position on that?
Looks like it's 9 on here.
Which is the one the state referenced that the charges are listed, but they were dismissed?
2000, well, it's recorded as 06 CM 2039, 2 times violate harassment / restraining order, and then it says DM / RI, which means dismissed and read in, 2X MBJ, which be 2 times misdemeanor bail jumping, dismissed and read in. So no convictions from that file.
So why is it on the sheet?
This would be an accurate listing of the cases that you found when investigating the witness's background.
Yes, Your Honor.
And nothing since 2007.
That's correct.
All right. Any statement you want to make, sir, on what the number of convictions this court should consider under 90609?
What is dismissed and read in? Does that mean there was no charge?
No, it means it was when there was a conviction for something else, the charge was dismissed and read in, and then the court considered it at the time of sentencing.
So I say something about the first
So
two
they are
plea
not
was not
convictions,
guilty.
but it was a
Reason
case.
insanity.
So that's why, my understanding why it was listed.
So the 2.
Was this 10 minutes? Is right?
So where it says
It's like that.
dismissed and read in, that would be the restraining
Training
order and
joint. Yeah.
MBJ.
Right, misdemeanor bail jumping. So 2 counts of violate harassment restraining order were dismissed and read in, along with 2 counts of misdemeanor bail jumping dismissed and read in. I'm guessing, but the state can confirm that it either was read into 06 CM 1859 or 06 CM 3149.
Yes, I believe it was the 1859 case, Your Honor.
So at the time of the conviction for resisting obstructing, there was a misdemeanor bail jumping dismissed and read in, and then the other charges, all of which are listed under 06 CM 2039, dismissed and read in.
So then 8. Should be 8.
The OWI first would not be criminal, as I understand it, and so I believe that's why it's not, the state did not ask it that it be counted. Because the statute requires conviction of a crime or an adjudication of delinquency.
So there's no crime for OWI?
An OWI first would not be a crime, it would be a forfeiture.
I still would say 8, just based on the fact that there's continued OWIs. all the way up to a 5th.
Remind the parties of the factors to consider for exclusion include the lapse of time since the conviction, or in this case, convictions, the rehabilitation or pardon of the person convicted, the gravity of the crime, the involvement of dishonesty or false statement in the crime, the frequency of the convictions, and any other relevant factors. So based on that, do you have any argument that it should be less than that?
Less than what, 8?
Well, it'll be less than 7. He has 7 convictions as I count them.
And that's not counting OWI first.
Correct, because it's not a crime. It can't be counted under the statute.
Then it's 7. Should be 7.
All right. Do you want to make any argument about whether any should be excluded under the statute based upon the factors I just read to you?
Well, you already made reference to one of them not being a crime. So that brings it to 8. I don't understand the whole.
Well, for example, the last conviction was in 2007. It's now 2022. So do you want to make an argument to the court that perhaps he's been rehabilitated?
I don't want to speculate on the next man's life, but if it's 7 on here, well, I guess it brings it to 7. And whether OWI first is not a crime, it still counts as what it essentially is nowhere to get to 2, 3, 4, and 5 without the first. Looks like 7 to me.
All right, then. Anything further from the state on this?
No, Judge, thank you.
Given the number of convictions, factually, although the first one's not a crime, the OWI first, Mr. Brooks is correct, is from 1993, and without that, you don't get the other criminal OWIs. But I would note the record is from the criminal record is from 1997 through 2007. That spans about a 10-year time span. It's now 2022, but there's essentially an agreement by the parties that there are 7 convictions that are listed here. I've looked at the lapse of time since the convictions. I don't know about rehabilitation or pardon, other than it looks like he did complete the earned release program, which would have resulted in a reduction of initial confinement and then converted to extended supervision. I don't see violations of probation listed, meaning that he was revoked. I see some extensions, but that could be for a variety of reasons. But given that there was a pattern with the OWIs, that the last one was a felony, that goes to the gravity of the crime. And the other issues, I'll find that for purposes of his testimony, that this witness has 7 convictions. He may be asked, have you been convicted of a crime? His answer should be yes. And then the follow-up, how many times? The answer will be 7.
That will have to be told to Mr. Lozano before he testifies, Your Honor, I believe.
I agree. State willing to relay that information?
I'd rather not, given the accusations levied by Mr. Brooks. I think it's better we do it in open court, Your Honor.
All right. Who's your next witness? Will it be Mr. Lozano? Because if it is, I'll just have him come in now and I can put him on the stand and advise him of that.
May I ask who's present right now?
For sure, Mr. Hayes and Mr. Lozano, and I'm not sure the 330 witnesses, I think, are probably on their way. They're on their way.
All right, so Hayes and Lozano are still here.
Yes.
All right. Those are the 2 who are here, sir. tell you what, either way, let's just bring Mr. Lascano in case he's not your first, but then I don't have to deal with the interruption with the jury. You don't have to call him first unless you want to, but I'll just bring him in and advise him. So if someone from victim witness could bring him in, please. Can I have a first name for this witness, please?
It's Abel, but I believe it's pronounced a different way. It's Abel.
Kristen, thank you for that. Yeah, I see.
Abel, thank you. Abel.
Subject matter
There we go.
jurisdiction.
Okay.
Court
That's
declines to
acting
address
up.
that.
But
Still
yeah,
has yet to be verified and proven for the record.
let me pull that up.
Objections noted for the record. Do you want Mr. Lascano on the stand, or are you going to call Mr. Hayes first? Just so I know what to do when he comes in.
I don't currently have, I can't find paperwork from Mr. Hayes. Can a police report or something be provided in case I want to call Mr. Hayes first?
Yes, we will accommodate
That's
that
your
request.
responsibility,
It'll just
though.
take me a minute, Your Honor, to find it.
Real fast, I'm going to show you guys this.
I'll have to have it printed and brought over, or Mr. Witchow can run. Thank you, Mr.
I will give you
Witchow.
permission to email it to Teresa, and she can print it in the courtroom.
Well,
That will assist.
It's part of a 700-page PDF, so I can't just email one page.
I see.
At least I don't know how to do that. Copy and paste it into a Word document.
That's all right. You can do it the way that you need to. All right. Mr. Lascano, I'm just going to have you for a moment take a seat. You're not going to testify just yet, but just come up and take a seat just at the end of my jury box for now. I'm not going to come up to the witness stand. I want to record. And so for purposes of testimony, I've made a determination that if asked, have you been convicted of a crime? Your answer should be yes. And then if someone asks a follow-up, how many times? The answer to that is 7. Have you heard me say that? You understand that? All right, thank you. I'm not sure that you'll be called next, but I wanted to do that while I didn't have the jury here. You can go back out into the hallway then. Thank you.
While I bring the jury in, I have a 31-second clip. This is the first plea offer.
All right,
This
then
is
let's
plea
have the
offer
jury brought out, please.
that was put forth.
Your Honor, the offer that was dated July 5 of 2022 reads as follows. Plead to counts 1 through 67 in the information. The penalty enhancers on all counts will be struck. Counts 68 to 83 will be dismissed and read in. The state will recommend 6 consecutive life sentences on counts 1 through 6. The state will recommend unspecified prison on all other counts.
So that was the first plea. I'm not sure exactly how it works. I think what they were roughly getting at was that they were going to strike a litany of things and then just be like, well, but we're still going to hit you with 6 counts of life in prison. So basically it was like you're not getting anything. There's no plea here. There's no quarter we're giving you. You're going to go to prison for life. Like, you're never going to see the light of day. What you did, you'll be locked up forever for this one until you die, at least. Maybe not forever, but until not our forever, maybe, but until you die. Share the stream, guys. We're getting towards the end of the day here, which is great. Oh man, I remember it was just 11 o'clock. We were dealing with 2 hours of this nonsense back and forth between him and the judge.
Thank you,
which is
everyone. Please be seated. The defense may
much.
call its next witness.
Defense calls, is it Jason Hayes? Jason?
And again, you guys, thank you for all the stars. Been amazing. Baba Booey's in here. What's up, man?
We'll have the witness brought in.
Also, the super chats and the direct contributions, you guys, thank you very much. We're steamrolling. We're getting through this. Getting through this together. This will be Darrell Brooks' 9th witness.
Is
I
it
think I'm using the
Haynes or
apostrophe
Hayes?
right properly.
Does anyone know?
No end to the.
For any
Hayes? All right, good afternoon,
Anyone
sir.
knows
If you
better,
please
tell
make
me
your
if
way
I'm
to
right
the
or wrong.
witness stand, which is on my right. Upper riser, when you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand. My clerk Teresa, who's across from you, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. The first thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Jason, Jason, Hayes, Hays.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir. Your witness.
Darrell Brooks is getting close to the final hour of his time outside of jail.
I accept for value and return for value this document for the record. Good afternoon, Mr. Hayes. Is that how you pronounce Hayes?
Yep.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a retail sales associate for a food broker, Damon Worldwide.
Been doing that for a long time?
21 years.
Yeah, that's a lot. Yeah, we're buddies now, right? We're cool. This is how we become friends. Before I ask you a bunch of questions that make no
The
sense.
evening of November 21st, 2021.
They need to turn his mic up.
You recall that evening pretty well?
Fairly well, yes.
What were you doing that evening?
Went to the parade.
Did you go to the parade with family, friends?
I went there with my daughter.
Do you recall what time you arrived?
30 minutes before the parade started.
Were you scheduled to do any marching in the parade itself,
No.
or just spectate?
Yes.
Did you say yes to being a spectator?
Yes.
Thank
That's
you.
what I thought he said.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure there was.
He answered. Yes. Anything unusual catch your eye that day that you recall?
Yes.
And what did you see?
Besides the parade?
Yeah, I'm sorry. That was unusual that caught your eye that evening.
Well, where we were, yes, a red truck came through where we were. It honked and swerved.
I guess I want to back up a little bit. Where were you positioned at that
We were all the way at the beginning of the parade.
Okay.
Like it was Main and corner of Main and White Rock.
Okay. And you said you observed this vehicle honked and swerved?
Yes.
What did it swerve from?
I'm sorry?
What did it swerve from?
Where?
Or was it, I guess the correct question would be, why did it swerve?
I don't know. I wasn't driving. I don't know what his intentions were.
And you stated that the vehicle honked. Was that just a single honk, or was it a beep beep, or
One honk.
do you recall stating that it honked several times?
I don't
And
recall.
when you were initially.
I don't recall.
Well, before we get to that, did you see where the vehicle went after it honked and swerved?
Yes, it kept on going straight down Main East, the same route the parade went.
Did you get a description of who was driving the vehicle you saw that day?
I did not.
Did you get a license plate?
Did not.
Do you recall if the vehicle had any tinted windows?
No.
And I'm assuming at some point you either were interviewed by law enforcement or seek to be interviewed by law enforcement.
I did, by a detective.
And do you recall if that was the same evening or?
It was not the same evening.
So
it was a couple days after.
Yeah. Do you recall in that interview that you had with the detective stating that your kids were playing in the roadway and the operator of the vehicle honked the horn several times and veered to the left around the kids?
Yes.
So in your opinion, it wasn't trying to strike the kids?
Correct, yes.
Best thing he can do is say no further questions and move on. That's it.
And after it continued,
but it doesn't take away from the
you said
fact that he
east.
hit everyone else.
Would that be correct? East.
Yep.
Did you see the vehicle strike anyone?
I did not, no.
Do you recall what side of the street the vehicle was traveling on at that time?
It was on the right side.
The right side.
So we were on the north side of the road.
So the right side would be.
Yep.
Did you see the vehicle stay on the north side of the road for the duration of the time that you observed?
Yes.
So you never saw it go to the other side of the road or?
No.
No further questions at this time.
Thank you. Any cross?
Yes, just briefly. Good afternoon, Mr. Hayes.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for your attendance, sir. Mr. Hayes, do you remember seeing a police officer at this intersection as well?
Don't recall.
Okay. Do you remember writing in your report or telling the police officer that a police officer chased the vehicle on foot?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. It's cross. You may answer.
I do remember that I thought I saw a police chasing after the car on foot.
Okay. And do you remember also telling the same officer that the SUV took off down the street and that it accelerated?
Yes.
Objection.
Is that?
Hold on, there's been an objection.
I guess the objection to be what officer is being referred to wasn't clear.
Overruled.
Absolutely.
The state may continue asking the question.
I guess I was asking was that referring to the interview officer?
Your objection is noted. It's overruled. The state may ask the question fully.
Is that your recollection, sir, that the vehicle sped off and accelerated away?
Yes.
Objection speculative.
Overruled.
Do you also recall telling the officer who interviewed you that the driver of the vehicle had a dark complexion and a beard?
Yes.
Is that accurate with your recollection of the driver?
Yes.
But you didn't see a face, you couldn't
No.
identify anybody beyond those descriptions, correct?
Hold on. There's been an objection to leading. It's overruled. The witness may answer.
No.
All right, thank you, sir. Those were all my questions.
Thank you. Any redirects, sir?
Briefly, very briefly.
Sorry, I'm not sure what the
The defense may call its next witness, please.
Quick question before I do: who's supposed to be arriving at 3:30? Just so I know.
I'm not sure.
Idiots and Darrell will be here at 3:30. Mr. Liscano is here now, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I knew who's here now. Just trying to get clarity.
well, she wasn't talking to you. She was talking to your honor.
It would appear so. He's the one that's here.
All right, then he may. The defense is calling Abel Liscano, correct?
The defense is calling Abel Liscano.
All right, very well. We'll have him brought in. Thank you.
And on to the 10th witness here, you guys. We're meandering towards the end. I believe he's got two more, just two. And I think that's today. I believe he might be able to get through these today.
Good afternoon, sir. If you would please make your way to the
Ooh.
witness stand. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand. And my clerk Teresa, who will be across from you or is across from you, will swear you in. Thank you.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat.
What raising the right hand is
First
about?
thing
I'm not
will
supposed to have a hand on the
you do is
Bible or
to
something,
state
but like
your
just
first
being like,
and last names for the record and spell each.
Abel Liscano, ABEL LAZZANO.
Thank you. Your witness, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Liscano. What do you do for a living currently?
I'm a hairdresser.
No judgment whatsoever on this question.
he's gonna ask him about his record.
Have you ever been convicted of a crime?
Yes, I have.
And how many times?
7.
Do you recall the
How many you been convicted
night
of?
of
Darrell Brooks?
November 21st, 2021 pretty well? No, it's been a minute.
Best as I can, yeah.
What were you doing that evening, if you recall?
The Christmas parade?
Were you marching in the parade? Or?
Yeah,
No,
Monday
I
or
was
Tuesday, hopefully.
watching it.
Who were you there with? Family, friends?
My wife and my daughter.
Oh, we're definitely not over today. No.
Do you recall where you were positioned to watch the parade?
Standing in front of the Corey Insurance on Main Street.
Is that part of Main Street close to like a side street? If you recall,
not too far from Maple.
Do you recall the side streets being barricaded during the parade?
I don't remember.
I don't remember. That's what you got to keep doing.
Do you recall what time you arrived at the parade that evening?
I don't recall.
It had just started, so whatever time that was at.
Oh, Gail, good point. Thank you for that super chat, for the contribution over on
You
YouTube.
recall something other than the parade?
The direct
catching your attention that,
well, you know,
that day?
thank you, Gail.
People getting hurt, yeah.
And what did you see that day, if you recall?
I saw a red SUV plow over a bunch of people.
And
yeah, these are his witnesses that he's calling to the stand.
did
For
you see
what
the
reason?
driver of this SUV you're referring to?
Yeah, you're standing right there.
Touche.
And how many people did you see in the vehicle?
Just one, the driver.
So,
objection. Here
do
it
you
comes.
recall flagging down a law enforcement vehicle that evening?
Yeah, I do.
And do you recall what you told the officer that evening?
Not very well.
I'm gonna attempt to see if anything brings back some recollection. First, do you recall the name of the officer you flagged down that evening?
Officer Moss.
Do you recall telling Officer Moss that you observed 3 or 4 people in the SUV as it passed you?
I don't remember that.
This is what Darrell's problem with, because he doesn't remember saying that. If it was in the report, maybe, but at the time, that may be what he saw, but he doesn't recall saying that. So,
Sorry, not sorry.
yeah, Ron, this dude looks like a monster. Not a bad guy, but like a beast. This is a big witness. You sit down, shut up while I cut your hair.
So, to your recollection, the SUV that you saw, did it have tinted windows?
I don't remember.
He doesn't even want to look at this guy. Man to man, he doesn't want to look at him because he knows this dude's like been on the inside probably. This guy knows what it's
And
like.
do you remember what the description was that evening that you gave to law enforcement?
Look at that. Look out for a second.
Told him it was a red SUV.
The description of the driver, do you remember that?
Yeah, I know he was a black male.
Is that all you recall about your description?
That's all I remember.
Yeah, he's a coward. 100% a coward. He's already subbed on this dude. Went beta on him.
After seeing this vehicle, what did you do?
We left. I got my family out of there.
And where did you go?
We headed back to the car.
Do you recall where your vehicle was parked?
I believe it's the Lindholm or buildings.
Apologize for the picture quality, guys. Get a little grainy, I know, but.
And
yeah,
did
right.
You see the vehicle stop on Maple Street?
Which vehicle?
The SUV that you plainly saw.
Oh, no, I didn't see it stop. No. It kept going through the parade.
And speaking with, is it Detective Moss? Well, speaking with law enforcement that evening, do you recall advising law enforcement that you observed 3 black subjects running from the vehicle?
No, I don't remember that.
If it pleases the court, I would like to show the witness this. I'm referring to page 4 exactly.
Is it a statement this witness person wrote?
I believe it's what, I don't think he wrote it himself.
So it's a summary written by another person.
By, I don't know if it's Officer Moss or Detective Moss. I'm not sure what his rank is.
Well, doesn't matter.
Continue with your questions. I'm going to deny the request that you show the exhibit or the paperwork to the witness.
Good, because it'd be here, so. Because it's somebody else's statement. Detective Moss would have to be there to testify about what he heard in the statement. He can't.
Do you
A
recall
hearsay would
making
be
statements
able trying to tell
to
him what Detective Moss wrote down?
Detective Moss that you observed one where it says one was described as running southbound on Maple towards College Avenue? Do you recall that?
No, I don't.
Do you recall stating that the other two were described as running in a westerly direction from the rear of 338 Maple Street?
No.
Do you
No help
recall stating that one black subject was described as tall, wearing a blue top and blue and black pants, while the other subjects were described as two short black males wearing sweatpants?
Barely, a little bit of that.
So, which of these subjects do you minimally recall wearing those items that evening?
No. You asked me if I remember people running, and I said no. I remember describing those people to him. I remember.
So where did you observe those?
Standing by the vehicle, where I found the vehicle, where I spotted it.
Yeah, he doesn't like this at all. Look how he's getting small. He's shrugging
Just
up.
so we have
He's
clear,
not like
describe the subjects you saw that evening standing by the vehicle.
I don't remember that good. I mean, you were describing them, so it brought back a little bit, but I can't tell you. That was too long ago.
And how did you come upon the vehicle at the address of 338 Maple Street that evening?
I was walking my family back to the car. Try to get them to safety. So I was keeping an eye out and I spotted it.
Yeah, there's a delay, just so you guys know, for the captions. Well, I think they have to do that just in case something comes up.
Stating that you saw the SUV reverse into a driveway?
No.
Do you recall why that would be reported?
No. When I found it, it was parked already.
Oh, got a mic drop. Hit him with it. You got that right, Jamie.
Do you recall when you initially had the interaction with Detective Moss? Do you recall leading him to where the vehicle was ultimately found?
Yeah.
Do you recall yelling at subjects standing outside of a building where or near where the vehicle was that evening?
I remember asking them. I don't remember yelling at them.
Yeah, this isn't working for Darrell. Mm-hmm. Donna Moore, you're not wrong.
Do you recall why?
This dude
Do you
would
recall
eat Darrell
why
up.
the report says that you advised Detective Moss that there are 3 black subjects, specifically black subjects, running
That's
from
an
the
answer.
vehicle?
Objection.
No, I don't remember.
He's getting pissed and doesn't remember. Turns out Darrell's a triplet. Uh-oh. There's the twist. Turns out he's got 2 more of him running around out there. And they all were in the driver's seat at the same time. Or it's the multiverse
Were
of
you
Darrell.
yourself injured in this incident that evening?
No.
Yeah, he could be working today, making money for his family, but he's in there having to deal with this clown. Tip of the hat to this guy right here. Abel's doing a great job. How do you guys feel he's doing right now? Abel Loscano, 10th witness for Darrell Brooks. What are your thoughts on how he's doing in the comments here? Thumbs up, thumb down. Hit the spam some heart emojis for this guy. I feel like Abel's definitely earned a little love on our end. He's keeping it real, keeping it tight. He's not letting him get led around. He's definitely. I love that there's a mask, like an alpha that's sitting in front of him, because Darrell has definitely changed his MO. I mean, how many of you feel that as well? Are you seeing a change in Darrell's demeanor with a big ass man sitting in the witness stand? I mean, look at him. Everything about him looks.
Well, let me back up for a minute.
He's very soft spoken.
Did you speak with another detective that evening, if you recall?
Yes, I did.
He was a twin. But, oh, see, now I feel like a turd. Gail. Jeez. Thank you.
Do you recall if that was Detective Coates?
I don't remember his name.
So it'd be fair to say that you spoke with 2 different law enforcement officers that evening.
Yeah.
Yep.
Do you recall in your interview with Detective Coates?
Yeah, he put his family in danger. Good point. Karen says that he's wilting.
In reference to the vehicle that you saw that evening, do you recall telling Detective Coates that it appeared there were 3 or 4 people in the Ford Escape as it passed you?
Ask an answer.
No, I don't remember.
Do you recall in your interview with Detective Coates that evening stating that you could not provide any description of the occupants other than that they appeared to be African American?
Yeah, I remember saying that.
So it'd be fair to say that you observed African Americans in this vehicle that you saw, correct?
The reason why I came up with 3 or 4 people was because when I was walking by and I saw the car, there was 2 or 3 black males standing by the vehicle. There was at least 3 or 4 more on the porch. So I figured they were by the vehicle. It must have been the ones trying to hide the vehicle because they were standing in front of it or real close to it.
In your opinion, did it look like they were nervous or attempting to hide?
Everybody was running past them and walking really fast, and they were just standing around there. They were the only ones not doing much. So yeah, they stood out.
Now, this is the question actually was in reference to when you spoke with Detective Coates that evening, in reference to seeing the vehicle in the parade as it passed you. Do you recall at that point, while at the parade that evening, do you recall stating to Detective Coates that it appeared that there were 3 or 4 people in the Ford Escape as it passed you during the parade that evening?
No, I don't remember that.
There you go.
Any reason why the detective coach would report that that's what you stated to him?
Objection.
Like I said before, I
That's
saw two or three
speculative.
people by the vehicle, so I assumed they were with the vehicle. So they must have been in the vehicle during the parade. I saw the driver going by because he hit somebody right in front of us.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Jess. Yes, this is the initial questioning of the witness. Sorry, the cross-examination.
Do you recall
Doesn't come up yet.
in your interview with Detective Coates that evening
Mm-hmm.
stating that the three individuals, and I'm referring to who you saw next to the vehicle, so it's clarification. The three individuals who were standing in a line, shoulder to shoulder to shoulder.
It's the word twice.
African American males.
Yeah.
So it's fair to say that's what you observed that evening?
I saw at least two of them. It looked like they were standing in front of it.
Yeah, Bella, his tone is very different right now. His whole demeanor is very different right now. He's definitely not in Darrell Brooks mode. He's in I would get my ass reamed mode if I tried to pop off to this guy, puff up to him at all. Yeah.
And during that interview with Detective Coates that
You're not wrong, Baba. You know.
Do you recall stating to Detective Coates that you may be able to recognize the older male? So I'm assuming one of the individuals that you saw standing shoulder to shoulder was a older male?
I don't remember.
It's crazy how much I've just blind spotted the court reporter or the stenographer that's sitting right in front of us, underneath, like right on the other side of the CJTV logo. I swear to you, up until yesterday, I didn't even know she was there. Like probably 100 hours into this, and I was fully oblivious to that she was even sitting. Yeah, Shannon.
Any reason why
absolutely.
multiple? Well, I'm not gonna say multiple.
100%.
Two. Any reason why the two detectives that you spoke with that night both reported that you stated you saw
just life.
3 black subjects running from the vehicle?
No.
And during the parade incident, were you or anyone you were with injured that evening?
Karen Lovejoy, I don't know. That's a good question.
No further questions at this time.
Making any cross? Yes,
I think
sir.
the point
Thank
of
you.
his
Good
past,
afternoon,
make sure they don't dig
Mr.
too into it because
Darrell.
he's not on trial. They're allowed to
Sir,
identify that as, did you have a criminal history?
You said you watched
Yes.
the parade near Curry Insurance, is that correct?
Yeah, right in front of it.
Okay. Do you remember, you said you saw the SUV strike some people in the parade?
I think you did now.
Do you remember what group of people in the parade? Can you remember anything about the name or the banner or the costumes or anything like that?
Objection, leading.
Well, you're welcome, Shannon.
Yeah, no, I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember seeing the SUV strike more than one person?
Yeah.
Objection, speculative.
About how many people did you see the SUV strike, sir?
Objection, speculative.
Those crowds, I mean, when it was coming through, because I was standing over my daughter and my wife, they were sitting on the curb. I saw it coming through, and at first it looked like it was just pushing people out of the way, and then it just kept swerving back and it was just plowing everybody out of the way until it got to in front of us. Then it actually hit somebody. It just did like a cartwheel in the air.
You remember that?
Yeah, it was right in front of us.
Okay.
And while the witness was giving the answer, not the last answer, but the one prior to that, he had his right hand in the air, directioning his hand from right to left, describing the vehicle coming from right to left. And then when he said he saw someone go into the air, he was like twirling his fingers as if to say it kind of tumbled in the air. All right, go ahead.
Thank you. So, Mr. Liscano, I want to talk about the moment when you located this vehicle on Maple, okay? I'm going to ask, Madam Clerk, could you please turn on the AV system? We're going to put up State's Exhibit 65.
Go ahead.
Objection to the relevancy of Exhibit 65.
Ronald, welcome to the pod.
Noted,
Appreciate you, man. Become part of the Paradox Squad here.
The state may proceed.
All right, this total clip is 36 seconds, but before we begin to play it, sir, do you recognize the area on the screen that's shown in this picture?
Yeah, I believe that's Central Middle School.
Where?
Right at where the stairs is.
Okay, the red brick on the left side of the picture?
Yeah.
Objection
Okay.
speculative.
Overruled. His answer may stand, he said, I believe.
And would you agree with me, the house where the SUV was found was up in this area here where I just put the green dot on the screen?
Very welcome.
Objection leading.
Overruled. You may answer.
Yes.
That looks right, correct, sir?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
All right, we're gonna clear the screen, please, and we're gonna play this entire clip for 36 seconds. Please watch and see if you see yourself or any of your family members in this clip.
Objection to the relevancy of this video to this particular witness.
Overruled. You may play the clip.
Overruled on what grounds, Your Honor?
This guy's ridiculous because they're looking to talk to this witness about them seeing themselves in this video. It's crazy how many like doorbell cams, like bell cams or whatever, the ring cams and all these things, like how much they've made a major role in play in a lot of court cases and evidentiary findings for tons of cases that are going on. And catching people in the crimes, catching people in the act, catching people doing what they shouldn't be doing, you know, sneaking out or sneaking in, if you know what I mean. Hello.
Sir, did you see yourself or your family in that clip?
Objection speculative.
Overruled.
No, I did not.
Okay. Now, you said you did see, by the time you walked past the car, you saw 2 or 3 black males standing near the car, right?
Objection mischaracterization of this. He said 3. Specifically said the number.
Overruled.
You also said you saw 2 or 3 what you thought to be black males on the porch of the residence there, correct?
Objection stated it was black males. Asked and answered.
Objection, you're making me look bad. Yeah.
No.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, there was 2 or 3 standing by the vehicle.
Okay.
And then on the porch, there was maybe 3 or 4 more people. I don't know if they were, I'm sure they were white, but
okay.
I was trying to not make it obvious because at the time, I believed that they were with the vehicle. So I didn't want them to see that I saw them. So I just did what I thought was right at the time.
That's smart play. He wasn't trying to get targeted.
Do you happen to know the people that live at this house?
Objection speculative.
Overruled.
No, I do not.
Would it be reasonable, do you think, Mr. Lescano, that people living in the house heard the crash and came outside and that's who you saw standing there by the vehicle?
Objection. There was never any crash mentioned.
I'll sustain. Calls for speculation.
Mr. Lescano, is it possible that the people you saw standing near the vehicle were in fact just neighbors that saw the vehicle the same way you did?
Yeah.
You described that at the time you went by on Maple Street, there was a lot of people running around in the area. Is that correct?
Objection mischaracterization of testimony.
Overruled.
Yes, it was.
And these are people hurrying away from the parade with their families, trying to get to safety just like you were, correct?
Objection speculative.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes.
You didn't see anything like that in State's Exhibit 65, did you?
Yeah, he got one.
No, I did not.
You said on direct examination that you saw the driver of the SUV in the parade. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
And you see that driver present in this courtroom here today, please?
Objection speculative.
Overruled.
Yes, he's sitting right over there.
Are you sure about that, sir?
Yes.
Objection speculative.
Overruled.
And I'm hiding behind a computer screen. How could he see me?
You said
And
that.
mischaracterizes the testimony because that was not testified to before on direct.
Oh, your objections are overruled. I believe the witness already answered. Go ahead.
Did you happen to notice in Exhibit 65 the red SUV in that video clip that you watched?
No.
You didn't see it at
Couldn't
all,
see
did
it,
you?
no.
Okay, just wondered. Mr. Lizcano, have
Did
you
you
and
see that?
I
He, like-
ever spoken about this case, sir?
No.
What about Attorney Basie here to my right? You and her ever talk about this case through your testimony?
Objection hearsay.
Overruled.
No.
Mr. Witchow on the end, did you ever talk to him about
Objection.
your testimony, sir?
Objection hearsay.
Objection prejudicial. Why not?
Overruled.
No.
All right, thank you, sir. I don't have any other questions.
Karen says he'll be in the evidence box next time.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna open this folder and act like I know what's going on here.
You stated that you saw the driver, correct? Of the SUV that you saw that day, correct?
Yes.
How did the driver look that day you saw him?
He had a scruffy beard and he was a black male.
Did you see what the driver was wearing?
No, I don't remember that.
Did you see if the driver had any hair?
I don't have hair there, do I?
See if the driver had anything noticeable about their appearance, tattoos, scars, marks, anything like that?
No.
He's like the house.
Side, the profile, the side. You were flying fast down that street.
But he's not against
Paying
slapping
attention to
the
color clothes you
face
were
out of
wearing.
his kid. This guy
He was a black male and had a scruffy beard. First thing I told my wife is he was a black guy driving.
Yeah, he doesn't know what those words mean. He's just, he's getting better because he objects like literally 200 times a day.
And do you recall how long you were able to get a side view, as you called it, of the alleged driver?
No, it had to be a couple seconds.
And in a couple seconds time, you were able to make out the driver's profile and race just by a couple seconds.
Yeah. It's not hard. You can tell if you were white or if you were black and if you had a beard. No, that's it. I don't know what color shirt you had on. If you had hair, a hat on backwards.
You
So
can
that
tell
leads
this
back
dude
to the
wants a
question
piece
of-
of him.
Is that the only person you saw in the vehicle?
From what I remember, yes. I saw the driver. Like I said before, the reason why I thought there was 3 or 4 because I saw 3 or 4 people around the vehicle when I spotted it.
So would it be
That's
fair,
the only reason.
would it be fair to say that when you spoke with 2 different detectives that evening, the evening of the parade, both of those officers reported that you stated there were 3 or 4 people in the SUV as it passed you? Is that fair to say?
Move on with it.
Can you repeat that again?
He has. He's asked the question like 14 different times in 20 different ways, and it's not working for him.
Just for clarification,
Got to move along with this
you
one.
already stated previously in
Asked and
testimony
answered.
that you spoke with 2 different detectives that evening, correct?
Yes, I did.
And both detectives that you spoke with that evening, the evening of November 21st, 2021, you stated to both
of those law enforcement officers, detectives, that you observed 3 or 4 people in the SUV?
Like I said before, the reason why I said there must have been 3 or 4 was because they were standing by a vehicle. So I assumed that they were with the vehicle. I don't remember seeing them in the vehicle when you were hitting the people.
You stated this to both detectives, 2 different detectives, the evening of November 21st, 2021. And this was in relation to what you saw from the vehicle at the parade, not where the vehicle was.
It's not
later
working
found.
for you, pal.
Any reason why you stated to both detectives in relation to what you saw at the parade? Why both detectives in their reports stated that you told them that you observed 3 or 4 people in the SUV at the time of the parade?
I don't recall that.
So what's your question?
The question is,
What's your
why
question?
did you report that to 2 different detectives on the same evening?
Like I told you before, when I walked past the vehicle, I spotted more than one individual standing in front of the vehicle. So I assumed they were with the vehicle. That's why I said they were inside.
Yeah, shut up and let him
That's
answer.
why I said they were in the vehicle. I said there had to be at least 3 of them in the vehicle. That's the only reason I said that.
They're talking about objecting, but they're kind
So
of
why
like,
would you report that you
he's just
saw this
doing nothing with this
during the parade?
He's like, fool, I've been on trial before.
And
You know what it's
during
like.
both interviews with detectives that evening, the evening of November 21st, 2021, you also stated to both detectives
Yeah, he's on camera.
that you observed 3 or 4 black or African American is the word used. 3 or 4 African Americans running from the vehicle. Any reason why both detectives reported that you said that?
No, I don't remember.
No further questions.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Oh, well, it looks like he wants to reach over and just hand him a piece of justice himself. Just give him one of the old thumps. Like, look at Darrell Brooks. He's like, that was terrifying. I'm just terrified.
How many people?
There's 2 left.
Okay.
I'm scared of all
So that's
stuff.
your list. Your next witness, sir.
It's ridiculous.
So I'm guessing that's, oh, I know who it is. Just give me 1 quick second, Your Honor. 1 quick second.
Go ahead. For truthfulness or untruthfulness. It's not specific instances of conduct. It's character evidence, which frankly wouldn't even come from the witness.
Sorry about that, Your Honor. I'm just making sure I have the correct paperwork.
My jurors need to stand. Go ahead.
So much paperwork.
Okay, great. If she could, that'd be great.
Where's his Bible? Shouldn't you be reading his Bible right now?
I'm okay right now.
So depending on how long this witness goes, there's a chance we might have to stop and start again on our Facebook feeds, I believe. So if you are on Facebook right now, make sure you have notifications set up for all videos. And what I might have to do is at the 8-hour mark, just reset. There's the time's out at some point. So it's
Already got.
Go ahead, call your next witness.
We're at about 7 hours and 31 minutes at this point.
Durell?
Durell? That's how I think it is. We'll find out.
All right. Darrell Brooks, 11th witness. We have one more after this. I legitimately think he only has one more witness left to call after
Ma'am,
this.
if you would please make your way to the witness stand. When you get there, please remain
Shelly,
standing.
thank you so much for that Star
Raise
Wars.
your right hand, and my clerk Teresa, who's
You're
on
amazing.
my left, will swear you in. Go ahead and come all the way up. Thank you.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Thank you. Please have a seat.
Oh, she looks like she's
First
going
thing I
to
will
sleep.
ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and then spell each.
Kathleen, Kathleenn. Last name Urell, Yourell.
Thank you so much. Your witness, go ahead.
Good afternoon. No, is it Urell?
She just said it, you clown.
What do you do for a living?
I'm in workforce management for a call center.
Are they allowed to just say none of your business?
November 21st, 2021. Directing your attention there. Recall that evening pretty well?
Off and on, sir.
Oh, she's one of those.
That's fair.
I'm not having it.
Wow.
We smiled at her and she's just
Do you
like,
recall what you were doing that evening?
Yes, sir.
And what were you doing that evening?
At what time?
Around 3:30, 4 o'clock-ish.
I was dropping off my children who were participating in the parade.
Mm.
And did you yourself stay for the parade?
Partial parade, yes.
Partial meaning maybe a few minutes.
Until my group of children went by.
Okay. Do you recall where you were positioned during watching your group participate in the
Great
parade?
recall.
Yes, on north and east, right on the corner there.
This is the toughest. This is what makes me
If you're
furious.
going
He gets to ask her
route,
questions
it
right
would
now.
be
He
on
gets
the
to
right-hand
he gets to interrogate her.
Just so we have
Yes,
clarification, can
and her children were in this
exhibit,
parade.
I believe it's 15.
Ooh.
Thank you.
Go ahead. And thank you.
Jen made a good point. She works at a call center. She knows how to handle asshats.
We show it to the
It's a
Witness
solid
first.
point.
He doesn't want it published, so just to the witness for now.
Just not yet. Just I want to make sure the witness
Ron, you are not wrong.
gets a chance to view it first.
Christian doesn't think this is going to go well for him. I don't either. What are your thoughts on
Can
that?
you
I think
see
this is going to be
that
solid
on your
witness.
screen yet?
I do.
And using the touchscreen, it's a touch screen. Can you point out where
It's
you?
not published. So do
Oh.
you want it published?
I'm sorry. Yeah, post.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but
So just so I know to use the touch, it has to be.
no, she could use it, but if you're gonna have her do it, it should be done in front of the jury.
Fair.
Okay, go ahead.
I think we got to wait on the jury, right?
Ooh, that's a lot of info.
Thank you.
For the jury, and can you using the touch screen on your screen? Can you point out exactly where you were positioned?
When I was watching it,
Yes, when you were watching.
right on the corner. Sorry. Oh, well, if you want to
Can you clear?
reverse it
Can you
again,
clear
I'll do it
the
again.
arrow?
We'll clear it. You can do it again.
Yeah.
If you don't want, do you want the arrow?
Well, it was to the
Clear it again.
Okay.
So it's a touch screen, so use your index finger and you can draw a circle.
Okay.
I was gonna
Can you
say
clear
that.
Well, I mean, it was right
I,
there,
I was
but
gonna say a circle or.
I was going to say the same thing. I was going to say circle. You and me, same. We're the same, you and me. I was crazy. I was thinking circle, but you said it, and then I was going to say, but then we did. That's crazy. We're like the same person. Can I get a mistrial,
There you go.
please?
And
Because we're like the same, you and me.
you said that would be approximately
This way.
East Main and Northeast.
correct.
And do you recall if those
Leah knows what's up.
well, there's side streets right there that you can see? Is that fair to say?
Correct.
And those side
Yeah.
streets would be Northeast and Buckley, correct?
We finished the
Correct.
12 sentences.
Do you recall if there were barricades at those?
I can't honestly recall. I can't be sure.
I know there was children that were
We can
marching
take,
and dancing in front of me.
Exhibit 15 down.
I know your car sped right on through them. Yeah, he's giving everybody like, hey,
And you said you stayed at the parade until
just some guy.
your group had passed.
Correct.
And what time did you leave?
I can't determine the time. It was right after my group of kids went by.
And where'd you go from here?
I walked down, well, I went to go get the car because I had to go pick them up at the end of the parade.
And I'm assuming at some point your attention got drawn to something happening. That'd be fair to say?
Not necessarily.
What do you remember when you went to go get the vehicle to pick up members of your group? That'd be fair to say first? I don't want to assume.
Yeah.
Do you recall anything happening at that point?
A situation did occur before the said big event that took place.
What do you recall happening at that time once you were on your way to get your vehicle?
I think I need more specifics from you to give the details you may be looking for.
While you were getting your vehicle, did you observe anything happening? Did you overhear about anything happening at that point?
Nothing of that nature. Well, all I can say is that I was walking past White Rock.
Did you see anything that may have alerted your attention at that time?
Yes, a car coming through the parade at the beginning on White Rock where the parade was starting. So when I left, I walked down Main to White Rock on the corner there. Then a gentleman, a child who I don't know who they were, and myself walked across the street. And At this time, a car was beeping and weaving around a slight curve that White Rock has, and then continued on.
Did you see where did you see where the car went at that point?
Yes, I did. As it came around the slight curve White Rock has, it started to move forward, and then it went straight across. When I was thinking it was going to leave the parade route, if you leave the parade route on Main, you're leaving. Sorry, if you turn left, you're leaving the parade route. If you're turning right, you're going right into the parade. And it went right to the, if you're looking at the parade, it was on the right-hand side. And it's continued on into the parade.
Hold on, just for the record, she was using her hands during her testimony. I just need,
Left.
that's okay. I just need to make a
Yeah.
record of it. Usually her right hand just kind of demonstrating the course of travel that she described the vehicle. And I think that's probably all I need to put on the record about it. Go ahead, next question.
I want to back up a little bit. When you first observed this car, as you say, you recall that it was blowing its horn.
Yep, it was, the horn was beeping.
Do you recall if you saw who was operating that vehicle?
Unfortunately, sir, I can't recall.
Do you recall if you might have seen multiple people in the vehicle at that time? Or?
You know, unfortunately, due to the time passing, I cannot recall.
That's fair. It has been a while.
It's wild. It's been a year since I killed a bunch of people and named a bunch of others.
you
That's crazy.
recall,
Yeah, my bad.
About what time that was that you observed the vehicle?
Again, I can't be sure.
Sorry if I keep asking.
No,
I'm really.
I can't be sure.
I'm just new to this lawyer game. You know, I haven't had to defend myself in a mass murder trial before. So, you know, this is new to me. I'm working on it. You know, I'm doing my thing. You know, I've been studying. I'm sorry. You know, we're buddies here, right? Can I get a mistrial, please?
At the time that you observed the vehicle, did you see it strike anyone?
I did not, or at least I don't recall. I'm sorry.
This fool right here, man. This fool. The giggles are what driving me. Man, stop laughing. It's not funny. Like you said, this is my life. This is my life. I don't think this is funny. If you guys remember the outburst from earlier, I'll play that later. This is my life. It's not funny. Why are you laughing? Because we're talking about other people's lives. I've heard children's lives that I almost lost. That were in the parade where you did kill 6 people and you did send over 60 other people to the hospital with injuries. And you did critically injure other children that are going to be living the rest of their life with deformities and inabilities because of them. So yeah, jokes aside, you did that.
At that point that you observed it?
It wasn't speeding, but it was, all I can state is it wasn't speeding.
What's your definition of speeding? Watch, you're going to pull some stupid stuff like that. What would you say is speeding? Math boy fly. What does that even mean? Yeah, nobody knows.
Did you happen to catch the license plate number of the vehicle at that time?
No, not at all.
The serial number.
Do you recall if the vehicle had any tinted windows?
I couldn't recall. I'm
any
sorry.
windows rolled down or up at the time you observed it?
No, unfortunately, I don't remember.
Did it have an antenna? Also, did it have Rain-X windshield wipers? I'm curious.
Do you recall if the vehicle passed close to where you were walking at the time?
Yeah, it was close enough that it could have easily have had clipped me or the 2 people that were in front of me.
Where you were the 2 people that you referred to?
Exactly, Jess. You don't know anything. No apologies here.
You hurt at that time?
No.
No further questions right now.
Hey, Cross.
Yeah, did the vehicle have wheels? Like,
Mr. Bell, thank you for being here. You testified on direct examination that you don't recall whether or not you saw more than one person in that vehicle we're talking about. Remember saying that?
Yes.
You remember meeting on December 2nd, 2021 for an interview with Detective Jay Carpenter from the Waukesha Police Department?
I remember going. As to a lot of topic of conversations, I unfortunately can't.
he's not asking about, have you ever met Wisconsin?
Do you remember telling Detective Carpenter that you only observed a driver in the vehicle?
Yeah, I
Overruled, you may answer.
I can't be too sure.
He's just going to throw every objection.
Can you say that again? I'm sorry.
I can't be too sure. Again, some of the conversations I might have had.
Do you remember what
objecting
this
to things that
vehicle
would help
looked
him.
like?
I do not.
Do you remember telling Detective Carpenter that it was a red truck?
I do not.
Can we please put up for everybody Exhibit 15 again?
Okay.
Can we zoom in on the intersection of East and Main?
I object to zooming. I think that's alchemy from the highest form of the Illuminati, and I don't consent to them being a part of this with their magical trickery. So no zooms will be allowed. Objection. Also,
Testimony
I
is
don't
that
know
you
how
were
to zoom.
standing here on the northeast corner of Buckley and Main Street. Is that right?
Correct.
Objection already answered that, asked and answered.
Asked and answered.
You said correct.
Correct.
And after your children walked by in the parade, you walked in this direction towards the intersection of White Rock and Main. Is that correct?
Objection
Correct.
leading and speculative.
Green is a subjective and racist color. Objection.
I'll pause. Sorry. Thank you. No, that's okay. Correct, that was.
And then you crossed through the crosswalk on the north side of Main Street. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is that when you saw this vehicle we've been talking about?
Sorry, Jess.
Yes.
So you were standing in the crosswalk.
Correct.
Do you remember a police officer being in that intersection?
I can't be too sure.
Was it clear to you that this was a parade route?
Yes, it was very clear.
Roger that,
Was
Mark.
it clear to you that traffic from White Rock should not have driven onto Main Street
Yes.
unless they were part of the parade?
Yes.
Did it appear to you as though the vehicle we've been talking about was part of the parade?
No.
How many children do you have, Miss Darrell?
Objection irrelevant.
Four children.
Oh. It's getting real.
All four of your kids were marching in the parade that day, weren't they?
Yes.
Objection leading.
Sorry.
Your oldest daughter, Charlotte, she was 14 at the time.
Yes.
She was marching with the Extreme Dance Group as an alumni, wasn't she?
She was handing out candy.
There was an objection, it's overruled.
I didn't even state why I was objecting. Still need a 15.
Yes, please. You see on that map the 5 points intersection?
Yes.
When you were standing in the crosswalk at White Rock in Maine, could you see the 5 points intersection?
I could not.
You didn't see your kids get hit, did you?
I did not.
Objection leading.
Sorry. Again, sorry.
Objection hearsay.
You didn't.
I did not.
Did you see them later that night?
Objection leading.
I was only able to see two of my children that night.
When did you see the other two?
Days later, when I was able to leave Children's Hospital.
As their mother, you were directly involved in their medical care, the decisions that were made in that process in the days after the parade?
Objection leading.
Shut the fuck up, dude.
Yes, their father.
Shut the fuck up, dude.
Charlotte suffered a chipped vertebrae from being struck, didn't she?
She did.
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Oh, man.
She did.
Your daughter Alice, she was 10 at the time, wasn't she?
She was.
She suffered chipped front teeth, is that correct?
Yes.
And facial scarring
Yes.
and road rash
Yes.
and a broken fibula and tibia
Yes.
and broken metatarsal bones.
Yes.
She was observed in a concussion protocol, is that correct?
She was.
Your daughter Vivian, she was marching with the Extreme Dance Group too, wasn't she?
Yes, she was.
How old was she in November of 21?
She just turned 7.
Vivian suffered a severe concussion, didn't she?
Objection, lady.
I've never wanted to hurt somebody more in my life.
Yes.
And road rash?
Extreme road rash.
And a lung contusion?
Yes.
And facial scarring?
Yes.
And your 7-year-old daughter, Vivian, suffered a broken tailbone, didn't she?
She did.
Your son, Grayson, he was 8 on November 21st, 2021. Is that correct?
That is
Objection,
correct.
lady.
He was walking with the Extreme Dance Group, handing out candy. Is that right?
He was.
He went to the hospital after the parade, didn't he?
Yes.
He suffered a compound fracture in his femur. Is that correct?
An open compound fracture.
Meaning the bone
Yeah.
came through the skin?
Yes.
Objection, hearsay. I don't believe he's a doctor.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Fuck, I can't wait for this guy to burn. Like, just in every way, shape, and form.
Is that a guess?
Yes.
A police officer saved Grayson's life by placing a tourniquet on that open leg wound. Is that correct?
Yes.
I don't have any other questions.
Better shut your goddamn mouth. Just shut your mouth, dude. Like, yeah, that's exactly where you should be. Hand on mouth, eyes to God, and praying at this point. You should just do it yourself, man. Fuck, dude, I'm sorry, but that was. And then having him sit there and object to her children's injuries.
Take down his exhibitors.
All of her children were in the parade, suffered life-threatening injuries almost. Like, she's had to do personal care for all of her children. She only got to see, I mean, every mother's heart in there is just breaking. All of us, man. Yeah, I almost would have had to turn it off. He would have redirected at that point, man. Like,
just 1 second.
hearsay. Her child's leg was shattered and a bone was coming out of the skin and he would have bled to death, and you want to say that's hearsay? Like, See, that's why this has been, I'm sure, tough for all of you too. This is so hard to sit by, and I keep having to and I use levity. I try to be lighthearted about things to keep myself from like the full weight of what we're having to experience here. But like, man, we have to bring it back to the fact that this guy's a straight up monster. Like, just the worst kind of human garbage.
Here, right?
It's my understanding, sir. Would that be correct, Attorney Alper?
Yes, she's in the courtroom, ready to go, Your Honor.
Yeah, he did that. The peripheral pain that we're all feeling, can you imagine what that mother and all the people, I mean, and he's in here laughing, talking about his life is on the line. Like, you don't know about me. You don't know this. I mean, every outburst, every episode, every time he laughs, every time he gets defiant, every time he gets a smirk, I'm just new to this game.
Defense calls Catrice. I don't know how to say the last name.
Can you give me the spelling that you have?
Babiaz.
Babies?
He did get 3 direct, and I'm glad that he did.
Babiaz. All right. Thank you. You are at the witness stand. Would you please raise your right hand? My clerk, Teresa, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thank you, ma'am. Please have a seat. First thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record, and then spell each.
Catrice Babias, Katrice Babiazz.
Thank you. My apologies for mispronouncing that earlier.
Okay.
Go ahead, your witness.
Good afternoon, Miss Babias.
Correct.
I'm surprised I got it right.
Shut up.
What do you do for a living?
I am a law enforcement dispatch supervisor.
She just said her name.
And how long have you been doing that now?
And again, Facebook, you guys,
Been in law enforcement for 16 years.
we might have to cut off and then cut back on here in about
The
4.5
evening
minutes.
of November 21st, 2021. Were you on duty that evening?
I was not.
What were you doing that evening?
I was attending
What
the
are you doing then?
Waukesha Christmas Parade with my family.
And do you recall what time you arrived there with your family that
Gail,
that
thank you very much. And I agree.
I arrived to the parade shortly after it started, so it was right after 4 p.m.
And do you recall where you were positioned at with your family when you arrived at the parade that evening?
Yes.
And where were you positioned at?
I was towards the beginning of the parade. I was on Main Street where it connects with White Rock.
Did anything catch your eye that evening when you were positioned watching the parade with your family?
Yes.
What did you see?
I saw a red SUV coming from White Rock Avenue. The vehicle caught my attention because people started yelling, and the driver was honking the horn.
And do you recall, to the best of your knowledge, it's been a little bit.
So again, if Facebook cuts out in the next 2.5
The
minutes.
driver of the vehicle you observed was honking his horn. Was it gesturing to people?
Yes.
Stay with me. I'll come right back
And
up.
what do you see? What did you see the gesturing as?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
What was the gesturing?
What was the driver gesturing?
Yes. I'm sorry.
It's okay. So he was taking his hand and going like this, really rapidly, aggressively.
For the record, the witness had her right hand up above, probably above her, I wouldn't say at a 90-degree angle, but somewhere maybe at a 45-degree angle with her hand waving back and forth multiple times in a rapid motion. Go ahead.
You yourself being in law enforcement and just based on what you were observing, the driver of the vehicle you observed was honking his horn and gesturing with this motion. Would you take that motion as trying to alert people to move out of the way? Rounds.
Sustained is to the form of the question. Please rephrase.
How did you yourself take that gesturing?
I took that gesturing as the driver was telling people to get out of his way.
Do you back up? Did the vehicle pass pretty close to where you were positioned?
Yes, the vehicle almost struck my daughter.
Do you recall seeing the driver?
I looked the driver right in the eyes.
And how did the driver look?
The driver looked like through me.
What do you mean through you? Describe what you mean by through you.
I feel that it is very hard to explain that look, but it was very frightening.
Do you recall what the driver was wearing?
The driver had a like hoodie sweatshirt or sweatshirt on, and something on his head. I wasn't sure if it was the hood of the sweater or maybe a beanie hat. It was winter. I'm not 100% sure.
Were you able to see any hair?
I did see hair, yes.
How would you describe the hair?
The hair on the head was in front, like dreads down here from what I could see underneath the hood or the hat. And then there was facial hair, beard and mustache.
Did the
Hold
vehicle?
on, I just need to make a record of, she was also using her hands, that's okay, to indicate at the neck, like under the chin, neck area, with her hands coming down a few inches to indicate what she was describing as hair being seen from the driver. Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
When you observed the vehicle approaching, was the vehicle speeding?
When the vehicle was approaching from White Rock, the vehicle was not speeding at that time.
To the best of your knowledge, do you recall there being any barriers present where you were positioned at?
Yes.
All right, we're back in on Facebook. I apologize, you guys.
Do you recall if the vehicle you observed had any tinted windows?
I do not recall.
Were you able to make out a license plate number of the vehicle, being that it had passed so closely by you?
No, once the vehicle continued past my position, I was more concerned about my children that were with me.
I'm assuming at some point you spoke with law enforcement about what you saw that evening. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Car buyer, thank you for
And
those stars.
Do you recall what agency that was?
I do.
And what agency was that?
The FBI.
Probably will. There we go. People are coming back in here. Appreciate it. If you're on Facebook, would you share the feedback out again? Just want to get people in here for the tail end of the day. Definitely want to wrap it up strong and make sure everybody has at least an opportunity to see, because this should be the last, I believe, the last witness that Darrell Brooks is calling. Yeah, Stephanie, thank you. New feed, new
At
cars.
what point were you not
Much
able
love,
to
Stephanie.
see
Thank you.
the SUV once it passed you?
I lost sight of the SUV once it went into a bunch of people.
What already?
Do you recall what date it was that you spoke with the FBI agents on? Was that the same evening or a few days after?
It was not the same evening of the parade, but it was that week. It was within the next few days.
The day you spoke with FBI agents, do you recall stating the driver was wearing a red top that appeared to be made out of a sweatshirt-like material?
I don't recall exactly what
Tina
was
Marie, thank
said
you.
to the agent,
Bella,
but I do
August,
remember the
of course.
sweatshirt, yes.
A red sweatshirt?
It's possible.
Yeah. Elaine, Sarah, thank you so much for those contributions.
Just a little bit ago, you
Stars.
said that, well, when asked the question of did you recall hair for the driver, you stated and made the gesture that the hair was in front. Do you recall saying that?
Yes, sir.
I think it'll be the last
Do
one.
you
for
recall when speaking with FBI agents stating that the hair was pulled back?
The hair appeared to be like possibly in a ponytail, but it was so full that it was coming forward.
Thank you, Shelly. You guys have been doing great today. We've been over 8 hours in the chair here. We've been doing it. You guys we're muscling through it. Made it through a full work day almost. Thank you again, Bella. Thank you, Cindy, of course. Yeah, no one's going to remember what you were wearing exactly. We just know when you look at your face, that was you, that you're the guy.
Do you recall,
you know?
Well, let me back up. Did you leave the parade at that point?
At what point?
After seeing the vehicle?
Yes.
There is no court on the weekend. No, Matthew. So it'll start back up Monday morning. Apparently we got 1 minute left in that Star Wars. Oh, thank you, Plea Dog. I do appreciate that. Yeah, people are busy running for their lives and protecting their
Were you
families.
injured the evening of the incident?
Yeah, seeing black as a real
Yes.
thing. Katie Lugo, thank you so much.
You were injured?
Yes, I was.
Any reason why that's not reported?
Ooh, car buyer swinging in the last 30 seconds there. Oh, 3
Probably
times.
because I didn't tell anyone else.
If you were injured, why not tell anyone?
Because I haven't wanted to talk about the traumatic experience that I went through for still reliving the weeks and days after the incident.
It doesn't make any sense. You talk to FBI agents a few days, or you said you didn't. To be fair, you said you didn't know. You said it was that week, is what you said. The same week. You spoke with FBI agents, reported no injury.
They didn't ask me about injuries.
Well, you would.
There you
would
go.
be fair to say that kind of information would come up when talking to law enforcement, seeing as how you yourself
Totally different. So I'd be talking
I
to
did
men, women,
not.
very different.
I was not physically injured.
Oh.
Don't do it.
But
No,
you didn't report this at any time.
don't do it, dude. You know what he's about to do.
Whatsoever. Grounds.
Sustained.
That's the answer. That's the grounds. Grounds for sustained.
Already answered.
So did you speak to anyone about this in law enforcement?
Grounds?
Overruled. She may answer. He clarified law enforcement. Did she speak to anyone about this in law enforcement? I interpreted this as the injury.
Right.
So go ahead.
I feel like, no, I did not.
Oh, Kelly Allen. So good point. He acted like he was hurt. Oh man, it's my knee and my shoulder and my back and all these things. And he was getting
File
arrested.
any claims
When we talked to
related to the incident?
No, I did
this
not.
guy. Where was his attitude with Abel or Abel? Real cavalier in that time with her, with this woman. Not so much when you have a 270-pound guy staring back at you that would crush your head like a walnut. That knows the business of being, the one, as Darrell Brooks called himself. Oh, you got the one. If you want problems, you got the one. As he's yelling at Opper, the woman across from him at the prosecution's desk. He didn't yell at any of her male counterparts. He didn't turn around and yell at the bailiffs, stop making gestures behind my head. But he did love yelling at the judge. He loved yelling at, the defense, or the prosecuting attorney. Yeah, then he shut up, clammed up, and went real beta when it came down to having another grown man staring down at him.
So today, your first time bringing up your alleged injury?
No, it is not.
The MG arm says also adrenaline kicks in. Couldn't have felt the pain for a while. I've done that many a times. Yeah, tractor. Yeah, what up? 100% different. Billy Badass,
At
Captain
some point,
Cavalier
you
over
were,
here.
Subpoenaed by the district attorney's office to testify here, to testify in this trial. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, it is.
Do you recall when you received that subpoena?
From the district attorney's office, it was in July.
And do you recall whom you spoke with about the information regarding the subpoena?
I contacted the victim witness advocate, Carrie Peterson.
You contacted
She just said who she contacted.
Ms. Peterson after receiving the subpoena.
Correct. The instructions told me to.
He's got the Trump tie going. It goes down to his mid thigh. He didn't tie that himself.
You ever spoke with anyone directly at the district attorney's office?
No. Correction. Yes, when I walked in today, I met there and let them know I was here. And then they walked me into a room and I waited until I was called.
There you go.
So before today, you had no interactions with anyone related to the district attorney's office besides I think you said victim advocate?
So the victim advocates who have been in connection with and letting me know when to come and all of that.
Of the three district attorneys seated to my left at this table, had you had any interactions of any kind with any of those three district attorneys?
I have not.
I believe, just for the record, when you asked that, Attorney Basie was just pointing to herself and the two people next to her, so it's clear, because since there's two tables.
What would be the reason for that?
Since there's two tables of individuals, I think she wanted to make the witness aware. And I just wanted to point it out for the record since it happened.
Working in law enforcement for 16 years, I'm sure this isn't your first time
being involved in a trial. Would that be fair to say?
I have not been in a trial for law enforcement. No, I have not.
So no, it would not be fair to say.
Never
She just asked and answered. Objection.
witnessed a trial, sat at a trial, been in a trial?
Those are three very different things.
I have not.
I've witnessed trials. I've sat in trials. I've also been in a trial. I did the
Have you ever testified in any way before today? Grounds.
Maybe I'll catch a fish fried tonight for dinner, maybe.
I have testified before, yes.
So it would be fair to say that you
No.
have knowledge of where an alleged defendant and the district attorney would sit in the courtroom, correct?
I know where they're sitting, yes.
Stupidest questions you could, like this guy. Is it safe to say you know what a chair looks like? Okay. Also safe to say that I might be a spaceship for an intergalactic planetary being using my body as a vessel to infiltrate the
Back
world.
up a little bit to the observation of the vehicle the evening of November 21st, 2021.
Dragging out this witness. Hopefully he can keep himself out of his jail cell as long as possible.
While you observed the vehicle approaching your position, did you see it strike anyone?
I did not see the vehicle strike anyone, no.
From your opinion, observing the vehicle approaching your position, did it appear that the vehicle attempted to strike anyone?
Yes,
And why would you come to that conclusion?
because I saw an officer have to jump out of the way in order for
When
the,
it was approaching,
when it was,
question was when it was approaching.
I'm
Hold
confused.
on, everyone. The question was asked, this witness is going to be allowed to answer the question fully without interruption.
I want to object because she's given an answer that doesn't work for my defense.
Thank you. I misunderstood his question, I guess.
Answer the question that as you understood it.
Yeah, so I saw that an officer have to get out of the way. And he was attempting to stop Mr. Brooks from driving through the parade. And he was at the last minute jumped out of the way from the vehicle. Otherwise, he would have been struck.
You just used the name
Mr.
Mr.
Brooks.
Brooks.
How did you know it
For
was
the
Mr.
first time that you've been testifying? Would that be fair to say?
I don't know.
I don't understand your question.
You just used the name Mr. Brooks.
Repeat yourself.
The first time since you've been testifying. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say, yes.
Why haven't you used that name before? You've been up there for quite some time.
Look at the face. Dude, you just want to, man, I cannot wait for him to catch
Me too.
his first prison piece.
So what changed for the last question that you needed to?
Oh,
I don't understand your question.
You just stated that.
repeat the
didn't
question.
mention
It's
the
like
name
you talk
before
to someone in a
because you
foreign
didn't need
language.
to.
Just say it
So
louder.
what about the last
as if they're
question
going to
that
hear
you
it and
answered
understand it.
made you feel like you needed to use the name for that question and no question before that?
Got you
I
dead.
don't know.
This is how I'm speaking. Look at her. Look at the. I don't know if you guys aren't watching. You're not seeing that the prosecution table. She's got the biggest the question is that look on her face. That's she's. I'm sorry. That was amazing. She just gave the funniest look. Just one of those what the of all the. If she was one of my best friends, Filipino mothers, he'd have got caught in the side of the face with a flip flop. Pow! Shut up! Talking too much. You say dumb things. Pow! Just cracking him one. Oh man. Yeah, he really
Out of curiosity, how did you
He woke up.
come to the knowledge of that name?
Oh, the name.
It was on the subpoena I received last week.
Oh, subpoenas, you say? Huh?
You just stated a little bit earlier in your testimony that you received your subpoena in July. Now you said last week.
Those are both correct.
So you received 2 separate subpoenas?
Correct.
Is it safe to say that
What
would be
was
more
the
than one?
difference between the 2?
One was from the district attorney's office and one was from you.
Oh yeah, that's right. I sent one. My
So
bad.
the one that you received from the district attorney's office in July didn't have a case caption on it?
Okay, what's a case caption?
Please explain, Mr. Brooks. Let me show you a case caption. The subpoena he sent out. Yeah.
Just 1 second. One second, Your Honor. if I may.
Oh, dude, no, please, no, dude, do your thing. Yeah. You go a little treasure hunt in your boxes
No
of
objection
mystery.
at first.
There's a. I'm going to sustain the objection under 906.
There we
11,
go.
because I don't believe it advances.
Yeah, he subpoenaed her. He just doesn't remember doing it.
The trial.
I think you know where I was getting at with the question.
No, we don't.
Then you
You
need
made
to
it very
ask
clear
the
that we
question
don't
directly,
know anything about who you are
Go
or your
ahead.
ideas. He said it
I'm
multiple times.
sustaining it as to
You
the
don't know
form
what
of
I was
the
going to say.
question.
You don't know what I was going to do. You don't know who I was going to call. I wasn't even going to call my ex-girlfriend. That's not who I was going to call tomorrow. He immediately calls.
When you were subpoenaed in July by the district attorney's office,
This guy.
the subpoena didn't contain
She just objected to this question.
information to
Who?
the case you were being subpoenaed for?
Objection relevance.
Grounds.
Sustained. You don't have to answer that. I sustained the objection on that. Those grounds. Ask the question I believe that you're trying to ask, not that one.
He's going to catch it whipping.
Was the name that you
Without a
mentioned,
doubt.
Mr. Brooks, anywhere on the subpoena that you received from the district attorney's office in July?
Objection
Grounds.
Oh, sustained.
Grounds for the sustained. That
Not
was-
relevant.
Because of it's the law. My, oh, wait. What? Do I get to use it? Do I get to use it?
Did you just say mind-boggling?
Yeah, mind-boggling. You know, when things are so crazy, it gets your thoughts all trapped like in a bottle.
July, when you received your subpoena from the district attorney's office, were you even aware what you were being subpoenaed for?
Objection relevance.
Grounds.
Grounds, relevant, sustained. This guy. I'm glad he's going out on a
She's testifying in the trial.
flurry
It's
of
not relevant that she got subpoenaed.
Tom
Mr. Brooks, she's
stupidity.
here under your subpoena.
Your subpoena. She's your witness, you dumb bastard.
You called her as a witness.
The
It's
the
your
subpoena that you the subpoena is relevant because she
Mr.
was
Brooks,
already
under
subpoenaed.
90611, please ask the witness a
Yeah.
relevant and probative
Oh,
question.
man.
Mind-boggling.
Did you just say mind-boggling?
Yeah, mind-boggling. You know, when things are so crazy, it gets your thoughts all trapped like in a bottle.
Where are we? It's too
So
close
were
to
you
Halloween.
aware
You
that it
didn't
was
see
a
the
chance
ghosts
you
in the area here.
possibly testifying in this trial?
Oh, man.
Yes.
My mind is literally bottled. Yeah, Adam, you got it right.
And did you know who the trial was for?
This is the last one for the day,
Grounds.
I'm sure. Last one is for the day.
Sustained.
We all still have to
Grounds.
we all need a bottle after this one.
It's not
I've
relevant.
never heard of nobody testifying in a trial that they didn't know who the trial was for.
Well,
Mr.
think
Brooks,
I think
I'm
that's very
sustaining the
relevant.
objection under 90611, and I'm asking you to move on.
roll around. Oh, so ridiculous.
Seems to me like a like a lot of your answers are coached.
Like a lot of
Fair
your
to say.
No.
No, it wouldn't be fair to say. I'm so glad he's going out last like
So
to the
the
day.
subpoena that you got
like
last
this.
week,
You're gonna have to get used to clearing your throat, pal.
Is that how you learned the name that you used?
Objection.
Grounds.
Relevant for the same reason.
Grounds.
Asked and answered. She's indicated the answer already. 90611, sir. Next question.
The question
Different
was,
topic.
is that the first time that she saw the name?
It's not relevant.
That
Next
was not
question.
asked and answered. That was not asked nor answered.
Under 90611, please ask a question, sir.
Man, what is y'all people trying to pull up, man? This is ridiculous.
Mr. Brooks, if you
Pardon
don't
me?
ask another
That was
question.
before the
Don't
princess
get
went.
brazen with me. 90611, then I will turn the witness over to the state for their cross-examination.
And then I should be able to get redirect, right?
You don't get another shot at this. Like, you don't get to ask the same set of questions after you've been 90611, and then you got to redirect. She's like, dude, how dumb can you possibly be, you silly, simple bastard?
Or I
Oh,
will
wow.
declare the examination.
Yeah, no, you're right. He started choking
by
his
you
own
to
bull.
the end.
It's not an examination, it's direct.
It's a direct examination, sir. Under 90611, you are directed to ask a question, or I will
I
ask
heard,
the
I heard
state
you.
if they
I
have
heard
any
you, Your Honor.
questions.
I heard you. I heard you.
Thank you.
He's hoping that she'll go for another timeout because he's giving her the daggers, the Darrell Brooks daggers. So strong. Look at my eyes. Feel it. Hope you know that that's a mean look. I mean things when I say that.
Know who the plaintiff is in this matter?
Objection.
Who's the plaintiff?
The state of Wisconsin.
Oh, they're
Is that
gonna
an
hit him.
entity or a living human being?
There's the objection.
Grounds.
Not relevant, sustained. Next question.
Have you ever had any interaction with the plaintiff?
Objection.
Sustained.
Vague.
As to the form of the
Have
question,
you ever had any interaction with the state of Wisconsin?
do not answer that question.
Look, I live there.
Next question,
So,
sir.
yeah.
Under 90611.
Was there an objection or was that just a ruling? I'm not sure. You're both was talking at the same time.
Under 90611, I directed the witness not to answer that irrelevant question. Ask your next question, sir.
But I don't like that answer. I object to you not giving me what I want. I want my candy. Look at this idiot. I hope he knows that that's nothing but I'm just gonna stare at y'all. You're not getting a timeout. You're not gonna get us to be like, oh,
Mr. Brooks, ask your next question.
I'm gonna get to it.
You're at the end of your line, my guy. So close to the end. So close to the end. Oh yeah, I like how they pan in. Look at the 8. He's looking for highlight reels. The clips.
So when did you first report your alleged injury?
You do not have to answer that question. Next question, sir.
Grounds for
90611, sub 1, sub A, sub B, and sub C.
He hates it.
lawful law.
Lawful
All
law?
right, you may sit down. Does the state have any questions for this witness?
No. Don't. No, just let her go, dude. There's nothing she can say that's gonna help. She's done a great job of being up there. She's had to deal with Darrell Brooks. It's at a time right now where it's just like time for her to go home, go handle your problems. I mean, she had to deal with some emotional scarring from this. She's like, everyone else.
That day on November 21st of last year, you were there with 2 kids?
I was, yes.
What were their ages on that date?
Objection.
3
relevancy.
and
Overrule, the witness may answer.
Of course it's gonna be overruled.
3 and 6.
And I don't know, Mr. Brooks can sit down. And I'm asking the questions right now.
Yeah, you can sit down.
Mr. Brooks, please sit down.
No. Come on, sit down.
Mr. Brooks, you're not asking the questions.
I'm not saying
I would ask you to
Yeah,
sit
you
down,
are.
please.
You won't shut up every time they talk. You talk over.
It's disrespectful to this witness and to the state and to the court.
Also, it's your witness. Yeah.
Not doing anything wrong. I'm merely standing here.
No, I'm not. You are.
When you were at the parade,
He's such
on November
a
21st
child, man.
of last year, approximately where were you watching the parade from?
Asked and answered objection.
Mr. Brooks, it's cross-examination. Just because you asked the question initially and she answered it does not mean the state
That's the
doesn't
question.
get to follow up on it.
So they
Trying to buy time.
It's the same question I asked.
The state can ask their question.
So how
Go
come
You're
when
welcome,
I did
Julie.
that,
Overrule,
it was
the witness may
it was
answer.
sustained.
I was on Main Street, but right by where the intersection of White Rock, and I was in the roadway.
I'm going to show you what's been marked and previously admitted as evidence as State's Exhibit 15.
Go ahead.
Douche can live Cindy, yeah.
And I asked if the screen be cleared.
And this will be the last. They're not going to allow him to cross, probably.
So wait till it's in the jury box. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we hit the 8-hour and 30-minute mark. We crested 5 p.m., 5:01 p.m. Central Time now. And we've got basically a I'm rubber, you're glue scenario with Darrell Brooks right now. He is just
And do you see a purple
in
line
full like.
that would indicate the parade route going from White Rock Avenue down Main Street?
Yes,
I'm
I
not
do.
sure if this one will
And
last
can
that.
you approximate where you and your kids were watching?
I think so, Suzanne. I think this might be his last witness.
If you, I'm sorry, it's a touch screen. I didn't say that. Touch screens, just put a dot right where it is.
Maybe on the other side of that red
Oh,
line.
I bet Ron, you're not wrong. Ronald, I'm sure that bailiff is looking to just get up
Okay, let
behind
me
him.
clear the screen and maybe just put a dot. I think that.
Okay, just hugging you.
Or a circle.
I'm just giving you a hug. Stop resisting the hug.
Okay, thank you.
Behave.
Would be fair to say is to your left would have been Pleasant Street.
That is correct.
No court tomorrow.
Were there barricades blocking Pleasant Street?
There were
No death penalty.
there were barricades
life in
that
prison.
were partially blocked. They were on Main Street, but partially blocking Pleasant Street as well.
Could a car have gone down Pleasant Street?
Yes.
Overruled. The witness may answer. It's not.
100%.
So when the red
incredible
SUV
on all
came
platforms.
down White Rock Avenue and was making its turn onto East Main Street, as you testified, it could have just gone straight onto Pleasant Street, correct?
That is correct.
Yes, hearsay. She's speaking as a
Hold
first
on.
eyewitness.
There's
Don't worry,
objection.
Chris. Darrell's going to be pushed into the sitting position quite a
Mr.
bit
Brooks,
over the course of the
your
rest of
objection
his
is
life.
noted. It's overruled.
Hello.
The witness
As
may
usual.
answer.
It's always overruled.
Go ahead, you may answer me.
Sorry, there's a lot of talking. Your question was, just to clarify, could the vehicle have gone straight onto Pleasant Street? Is that right?
Yes,
Okay, yes.
thank you. And where you stated that you and your kids were partially in the roadway when the red SUV came through?
Yes, we were.
Objection.
And
That's mischaracterization of what was testified to.
Overruled. The witness may answer. Go ahead.
Bella, I'm not sure. We're trying to figure that out too.
Can you repeat it?
Sure. Were you and your kids all in the roadway when the red SUV went through?
Maybe we'll do it Sunday.
Yes, we
It'll
were.
be better that way.
You weren't part of the parade, correct?
We were not.
Okay. So were you standing with other people that were in the roadway?
Yes, we were.
And was one of your kids going to get candy when the red SUV came through?
Yes, my
Objection.
daughter.
Speaking as a first-hand eyewitness.
Also, objection. I want that kid's
She
candy.
is a first-hand eyewitness.
No, I'm talking about you.
The objection is noted. It's overruled. The question is proper, and the witness may answer.
Thank you,
Yes,
Stephanie.
my daughter was further in the roadway. We were all in the road, but she was further in the roadway, reaching to grab candy.
At any other time, you said that this was towards the end of the parade. Is that correct?
Yeah, we saw Santa, and he's always like the end of the parade
And had your daughter gone to get candy at other times?
the entire time.
Had she, during the time preceding the red SUV coming through, had she almost been struck by any other participants in the parade?
No, she was nowhere near like where the vehicles were driving through the parade. She was no.
So she's going out to get some candy that had been thrown, I assume, correct?
Yes.
And
Overruled. The witness's answer may stand.
you see this red SUV coming. Is it coming from your right or from your left?
The red SUV was coming from my right side, which was White Rock.
Okay. And how close did it come to your daughter?
It was, I wouldn't be
Oops.
able to give an accurate judgment, but it felt very, very close.
Had you not pulled your daughter away, would that car take your daughter?
Overruled.
It's very possible.
So you say that you saw a police officer have some contact with the red SUV. Do you recall that?
Packers and Bears
Describe
are
that for
fighting
the
in
jury.
the.
Well, there was a few times that police officers attempted to stop the red SUV. The first one would have been where we were on Main and White Rock. And then there were also other people trying to stop it too. And then again, as it drove, once it turned onto Main, the next road, I believe is Buckley. And there was another officer who tried to stop that, the red SUV again.
And which is the officer who had to step out of the way in order to not get hit by the red SUV?
What was the question?
Where was the officer located who had to step out of the way to avoid being struck by the red SUV?
I believe that was the officer around Buckley and Maine.
And ma'am, as the car passed your location, did it increase its speed?
Yes.
Do you know where in the roadway it traveled down?
Overruled, the witness may answer.
The direction of travel?
Where in the road? Was it on the left-hand side, the right-hand side, or in the middle?
It was all over the road.
You saw it all over the road?
Yes.
So going, and why don't you describe for the jury what you saw?
Driving the vehicle, once it turned onto Main, it drove side to side, and then I lost sight when there were through the people as it got down the hill.
I think all these witnesses, you almost want to thank Darrell Brooks for calling them to the witness stand because they've all been 100% great for the prosecution. He's going to get the redirect. Yep. Yeah, they haven't shocked him yet through his ankle bracelet. It's too bad.
There are multiple officers trying to stop the vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes.
You described one that I think you said it was Buckley, right?
Yes.
Why didn't you report the other officers that you allegedly saw attempt to stop the vehicle?
I don't know what you're asking.
The report that the interview that was conducted with the FBI. That was who did your interview, correct?
Yes.
Why is it not in the report about the multiple officers that you say you saw attempted to stop the vehicle?
Right?
I don't know why it wasn't put in the report.
Who took my paper?
Do you recall if you told the FBI agents?
It's been a year. I believe so, but it's been a year.
When you say it's been a year, I'm assuming that means that some details you don't quite recall all the way. That be fair to say?
Yes.
So it would be fair to say that if there's details you don't recall, how can you recall
The details that you don't recall.
the SUV that you claim you saw?
He is not happy with her.
Can you rephrase the question?
Ask a question that
I'm not
makes sense.
understanding.
Ridiculous ass
It was
hat.
clear, but I'll ask again.
Well, I would ask again.
You just acknowledged that
It's fine.
there may
Ask
be
fine
some
on here.
details that you don't quite recall. So would it be fair to say that you don't quite recall the path of travel of the vehicle?
No, that is not correct.
Are you sure it wasn't driving in reverse?
Judging by
Could there have been a team of 18 clowns that were actually in the back seat?
wouldn't it be fair to say that that's a possibility?
No.
So you recall all the details of what you observed that evening, November 21st, 2021?
No.
We've covered this already, haven't we? Because that's a detail I do recall, Carrie. Yeah, you're right.
So what other details do you not recall?
Let me ask.
You're under, how does someone recall?
What other
the
de- like
details
everybody's
they
laughing
recall?
at it. What other details
That's
don't
what I
you?
want.
Sustained
How
us
do
to
you
the
recall
fullest of the
certain
question.
Damn, people are just laughing at him. He's got to feel like a total idiot right now.
Seems very funny.
It is funny, you freaking idiot.
Seems almost as if
What other details don't you recall? And then he gets laughed at. He doesn't like that.
you're recalling what you want to recall and purposely not
Objection.
Objection,
Don't-
badgering the witness.
Yes,
Yep.
sustained. You do not have to answer that, and you are warned. You may not badger or argue with this witness. Next question.
Don't
badger or argue. What do you mean?
badger or argue.
Next question.
You're a lawyer now,
What do
right?
you mean?
You're a lawyer now. Figure it
Don't
out.
intimidate the witness is what I mean.
How am I intimidating the witness?
Badgering the witness by eye rolling, by pursing your lips, by making facial movements regarding
That's
her
Does she
answers
feel intimidated?
is
Ask her.
badgering the witness.
Are you kidding me?
What? You think I'm
Under
doing that?
90611,
Really
please
can't.
ask
You
your
really can't
next
be serious.
question.
You can't be
You
serious.
can't be.
right
What?
now. Intimidating the witness.
Intimidating the
What
witness?
have I done to intimidate the
How?
witness?
What?
The last
This
question
fool.
was badgering, which is a form
But
can
you
be.
said
Mr. Brooks, I've
intimidate.
made my ruling under 90611.
You said
Please ask
intimidate.
a
You
questioner.
should-
I'm trying
I will
to merely,
stop the
how
questioning.
did I intimidate?
I'm just trying to merely get out of
Under
6 life sentences and 900 years in prison.
Sub 1, Sub A, Sub B, and Sub C. Ask your next question, or the questioning of this
How are
witness
you
will
even a
end.
judge? How are you even a judge?
All right.
What?
Step down now.
How are you even a judge? How is this
Come on,
even?
man.
Hit him with the taser.
This must be all about the 62 trust, right? That you want to be the beneficiary of.
I'm going to give the jury their closing instructions.
Oh, yeah, we're going to wrap it up on that. How are you even a judge?
For
How
today.
are you even a
Please do not
judge?
begin
He
your
says.
deliberations and discussion of the case until all the evidence is presented. And I have instructed you on the law. Do not discuss this case among
Oh,
yourselves or with anyone else until your final deliberations in the jury room. This order is not limited to face-to-face conversations. It also extends to all forms of electronic communications. Do not use any electronic devices such as a mobile phone or computer, text or instant messaging or
This
social
is- yeah,
networking sites
Sherry.
to send or receive any
This is
information
what? How is
about
this even?
case or your experience as a juror. If you come in
How are
contact
you
with the
even a
parties,
judge? He
lawyers,
said.
interpreters, or witnesses,
I mean-
do not speak with them. For their part, the parties, lawyers, interpreters, and witnesses will not contact or speak with the jurors. Do not listen to any conversation about this case. Do not research any information that you personally think
For
might
real,
be
drop kick
helpful
that
to
fool
you
in the head.
understanding the issue
So you hit him on
presented.
the just
Do not investigate
boot
this
him
case on your
straight
own
up
or
in the
visit the
forehead.
scene either in person or by any electronic means. Do not read any newspaper reports or listen to any news reports on radio, television, over
Look
the
at the
internet,
face on him. I
or
love that he
any other
thinks he's
electronic
scary,
application
man.
or tool about this trial.
He's gonna
Do
give
not
that look to
consult
somebody
dictionaries,
in the
computers,
joint, and
electronic
immediately
applications,
it's gonna be
social
a
media,
quick.
the internet, or other
Wow.
reference materials for
All the
additional
front's gone.
information. Do not seek information
Which will make it
regarding
easier for the
public
rest of his
records of
recreational
any party
activities
or
that he'll be
witness
doing
in
for the
this
rest of his
case.
life in prison.
Any information you obtain outside the courtroom could be misleading, inaccurate, or incomplete. Relying on this information is unfair because the parties would not have the opportunity to refute, explain, or correct it.
I would
Do not
hold you.
communicate with anyone about this
So
trial
tight.
or your experience as a juror while you are serving on this jury. Do not use a computer, phone, or
Man, that
other
cop wants
electronic
some beans,
device,
man.
including personal wearable electronics applications or tools with communication.
We're so close to being done, guys. I like to get real close on him.
For example, do not communicate by
I'm a
phone,
dangerous
blog
Darrell
posts,
Brooks. You
emails,
don't notice about
text
me.
message, instant message, social
Math
media
boy
posts,
flying the
or in any
streets,
other
dog.
way
You don't even
on
know.
or off
That's
the
what I
computer.
do.
Do not permit anyone to communicate with you about this matter, either in
Uh,
person, electronically, or by any other means.
He's like,
So despite
he's like
your
a,
effort not to, you should report that to me.
he's like a dollar store soap opera model, yeah, actor.
Discuss this case with another member of your
He's just got the
household.
5 o'clock
You may
shadow
not
on him.
do so.
It's like if you ordered a poster of a soap opera persona, and then but you order it from Wish.com, and this is what you get.
Improper for them to influence your deliberations
Just
and
this troll-looking
decision in
dude.
this case. After after the
Who does
trial,
look just like the
the
monsters from The Fifth Element. You're not wrong.
in any manner. These
Man,
rules are intended to
this
assure that
likeness
jurors
is
are
uncanny.
given impartial throughout the trial. If any juror has reason to believe that another juror has
That's about
violated
it. Yeah,
the rules,
that's
you should report that to me. If jurors do not comply with these rules, it could result in a new trial involving additional time and significant expense to the parties and the taxpayers. You are to decide the case solely on the evidence offered and received at trial. I'll have the jurors
This lighting
report
is
on Monday at 9
killing me here.
a.m. Thank you. You are excused. Please rise for the jury.
Don't call yourself a judge as much as bias you put up in here. Don't even tell the truth. Got no integrity whatsoever.
no integrity. This dude is sitting here literally popping off about integrity. You guys, thank you so much for the stars today. Thank you for watching this
Thank you, everyone. Please be
spectacle
seated.
that is Darrell Brooks and the shit show that is his defense attempts. It's been beautiful to watch. It's been beautiful to watch the stupidity that
Like an
is
update on whether
his life,
Mr. Brooks filled out a subpoena for Don Woods and provided that to the state.
which is his mother.
Has that been done?
No, we haven't received anything, Your Honor, and obviously she can appear here voluntarily if Mr. Brooks wants to arrange that. I don't believe a subpoena is necessary. We had subpoenaed her, and
You're
she
welcome,
was under
Mom.
state subpoena.
Mod Squad, y'all did great today. Yeah, seriously, you guys
So
killed
I
it.
know that at least some point she had notice, but
Yeah,
our
I'm not
position
kidding.
would be, Your Honor, that we will not be responsible in any fashion for producing Miss Woods. Mr. Brooks talks to her on a daily basis. If he wants her here, he
Yeah.
can produce her on Monday.
What's your mom need to come and defend you?
So I just wanted to know, because I know a subpoena form was
Yeah.
filled out.
So she's the only one that's
So
putting
If I want her to
on
be
your
here,
books.
she gonna be here.
I agree with
So
the
just
state
know
that.
that.
So if I want her to be here, she won't be here. Because that's another woman that I feel I can tell what to do.
There ain't even gotta be no arrangement. All I gotta say is come. She gonna come.
Because she does what I tell her to do, or else.
That simple.
I love that that's a
I
flex.
intend to call her as a witness because I'm directing you
we
to
said-
have her
we
here
said
at
all
9
that- we said all
a.m.
that.
How is that a flex that your mother would
Like,
show
I
up?
don't even want to be in here that
court?
much longer. Just do what you got to do so I can get up out of here.
Yeah.
I'm tired of being in the courtroom that has no integrity whatsoever. How can you even call yourself a
Mr.
judge?
Brooks, I need to make a record of
I
some
need to
things.
make a record too.
You don't
When
need
am
to-
I gonna get the chance to do that?
All right, I
He
need to
does
make
look
a
like a
record. He's
monster
being removed
reporter.
to the other courtroom. He is yelling at me. He's not going to let me make a statement or make the record that I need to make.
I'm finna
He
leave
hasn't
anyway,
sat
so what
down
do it matter?
for
You
the
can
better
hold me
part
in
of 2
contempt all
hours.
you want. You can hold me in contempt all you want.
I'm not
All
holding
you
you
gotta
in
do is tell me
contempt.
if it's criminal or civil, so I can hit
Right.
you with you.
I need to
with
clear
what you
the
know is
courtroom because
coming.
I do need
I'm
to
gonna give
make.
you what you know is coming.
I need him to go to the
If
other
it's civil-
courtroom because I do need to put some
If
things
it's
on the
civil,
record. The record should
where's the
reflect
contract
you
between you and
that
I?
Mr. Brooks
If it's
is
criminal,
yelling at me.
what is the crime?
He is.
It wouldn't work if I was in that courtroom because I would definitely be
It
playing
would-
some stuff. Why don't you shut
I
up,
will
dude?
make
Why
the
don't you shut
record
up?
when we get back.
Why
I
don't
will
you shut
step
up?
off.
Shut up. Why
But
don't you be
Mr.
quiet?
Brooks, you're being
It ain't
taken
no
to the next
no
Yeah,
courtroom.
just shut up.
Don't try
Shut
to
up.
address me
Thank
like
you.
that, like we cool. You don't have no integrity. How can you even call yourself a judge? Making
But she
type
earned it.
things, being biased,
You know.
judicial misconduct, trying to steal somebody's system.
They just cut away. They said, we're done with you, bro. We are 100% done with the Darrell Brooks Fun Show on a on a Friday evening. Wow, right? Just wow. But he does look like the monsters or the bad guys from The Fifth Element. I can't remember who said that earlier, but yeah, you were not wrong about that. This clown right here in the corner, though, that we're seeing up here, raging POS. The comments today, people who stayed with us through the comments, appreciate you guys, everyone that was in here throughout the day. I'm not going to do a long wrap up. Man, set up. You guys definitely want to set up notifications on whatever platform you're on. Monday, we're coming back at it. I believe we'll probably start at 8:30 again on Monday. We just wrapped up today. Let's look at how many we got here. We had today alone, I believe we went through 2, 3. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
11 witnesses we went through today for Darrell Brooks, for Darrell Brooks. I don't think anybody that showed up today was actually doing anything to help his case. These were all witnesses that at one point his defense team had put together for him, I'm sure, and he thought in some way, well, they had an idea of what they were going to accomplish, and then he shows up, kicks them out, and says, you know what, I'm doing my own thing, and I'm going to figure out what to do with these witnesses. And that's why the funniest part is when he's like, what am I supposed to ask him? He was asking the judge what he's supposed to ask his witnesses and asking for clarification about the paperwork that he was going to use to do the exam or to question his witnesses. And I love that finally there was that. I mean, it's a little late in the game, but there was that pushback to say, this is your job, dude. You became your self-appointed lawyer, so we're not going to sit here and tell you how to litigate. We're not going to sit here and tell you how to do what you're supposed to be doing. It's just not how this works, man. But it is kind of how it's worked for him so far. You know, he's had so much help in this as far as the judge and you guys. The reason that he keeps going for this, that's way too bright. No, we're here already. The reason that he's trying to get her to hold him in contempt is it comes down to like criminal and criminal or civil court of how they would hold him. And for some reason that wagers into how this works out in some way, shape, or form. What that is, I don't know. How it is, I don't know. Yeah, but man, but apparently, yeah, his mom, a flex. I tell her to come, she's gonna come. I tell her to be here, she's gonna be here. You don't have to worry about that. How is that a flex that your mother, who you talk to every day, and it's funny because remember he got those pictures sent to him and he said it was sent to him by his ex, Erica Patterson, who there's, you know, the no contact and all the things that are going on there. There's been no contact. Let me cut that out. So then he was like, I have letters. Of course I have letters. How else would I have got them? How else would I have got these pictures of these babies, these children? How else would I have got these? Then the prosecution says, well, you got them from your mother. We have a phone call recorded where you asked her to send you those pictures. And then he flipped out about this whole thing, right? Because prosecution made it clear that he's also a convicted and unregistered sex offender for raping Erica Patterson, the girl that is been called to the stand now twice, who has one of his children, who he impregnated when she was 15, while he was running her, as he says, as a prostitute in Las Vegas in 2006. So, yeah, the audio is on, but it's not, the court's not in session. That's just they start back over from the beginning is how that works. If she's back, no way. Is the judge back in? No, she's not. All right, yeah. You guys got me tripping here. Thinking that the judge is back on. Had me tripping. No, but nope. We're good. What a day, man. What a day. What a day. I can hear her talking. All right, well, let's listen then.
Am I muted?
So we're still in session. Oh, they're moving him to another courtroom. Oh, so we're still in here, guys. Okay. He's muted. They're moving him to another courtroom. He's been moved to another courtroom. I think the judge is going to come back, and apparently we might have some housekeeping or some things to talk about moving into Monday. So, Ronald, hey, thanks so much for joining the team on YouTube. I'm looking forward to extending some of the YouTube bennies for the members there. Yeah, if you got to head out, that's cool, man. Make sure you have notifications set up. But guys, we're still live, so keep in mind that apparently they're not done yet. She's still talking now. You guys got to make sure that we're on the same page here, but I don't believe that that's happening. Oh, my bad. Okay, we're back in. Let me put it back up here.
Under 906.11.
You're going to hear an echo,
sub
but that's
3
because they have
to
two
be
courtrooms
exact,
and they haven't dialed
for
that
the
in yet.
state to ask leading
All right.
questions, which they did. And at the very end of that, there was an objection based on badgering, which, as the record reflects, I sustained. His voice got louder. He continued to stand. He was being very argumentative with that witness who, again, he called.
Right? These are his witnesses. Sorry about the
Given
myths.
his posture,
In a
given
few
his
minutes,
staring, given his pursing of his lips, given the way that he kept asking the same question in different ways, but over and over, not satisfied with the responses that had been given or the court sustaining the objections. That is why I made a finding at that time and sustained the objection for badgering. It was Mr. Brooks who asked me what that meant. And I indicated it's a form of intimidating a witness.
It is.
I don't mean that in the sense of there's a charge of intimidating a witness. That's not certainly what I meant, but really in the common everyday uses, it's another word. It's a synonym for badgering. Clearly he was displeased with the court. After that, I cut off the examination, which I had given number of warnings that I would do if he didn't ask an appropriate, a probative, or relevant question. During that time of both the, frankly, even during his direct examination, definitely during the state's cross-examination and then redirect, it was very apparent to this court, and I think to anyone who was watching, that Mr. Brooks was not pleased with the witness's answers and would roll his eyes at her or just to himself, I guess, and purse his lips and make other gestures.
Reading the Bible.
That he did, that it was apparent to this court, he did not like her testimony. And again, I'd remind everyone that it was his witness, and he had the police reports for this witness, and obviously was fully aware of her statements to the investigators in this case. So I just wanted to make a record of that. It's in part why at the very end, and given the history of today and his conduct and being removed previously, I thought it important that the court remove him at the end of the hearing outside the presence of the jury so that I could get through a couple of things. We have gotten through the witnesses for which Mr. Brooks issued subpoenas that the state assisted with. I did provide permission to him earlier today, if he so chooses, to call Dawn Woods as a witness. The only other witness at this point that I can identify that's been, for which there is, for which the court and the state has been put on notice, of course, would be Mr. Brooks himself. I'm not looking for an answer today, but what I wanted to put on the record and what I will put on the record are certain advisements that he can certainly contemplate over the weekend so that when I do the colloquy with him on Monday morning, he's had a sufficient opportunity to think about his decision to testify or not to testify. The advisements that I will give Mr. Brooks at the moment are as follows. Mr. Brooks has a constitutional right to testify. If he chooses to testify, I'm further advising him that the state has the right to ask questions of him, what is referred to as cross-examination. That may include reference to whether he's been convicted of crimes in the past. I still need to make a ruling on that, and I will do that first thing Monday morning. I will also advise him that he has a constitutional right not to testify, and that a decision not to testify, that a jury will be so instructed not for that. They will be instructed that that cannot be used against him in any way. And there's an appropriate jury instruction on that. If he chooses to testify, the other jury instruction that is typically read simply advises the jury to assess credibility no differently than how they would assess the credibility of any other witness. There's the added paragraph to jury instruction 300. I would further advise him that it is his decision and his decision alone on whether to testify. I will ask him whether anyone has made any threats to influence his decision on whether or not to testify. I will ask him whether anyone has made any promises to him to influence his decision to testify. I will rely upon upon the record, specifically the record made during the waiver of attorney regarding his education. I will ask him whether he's had any medication, alcohol, or drugs within the last 24 hours prior to the colloquy. And I may also confirm that he's able to read, write English. Again, I may also refer back to the colloquy I had during the waiver of attorney hearings. I will then ask him whether he's made a decision, and then ask what that decision is. And then based upon his decision, I, of course, will make
I pray he
an appropriate
testifies.
finding.
Man,
Given how this trial has progressed and the disruptions and some of the issues with, consent or lack of consent, or that Mr. Brooks sometimes raises, I'm also going to advise him today that failure to answer the question on what is your decision, a failure to answer, this court will interpret as a no, meaning he will be
there you go. We
choosing
talked
not
about that
to
earlier.
testify, and the jury will be so instructed. And I may ask that question more than once, depending on the circumstances.
Monday, you guys set
I'm
up
also going to
notifications.
direct
Monday,
the parties to some cases
you're gonna want to be
that I
here
think
Monday.
may become relevant about potential testimony, the scope of it. Chambers versus Mississippi. It's a U.S. Supreme Court case from 1973, found at 410 U.S. 284. Rock versus Arkansas, also a
Again,
U.S.
running
Supreme
back and
Court
forth
case,
from the stand to the
483
table,
U.S.
stand to the table. Yeah.
44. State versus Anthony, which is a Wisconsin case, 2015 Wisconsin 20. These cases, of course, recognize that a defendant in a criminal case has a fundamental constitutional right to testify in his or her own defense. Of course, that right stems from various constitutional provisions, including the 14th Amendment, which protects the defendant's due process rights to be heard and offer testimony, the 6th Amendment, which protects a defendant's right to call witnesses in their favor, and the 5th Amendment, which protects a defendant's right against compelled testimony unless he chooses to speak on his or her own behalf. I'd also point the parties to State versus McDowell, 2004 Wisconsin 70. Although the right to testify is a fundamental constitutional right grounded in personal autonomy, it is not absolute. There is no constitutional right to present irrelevant evidence. State versus Robinson, 146 Wisconsin 2nd 315. Moreover, a criminal defendant's right to present relevant testimony is subject to reasonable restrictions. Citing to Rock versus Arkansas, there's a balancing test that if and when this court is faced with any of these situations that I will be prepared to go through. Of course, Illinois versus Allen is also important, and all of the other cases that I've cited along the way. State versus Anthony is also important, as I've noted previously. I've relied heavily, of course, during the course of this trial on 906.11. And the primary purpose of a criminal trial is to develop relevant facts on which a determination of guilt or innocence can be made. Efficiency is a secondary objective of trial. And of course, it is the circuit courts and the judges assigned to those circuit courts that are charged with administering the trial and serving these two purposes. So,
Jits will make short work of the guy. My dog would rough him up.
tying up, I guess, the last loose end, I've referenced it already, but I think it's worth repeating again. If the defendant wishes to call Ms. Dawn Woods to the stand, I expect her to be here. I expect one of two things to happen. Either he testifies first or he doesn't, or he calls. He can certainly call her after he testifies. But if she is not here at 9 o'clock, when I've advised the jury to be here, I will, of course, have gone through the colloquy with Mr. Brooks. And I expect people to be on time.
His mom bailed him out of jail.
To be ready to go, to be fully prepared. And then, of course, the state, if it so chooses,
well, he killed people,
does have the option to call rebuttal witnesses and offer rebuttal testimony.
We would not anticipate that as of right now, Your Honor, just so you know for timing.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Because once the evidentiary phase of the trial is closed, of course, I will be sending the jury home because I do anticipate a very lengthy jury instruction conference. It's my hope that that is something we can get done by the end of the day on Monday, but since it's just the parties and not a jury here, I will go as late as it takes. With the hope of, and with the plan of, again, assuming the state doesn't call any rebuttal witnesses, to start instructing the jury on Tuesday morning. I anticipate that is going to be an incredibly lengthy process. We have been working, Madam Clerk has been working very hard on pulling together, just from what we have thus far, the jury instructions. I believe it's well over 100 pages. Yes, with my advanced eyes, I need 14-point font. So with that caveat, but the preliminary instructions were 69 pages with the 14-point font. So I know it's going to take some time. I know I'm going to need some breaks. I do not anticipate getting done with, sorry, I keep saying preliminary, but I don't anticipate getting done with the advisement of the jury instructions before the lunch hour. I can't tell you how long it's going to take. It may take the whole day, but the party should, well, the state would go first. So the state should be prepared perhaps to start closing arguments. I'll ask you at a later point, probably sometime on Monday, if you have an idea of how long that will be, because that will frankly dictate in part like where we are with how long it takes for me to go through the instructions and whether I just instruct and then bring the jury back the next day for closing arguments. But that's generally the framework that I intend to follow. Any questions about any of that from the state?
Nothing about any of that, Your Honor.
Anything you think I need to address before I turn to Mr. Brooks?
We do have two things to clear a record about.
Go ahead. Yep.
The first is for the testimony of two different witnesses. We provided Mr. Brooks with summaries of those witnesses' statements as recorded in the police reports. First was Deanna Aldrich. That included a piece of paper containing 3 paragraphs, which summarized Ms. Aldrich's statement to the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department as they were memorialized in supplement number 55 under an incident report number of W21087731. The second of those was a 1-paragraph summary of the statement provided by Jason Hayes to the City of Waukesha Police Department, memorialized in supplement number 28, incident report number 21047493. These were, again, documents that were provided to Mr. Brooks in the discovery process, but we sought to be helpful in his presentation of evidence here the trial today.
The
The
Book of
second
Brooks.
issue that we'd like to make a record about relates to the testimony of Erica Patterson. So for the record, I think it's important to note that the two photographs the defendant attempted to show that witness and presumably put into evidence depicted what I believe to be the defendant and Miss Patterson's 15-year-old daughter, as well as their new grandchild, the daughter's child, who was born around May 1st of 2022.
The 15-year-old had a baby?
I think that there was ample grounds for the court to end Miss Patterson's testimony when it did, but for just in case that becomes an issue going forward, I'll make an offer of proof that Miss Patterson, if asked about those pictures, would have testified that she did not provide them to Mr. Brooks. She provided them to a person named Michelle, who I believe is a mutual friend, who in turn provided them to Dawn Woods, the defendant's mother, one day. Then that was the person who provided them to Mr. Brooks. If she were forced to answer questions about this supposed letter that Mr. Brooks was claiming to exist, she would have testified that she has not written a letter to Mr. Brooks since he came into our jail on November 22nd.
Yeah.
Right, on November
Darrell
21st
Brooks
here.
raped
At
Erica
any
Patterson
point
when she was
between
15 years
his being
old,
taken
got her
into
pregnant.
custody and
And
today.
apparently that child had a baby in May.
It's my understanding that he has tried to call her from the Waukesha County Jail on 37 occasions. She has never accepted a single one of those phone calls. And finally, during the early lunch break, I was informed by the bailiff staff that the defendant was twice offered to go to his cell to retrieve that letter that he talked about. He declined both times.
Surprise, surprise. Surprise, surprise.
Thank you. I
Playing it.
appreciate the record.
We said that too,
being
didn't
made.
we?
I
We
will
said
now
that. We know it
unmute
didn't come from her.
Mr. Brooks and ask
We knew
him
it came from his mom.
if there's anything he needs to make a record of at this point.
Give you guys
on
that.
the
That was a
topics that
handsome
have been
prosecuting
raised.
attorney. The guy's he's keeping everything dialed in. I see where y'all are going in the comments, ladies. Mm-hmm. All of a sudden you'll be like, oh, hello, Mr. Lawyer Man. Oh, he's back in the shackles again. That's why he's got the Bible. Get it, fish it. There he goes. Because he wants to cover the shackles, I guess. Maybe, I don't know.
Is there anything you wish
But
to
yeah,
address before we
keep in
wrap
mind,
for the
Erica
day?
Patterson, he raped when she was 15, was tried and convicted for statutory rape of a minor,
Hearing
and
everything
he
that was just
impregnated
said,
her.
good. But why haven't I been given a chance to offer all my filings and evidence when I already stated that before?
Evidentiary. Watch.
I would like all my filings. I would like every single filing that I filed placed into evidence. Every last one of them. That has yet to be done. I put you on notice and I've stated it on the record. Even before I even had a chance to start calling witnesses and put on a defense that I haven't even been adequately been able to do. So this is something that's been stated on the record numerous times. I did hear a reference to whatever you just talking about.
What I did. Wait, what was that thing we were saying?
Whatever he was just talking
I
about.
don't remember what he was saying.
Is in regards to me going to get the letter or whatever the case may be. First of all, it's not just one letter. Like I stated before, it's multiple letters. And for somebody that don't even know to try to tell me what I got, like you need to cut it out, man. Y'all need to cut it out. Seriously. Stop it.
Pardon me?
That was before that
Don't
says
get brazen
All
with
y'all
me.
want to do is gang up. Be biased, be prejudiced, and gang up. 4 against 1.
You sit up there earlier and made a record before the lunch. You sit up there and made a record about all this stuff that happened in Nevada. That's other acts evidence, ain't it?
If you want to talk about it, yeah.
How was you allowed to put that on record and not even be truthful about everything that you said?
It was facts. You were tried and
Not one
convicted
time
and
did
guilty.
somebody say, no, we're going to strike that. Not one time. But if it had been me, it would have got struck. Or if it had been me, it would have been a problem.
No.
If it had been me, I'd have been held.
That's a funny play on words. Had it been you, you'd have been struck. No, you were the one that struck other people. So just call it what it is, dude. He's
Why
still
was the bond not addressed? Why was the statement of particulars not addressed? No filings that I seem to file need to be addressed. After you sat there and told me that that's what I needed to do, then you want to refer to the waiver of counsel, which, again, for the record, you accepted it the way that I gave it to you, which clearly states on there, I do not waive my right to assistance of counsel. And you accepted that.
So now he's saying he wants.
But you still turn around and continue to violate my Sixth Amendment right. Violate my First Amendment right by telling me what I can and can't say.
He's the one that brought up Nevada. Yeah.
Which I have the right to say whatever I want to say and to be heard. That's the First Amendment.
Nope. Not in the court of law. There's
Sit up here and talking about
court of decorum.
a fourth option that you came with out of the blue for Illinois versus Allen when there is no fourth option.
Maybe he should have kept his attorneys.
Then you try to sneak some other case laws in that you just came up with today. I don't know if you came up with that when you was on one of your breaks that you take, but that it's awful funny that it never got mentioned before. You repeatedly made false.
He said repeatedly 3 times. That's kind of funny.
You want to sit up here and perpetuate all this disruptive behavior and this, that, and the third.
We're perpetuating disruptive behavior.
When you knew from the point of the start of this trial, 1, that I wasn't prepared, 2, that I did not understand the proceedings. But yet still you choose to find a way to get around it. Just like you found a way to get around answering what your name was, which you're a public figure, the name that you have on file with the Secretary of Treasury and State, however you want to put it.
Yeah, because it's not the real name tag that you got
You were
on your
asked
desk.
for a certified copy of your oath of office, which you stated on the record you would not provide. Didn't give any case law why you don't have to provide that.
She just didn't do it.
Have
Take
yet
her to court.
subject matter jurisdiction,
You're an attorney.
for the
now.
record, have yet to show that you even have a license to practice law.
Nope. She made it to the judge. She
Haven't proven that yet.
faked it all the way up there.
And neither has the prosecution.
She pulled the Leo DiCaprio and Catch Me If You Can. But
Where's
you
the
know,
license?
he passed the bar exam, so
Why can't I place your oath of office into the record? Why can't I make that part of evidence?
because you don't know how to do it. Probably. I'm just guessing.
The oath that you haven't even honored, not one bit. Doing enough to keep your face clean doesn't constitute being fair. Doesn't constitute being impartial.
The judge is keeping it clean. She's keeping it right.
When the jury was selected, I struck the whole jury. That never got
Common
addressed in
opinion.
any way, shape, or form. When you were informed way before that I was striking the whole jury. So how can you go over that constitutional right that you have the right to not pass a jury?
Mr. Brooks, I'm muting you. And the reason I'm muting him is because he has not addressed a single issue that was raised at the end of this hearing today. He is simply rehashing previous determinations of this court. I would describe it as a rant. He continues to impugn the integrity of this court and this process. Again, he did not address any of the issues that I raised at the end of this hearing. From my perspective, the issues that he is raising are all related to claims that a sovereign would make, someone who claims to be a sovereign citizen, claims that have no base, that are baseless in law and in fact. I'm not going to address them any further. Again, they are simply baseless. And with that, I'm going to end for the day. I'll see the parties at 8:30 a.m. on Monday. Thank you, everyone. We are in recess.
Oh, sweet Judge Darrell, however we're gonna say it. What a day. What a day, y'all. What a day. We made it. We made it this far. I didn't know if we were going. I don't know if you're going to. Creeping up on 9.5 hours of court today, of which Darrell Brooks did an amazing job of being the largest amount of asshat that you could possibly be. It's astounding to me that he's able to. I mean, I can't wait for this court case to be over for many reasons. I mean, I want to celebrate his conviction. I want to celebrate like in the most way possible. I want all of us to be able to celebrate together. Maybe we'll put, like I said, we'll put something together for next week where we can all get together in the area and just, maybe have an online celebration. We can all put that together and just really rock it out. But it's just the fact of the matter is, so we don't have to see people having to relive this nightmare that they had to go through because of Darrell Brooks here. You know what I mean? The fact that he drove through this crowd, he injured the people he injured, he killed the people he killed, and you've got mothers. I mean, that mother, man, I couldn't. That was about as heartbreaking as possible. She had four of her children in the parade. All four of them suffered injuries and near fatal injuries on some of them. Like, she's had to sit there and nurse her children with facial scarring, like a 4-year-old, 6-year-old, 7-year-old, a 10-year-old. I think the ages were right in that range, with facial scarring and a compound exposed fracture of the femur that they had to tourniquet to keep the child from bleeding out. And then you got him up there crossing with his objections, hearsay, leading. I mean, it blows my mind that he's, and then the defiance. It's just, you've been with us all day. You know what's going on, guys. We're not going to sit here any longer than we have to. Please, you guys, set up notifications on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, Twitter, Periscope, Rockfin, whatever you happen to be on. Set up the notifications. Let's get make sure you come back on Monday. It's going to be a big day. There's a lot going on. I'm going to hopefully get some sleep at some point. You can tell I'm wearing it. Like, these bags are coming from, 100+ hours and coast. I mean, thousands of miles of travel over the course of this case. But I got to tell you guys, it's an amazing squad right now. The mod team, you guys did a phenomenal job today. Thank you so much for being so great, for running the Shelly and everyone else, Veronica, everyone, Tanisha, Danielle, everybody, Sandy, all you guys that, are on squad that you've been here for a while, and Stefan, all of you guys. We've got a great team. We got a great team, and I really appreciate you guys being a part of it. Kristen as well. Yeah, sorry. I'm just, we got a lot going on, but thank you guys. Set up notifications. Thank you for the stars. Thank you for the super chats, and the memberships there over on YouTube. But we're going to be back on Monday, so keep that in mind. We got a lot to look, lot to happen there. Keep an eye out for me live in the streets also. And between now and then, you guys, I hope you have an amazing weekend. I'm sure I'm missing some things, but I should be saying, but I'm exhausted, and I want to get out of this chair, but because it's been a long day. And I've gone through laughing hysterically to crying the same, and wanting to choke another human being more than I've ever wanted to wrap my fingers around someone's neck in my life. But this has been one of those. So thank you guys for being here. Thank you for all the support. Thank you for all the kudos and shout outs and accolade. You guys have made it all. You make this all worth it, and we're moving towards closure and healing and the commencement of the finalized days of Darrell Brooks in the public eye. So that's something we can all look forward to. So much love, you guys, and everyone in the chat that came in and had so many the comments, the commentary, all the back and forth. The tete on tete, as we said, you guys were great with that as well. Much love, everybody. Have an amazing weekend. Get some sleep, have some fun, and I look forward to seeing you all bright and early Monday morning. Talk to you soon.